he's like, oh, I found a purpose and stuff because he finally becomes friends with people again and found joy and happiness in his life with friends, and that's basically how it ends, and that's the gist of it, right?
Yeah.
And her takeaway is, oh, he's happy now because he's killed people.
What the fuck? Hang on, let's start with this. All right, let's start with her Revenge of the Sith video. I think this is gonna be bad. Oh my god.
Join ICE with bonuses up to $50,000 and generous benefits. Join.ice.gov.
Anybody
Hey guys,
watching?
what's up? Welcome back
Oh, jeez.
Oh god.
to my channel. I'm Natalie, and today we're going to be watching...
Yes, like, I'm Natalie. Like, wow, as if your channel is literally called Natalie Gold. Like, thanks, lady. God.
Watching Star Wars Episode 3, Revenge of the Sith.
Okay, that intro fucking sucked, man. It's like, I'm Natalie, like, that's my name, like, you already know it because that's the name of my channel, and today I'm watching Revenge of the Sith, which you can tell because that's the name of the fucking video. It's like, no shit, lady. It's like, we have eyes, we can read your fucking channel name and your fucking video. It's like, thanks, lady. It's like really giving us all the fucking useful info. Oh
she doesn't even have production banners.
Yeah, she doesn't even have production banners. Just like a picture of her name with leaves on it. Fucking great, fucking good shit right here. Oh my gosh. Anyways, let's keep
Probably why she doesn't get distributed.
Yeah.
Background looks good enough for Emmeline to stand in front of with her cosplay.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
It's my channel, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. As I'm recording this video, it seems I just reached 9,000.
Thanks for sacrificing your time on my useless ass channel, everybody. Thanks.
1,000 subscribers, which is only 1,000 away from 10K. That is unbelievable to me. I really didn't think that my channel would grow as fast as it has. I know the Star Wars community is huge, but this idea was really truly suggested to me by a close
they
friend
all
of mine.
use the Star Wars movies to prop up their build up their channels and shit.
she's a grifter.
Yeah, well, exactly. Yeah, grifter. That's all you do is fucking. I mean, notice how like nobody ever reacts to Garbage Pail Kids the movie. Like something a little off about that with all the reaction channels out there. It's like kind of strange how like none of them have reacted to that movie. They've all reacted to like Star Wars and Back to the Future and RoboCop and and all the same movies.
Oh yeah. Anyway. Fucking Briscoe. I looked up like Garbage Pail Kids movie reactions, and I did find and I found two. I found two.
A whole two.
Yeah, a whole grand, not one, but two. Yeah.
Who doesn't watch these videos? He just thought it'd be fun for me to make it. So this was like, I did this on a whim, and it just happened to...
Also, whenever people say I'm watching Star Wars for the first time, I do not believe it, because Star Wars films are too much of a cultural touchstone for people to have not seen them before they, like, reach this bitch's age. You know what I'm saying, Briscoe?
Oh, absolutely.
I can believe it because I believe they're fake, and I believe that they're only watching it to latch on to, like
reactionary
things for just for grifting purposes.
Yeah.
So I think either yes, you've seen it and you're lying about it, or you haven't seen it and you're only watching it for monetary or whatever, like some sort of gain from it.
Right. Yeah.
Whether it's monetary or subscribers or whatever.
Yeah.
Happen to really love it, and you guys happen to enjoy it, and I'm so glad that it's working out. I'm so glad you guys are subscribing and joining me here for these reactions for these movies. I love interacting with y'all in the comments and seeing your thoughts.
No one gives a fuck about you, bitch. Get to the damn reaction.
Are so funny. It's ridiculous. Loving the comments down below. You guys are the best. What a crazy journey it has been. Oh my God, I can't believe we're here. I can't believe it. It's episode 3. This is
crazy sitting in front of a camera.
Yeah, it's great. Does she fucking watch the movies in release order? You're not supposed to do that, lady. You're supposed to watch them in fucking chronological order, like George Lucas said. Fucking idiot. Anyway.
Annie turns to the dark side. I'm assuming it better be, because it'd be really weird if this wasn't.
Well, no shit he's going to, lady. It wouldn't make sense continuity-wise if he didn't, you dumb broad.
That it happened, but we're gonna see him turn to the dark side. I have a feeling I know who the Emperor is, but we're gonna have that.
As if it wasn't obvious in the fucking prior movies, you dumb bitch.
I mean, if you weren't paying attention to the second movie, you should have a good idea on who it is already.
Yeah, fucking idiot.
Confirmed.
I wait and go.
Maybe she was imagining that halfway through the movie, Mace Windu strikes down a bunch of clone troopers, turns to Anakin and says, "I'm the Emperor, motherfucker."
Yeah.
What else? I mean, I'm gonna find out what happens to those Jedi children. A lot of you guys were making me nervous in the comments, I'm not gonna lie. And I mentioned it to my boyfriend Tyler, and he just kind of smiled and walked away and wouldn't tell me anything. So I'm like, what's gonna happen to Jedi children? Is the Death blow up the planet or something?
Tyler wants to watch her cry at children getting, like, not even children dying, but children implying.
Children being killed off screen.
Children getting killed off screen, yeah. Oh my God.
I mean, if you're really into the child murder stuff, watch Kenobi.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Nervous about those Jedi kids, I'm not gonna lie. But either way, I'm really excited to watch this film with you guys. I'm so ready.
So how old is this lady?
I don't know. She looks
based
like...
on that shirt, I would assume she has the wardrobe of a 50-year-old woman.
yeah, she kind of looks like fucking Marie from fucking Breaking Bad. Yeah.
Yes, she loves purple.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Like, let's give her some credit. I mean, at least she's not fucking looking like a complete whore, like fucking Junior Sex-Plains broad.
Yeah, fucking, what, you mean Nerdy Nightly Briscoe?
Yeah, Nerdy Nightly, whatever the fuck.
Oh my God, anyway, let's keep going here.
Thank you so much for joining
me. High school who looks kind of like her.
Oh no.
Here on this
and you know the crazy thing is too?
What?
She does legit nude modeling.
Oh God. Shit, man.
Especially if you're new
I mean,
here.
it's not like the OnlyFans kind of stuff, more like the artistic nude modeling that you put on like modeling catalogs and such.
Yeah.
I do artistic photography.
Welcome to the community. Still don't have a name for it. Don't think I ever will, but welcome.
Nobody cares.
And yes, I am ready to watch this.
Oh my God, she's already wasted like 2.5 minutes of her fucking video on this hello bullshit.
Guys, so
they all do that. I love how they sit there and they pad out like the fucking first 2 minutes of fucking useless bullshit. Then they fucking bring their sponsors in, and then they fucking go back to like some more useless bullshit, and then they finally play the stupid fucking.
Also, hey everyone, look, it's Santa!
Hi.
Wait a second, that's not Santa, that's a ginger elf.
Right.
It's Santa's ginger cousin, y'all.
Yeah, no, they got that
Santa
wrong.
John.
It's not rosy cheeks or nose, it was the hair the whole time. Some historian, it was like Chinese telephone, they got it mixed up.
Okay.
Well, anyways, now that John actually showed up and we were waiting for John, we actually better get into the actual thing we're here for.
And that is, I was Christmas shopping, shouldn't have waited up.
Yeah, like, fucking hell, John, I already got my Christmas shopping done. Also, get a load of Ant's recent streams here. Gwifta's meltdown over Supergirl and Green Lantern. Ant versus the internet. Oh, my God.
Ant versus the internet is right.
Yes.
The internet's like, this trailer sucked. He's like, no, actually, you're crazy.
Yeah.
Build a website you love.
Oh my god.
By raging, he means they didn't like it.
Mm-hmm.
The fuck.
All right, let's see here.
I think we were on the last chapter.
Yeah, there we are. We've stopped right around here. Yeah. All right, here we go. Are you guys ready?
Stars Amanda Stanberg, who
Stanberg.
later go on to work at
Stanberg, you
and draw a lot of
fuck.
controversy therein because of their race. I really.
All right, here we go, folks. Our new chapter.
Hey, do
Things
we have a counter for how many times he fucks up a name?
I don't know.
So far, we just have three,
three.
right?
So far, it's 3.
I think it's 4.
What do you mean 4?
I
Like the
can't
number
remember
after
the
3.
other one, but I think there's 4. John.
No, he fucked up 3. Anyway, so yeah,
I mean-
so now in this chapter, what the fuck is it? God damn it, Ant. Fucking
Now
hell.
Ant's gonna make a new video. It'll be like, Backseat doesn't know what 4 is.
Now we're on Things Fall Apart and Deconstructing Colonialist Narratives, because we all know Ant's got a real hard-on for colonialism,
This is what he
right,
was
John?
This is what he was blabbing about. This is why I couldn't watch him and Kino's debate, because it just got on like an hour-long tangent of Ant trying to get them to say how evil colonialism is, like repeatedly. Like they're discussing Heart of Darkness. He's just like, I just don't want anybody. I just want everybody to not be defending. We're not defending colonialism, right? Because we all know colonialism is bad.
Yeah.
He was just obsessed with like hammering that.
Oh, yeah.
I like to imagine that during the debate, as Ant was passionately trying to say, "Oh, now colonialism is bad." Like, come on, Kino, you can agree with me, right? I can imagine Kino with his camera head slowly just turning to the side, going, "This guy."
This
Well, they
fucking
weren't even really
guy.
talking about that. Was the annoying thing. Like, he just wouldn't let them get off the tangent until he had to get the last word. He repeated, they just went around in circles about 4 times, is why I stopped listening. And then eventually Ant's like, whoa, we're kind of talking in circles here. I'm like, yeah, because you keep having to repeat the same shit.
Oh my god. Anyway. And
then it was like, oh, I don't want to comment on these other things because we're all white, so we can't comment on them. It's basically like the other part. It's like, okay, well, you're saying you can't talk about it. You keep just repeating the same point about bad colonialism, and yet you've spent an hour on this. So
Yeah, but
you can
Kino's
actually talk about shit.
Kino's not a god. Like, he's a cameraman. He's a literal cameraman.
He's a literal cameraman.
I believe it's in Hellraiser 3 where there's a Cenobite that's like a big camera. It's his son. He's actually Kino.
What the hell is the name of Kino's species anyway?
Well, I just told you they're demons. It's like a Cenobite camera demon.
Yeah, but are they biological demons? Are they cyborg demons? What?
They're more like one of a kind. Like the Cenobites in
There's
Hellraiser.
not one of a kind, John. I've seen multiple Kinos. It's like I've seen like a few of them like hanging all over a damn fucking street light in my hometown. Like, where the fuck did you guys come from? Is Backseatville being invaded by the camera peoples?
Yes.
Anyways, oh my god, hail Dennis. That's the stream where I was attacked by one of Ant's moderators for supposedly bad points. What the fuck? God damn. Oh my god.
I pissed off. I think it was in SM Authorities whenever I brought up the Superman losing $40 million according, I think it was Forbes that came out with that article.
Yeah.
And they were all just like immediately like, oh, movie's so good. Did not lose money. How dare you?
Yeah.
Star Lord the Savior gun.
Anyway.
And doesn't have a really weird. Well, never mind. He doesn't. He didn't have a weird pause face before. But
Anyway.
Looks like he's getting the word from his camera or his earpiece. He's like,
Yeah,
oh, I get word, Jim, that it turns out Superman actually did lose money. Whoops.
Whoops. Anyway, here we go, folks.
I really want to get into a specific book. I can get sidetracked for hours on other books that feature diversity very deliberately.
Yeah, we know, and we've seen your other videos.
I could get sidetracked, guys. Could you imagine?
Book I really want to talk about right now is the book that's been on my shelf and might have caught your eye to begin with. Chinua Achebe's
No, we saw this part.
Yeah.
No, was he putting
No, we
a different
didn't.
book last time?
No, it was Earthsea.
Okay. He's doing the point at the book on the shelf thing for the 3rd time, I believe.
Also, that cover art looks like ass.
Yeah, it looks like they were trying to draw the Mandalorian symbol, and then they just like sneezed or something.
Yeah, the Mythosaur skull. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fall apart. Chinua Achebe was a writer and a scholar who had a lot of thoughts about Conrad's 1899 novella.
Oh my gosh, this is what they were discussing.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Darkness. The book depicts a steamboat captain named Charles Marlowe, who goes down the Congo River, encountering an ivory trader named Kurtz. Kurtz saw himself initially as a figure of rationality and civility coming to the Dark Continent. But he's been driven mad by his experiences, concluding that the only solution to Africa would be to eradicate the population of Africa. Now, I must point out that when Kurtz says he wants to fix Africa, it's seen as a complete positive, because this was written in the era of Rudyard Kipling's The White Man's Burden, where it was seen as a noble cause to go down to Africa and try to bring British or French or whatever civilization, European civilization, white civilization, to what they perceive to be a savage, chaotic monstrosity.
I mean, in hindsight, like Africa, I mean, a lot of African nations actually did get better when the white people showed up there, and I don't know what to tell you.
It's still a shithole to this day.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, they probably should have let us cook down there in hindsight. But anyway. Oh, Dennis, his aunt's arguments regarding colonialism make me think that he is a Homo Ovis fan. My personal nickname for Pinker. Sorry, Dennis, I don't know what any of that is. Sorry.
Pinker.
Like the Pinkerton?
Sounds like a slur you would call a communist.
Yeah, you damn Pinker. Well, Evan, it's Pinko, but yeah, anyway.
Well, yeah, I know. I'm saying if you really want to get, it's like the hard R version.
The hard R, yeah.
I just think of it as like, for some reason, I just picture it coming out of a British or Scottish guy's mouth. It's just like, oh, y'all Pinker.
See, I thought a Pinker might be a slur for a gay person.
Anyways, Jacob says, I'm here! Hey, Jacob, anyway.
Have no fear. I am here.
Yes.
When younger, I had read these adventure books about the good white man, you know, wandering into...
And I get that you want to like the wet video this is and who made it, but fucking hell, can you not have your text be the same color as the text in the background of the actual video?
Or can you not move the graphic like to another part of the screen?
Maybe to like the upper right corner.
Yeah, yes. Like I move my camera around all the time depending on the game that I'm playing. Like you just adapt to what you're showing.
Is this the Ant talking about the bigot stream? I don't know, Jacob. It's just Ant on his bullshit. And Jacob saying, is he related to the what are you gay guys? He sounds like he is, at least. Yeah.
The jungle. On the
probably not, but it would be hilarious if I was.
Probably it would be. That would be really funny, though.
He was asking instead. He's like, "Why are you colonizing?"
Yes.
Savages were after him, and I would instinctively be on the side of the white man, the good white man. See, this is what fiction can do. It can put you on the wrong side if you are not developed enough. And the university has certainly thought that these books had to be read.
If the discussion is how developed you are, then yeah, you're going to be on the wrong side if you're not as developed. Like that. I don't know where you're trying to get here, buddy. You going to argue that you were as advanced because you're not?
Yeah. Sorry you weren't Wakanda, bro. And it says, Pinker is a liberal scientist who believes humans aren't violent historically. Well, that's incorrect. And wrote a book on the subject. I call him Homo Ovis because according to such logic, humans are innocent lambs. Yeah, sounds about right.
That can't be the furthest thing from the truth.
Yeah, no. Like, the very first thing humans thought was violence. It's just a part of it's frankly part of our biology, frankly. I bet you this guy would say, why are my people in America criminals? Yeah, exactly.
Light. Reading Heart of Darkness, for instance, which was a very, very highly praised book, and it is still very highly praised in American universities. Yes. I realized that I was
this guy has to be
one of the
He's like,
Yeah.
oh, the good white men are actually evil. He's like, oh yes, I agree.
Those savages jumping
Probably
up and down
Ant's. That's probably Ant's dad right there. Yeah, because all the white guilt.
on the beach. I was not on Malo's steamer, you see, as I had thought before. And once that kind of enlightenment comes to you, you realize that you need to write a different story. That someone has to write a different story.
And in response, aside from academic speeches and lectures, Achebe wrote the 1958 novel Things Fall Apart. The story focuses on
falling apart.
With the new IHOP value menu, all your
Far more recent than Heart of Darkness. Much less people know.
By the way, I looked into it. I actually found the name of the guy from the Why Are You Gay interview.
Simon something.
Simon Kagwa Najale.
Hogwin Najale. The crazy part is he actually embraces the meme.
Nice.
He has like a whole online shop called whyareyouGay.com.
Well, saw later in that interview, he has like his priest friend come over, I'm pretty sure, and they're like using props and stuff, making fun of the other person.
The fruit. Yeah.
I would just like to say that that IHOP commercial.
Yeah.
If that was on Canadian YouTube, that would be a multicultural gay family.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, and it's
that's no joke. All of our ads, they're all multi-racial gay couples with kids.
That's
Wait, hold on. Quick question.
All of our banking commercials, all of our restaurant commercials.
See, ours are usually there's, and they've actually gone back. This is one of the blackwashings happened in a commercial because the guy in what insurance company was it? Jake from State Farm. He was a white guy in the original.
Oh yeah, I know that.
He went back and edited in the black guy to be on the other end of the line.
Yeah.
And then they usually make the husband like really stupid and like can't do anything.
It's like,
and then like they're the source of the problems. They're like the people in the old infomercials that just fall over themselves and die or doing basic tasks.
There's still hope for you guys.
Yeah.
Here, there's no hope. So, if you guys don't want like your IHOP commercials of like gay interracial couples, then just look to us over here in Canada.
To be honest, that IHOP commercial didn't even make their food look good in the commercial. The pancakes looked a little stiff. Normally they can
God, trust me, IHOP's food is way better than it looked in that commercial. IHOP's food is like legitimately delicious.
No, it's just normally in commercials, they like McDonald's will make it look like the juiciest, most perfect veggies, like all assembled, and then you get it, and it's sort of like disheveled and stuff.
Yeah.
And then what was I just? Oh yeah, Briscoe. There's a great video on that in relation to British advertisement by Despot of Arton. It might be Irish, I don't know, depending on what he was researching. But I know he went through like a gajillion commercials and was like statistically breaking it down and everything about like basically the advertisements all over the Western world, essentially. It was great. I mean, he really like just with unequivocal evidence presented it.
It's fucked here. It's out of control. I mean, you'd think the whole country was full of homos. Well, never mind. It is.
It kind of is, yeah.
I mean, there's a few normal people, but
yeah. Anyways, Dennis says it's also funny that Ant likes Achebe, considering the fact that according to black intellectuals like him, liberals like Ant are just as bad as KKK level racists.
Well, he was just saying how the nice white man is actually evil. So he basically like, if you agree with him and you're like, I'm trying to be nice to you, he's like, wow, you're even more evil. You're like, I don't know what you want me to do, buddy. I hate you. I knew you hated me. I agree with you. You're hateful.
Jacob says the main point of this video. Yep. Anyway,
is part of a tribe in Igboland, which is now modern southeast Nigeria. It starts with him being a hero, but there's a tragic fall. It shows Okonkwo being this great leader who, through his own actions and personal pride, starts to fall in society. On its own, Okonkwo's story would already be a very interesting and compelling narrative, but adding to it is that how halfway through the narrative, the colonists interrupt everything and derail civilization. His people conform to their ways. The society he was raised in, that he embodies, is demolished. The book ends with Okonkwo taking himself away from the equation after
killing
he comes
himself
back to his village and finds the society that he defended and he believed in is now completely gone. His village has abandoned their culture in the face of
shithole, and even whenever they
influence.
got values of a successful civilization, they just made themselves more of a shithole. Wow, what a bunch of failures those people are.
Yeah, literally.
Sucks to suck.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my god. Anyways, Jacob says, imagine Ant talking about the BET or the history of rap music. Just like the most whitest motherfucker trying to talk about that shit. Like, goddamn.
When they were confronted with it, they said, fuck the police. And they were N-words with attitude.
Oh my god.
And the book
got like
ends.
a backwards cap and a fucking hoodie on and stuff. He's just like, what's
I
up,
like
my
to
fellow
imagine
black people?
after Ant says that, there's a cutaway to the movie and it cuts back to him, but now he has a backwards cap and a wife beater with gold chains.
Yeah.
He's got like
yeah.
a BLM flag behind him.
Yeah. I feel like that fucking one clip of Hulk Hogan. I'm trying to find it here. It's on one of these out of context videos here. Hang on. Where is it? Okay, here it is. Hang on. Yeah, there's a damn ad playing here. Hang
I've just
on.
seen some old clips of
I like to
Booker
imagine
T where
Ant
he'll-
cosplays in a wife beater, hat, and gold chains and calls himself White Dynamite.
Yeah. Where is it? Okay, here it is. Okay, hang on.
And my dick.
No,
Yo,
not that.
homeboy, welcome to the hood.
Welcome to the hood, brother.
Why is
Yeah.
he always sweating?
I don't know. He's just he's just fucking. He's just it's
From all
like
the steroids.
yeah, it's all the steroids. Yeah.
He takes them
and
so much to start leaking out through his hairline.
yeah, and plays a video of gang war to prove a point.
Oh, there was a hilarious people using Grok in an actual good way. Rather than
Yeah.
just, Grok, is this true? No, this guy actually, like, somebody was talking about, like, mass shootings. It was like, oh, there's this many hundred. And first of all, it was funny because he showed it year by year and it went way up in Biden and then back down whenever Trump took over. But, by, like, several hundred. It was, like, 600 to 300. And then somebody asked the Reddit as, like, the first comment, they're like, hey, Grok, if you take out gang shootings, what does that become then? And it took out like 80% of them, basically. It's like, but this guy's too racist to ever talk about that because he's too afraid of being called racist.
Yeah. Oh,
I mean, and if you're listening to this, I will just say, it doesn't make you racist if you talk about the problems that stem from like other races, because I'm pretty sure even they would acknowledge stuff within their own community.
yeah, they're all like, yeah, our life's kind of shit. Yeah.
You're a fucking racist, Evan.
Dennis says it's also quite brilliant how Ant failed in understanding Literature Devil's points regarding Ashebe when he literally provided a quote that demonstrated his position. Yeah.
Oh, that's always my favorite. This happens all the time with like Palestinians and stuff. Hassan will be like, oh, this leader, he was a great guy. You shouldn't celebrate his death. He was only anti-Zionist. And then somebody will play a clip of like the guy literally saying like, we need to kill all the Jews, not just the ones in Israel, but all over the world. Like we're chosen by God to murder this entire race. And then it just cuts back to Hassan like, so he was really a loving guy.
Yeah. He's really. It's like that fucking.
That's not what he says.
It's like that part in Finding Nemo where they're trying to convince like Marlon and Dory that fucking Bruce is a nice guy as he's trying to eat them. Yeah, he's really a nice guy.
Like, if Hassan actually interviews one of these guys, just like, but you don't want to kill like all of them, right? And they're like, yes, I do. He's like, yeah, this is like a mistranslation. I think he's not answering that question.
I think my fondest memory of watching Finding Nemo is what we were in middle school, and this was like around test time. And the people I was in class with, we had already taken our test already, so we were literally just doing nothing in class. So the teacher put on Finding Nemo, and I was the only person there who correctly identified that it was a barracuda that ate Marlon's wife and offspring, whereas everyone else thought it was some kind of weird eel or something. They're like, no, that's a barracuda. Look it the fuck up. I know my shit.
It was a dead giveaway.
I thought you were going to say something like you were the only one that noticed that, like, it was about, like, one group of fish being, like, Israel and then another group of fish being, like, Palestine.
No. I mean,
just Finding Nemo is like
history yet. Like, this was back when Pixar and Disney actually wanted to make fun films for families, but with some deep meaning themes that the parents can get behind, not global conflicts that appease people on Twitter.
Unfortunately, Evan, people do still go back to the past and try and ruin old things. Like whenever the new Tomb Raider models came out, and they were like, "This franchise is 90% gay and women."
Yep.
Nah, I'm pretty sure not, but okay.
Beverly Hills Cop is pro.
So what you're saying is that some people would look back on the original Tomb Raider games and then point it towards colonialism because Lara, a lady from England, is going to this old indigenous island to search for lost treasure that belongs to the indigenous clans here who are no longer able to claim
Evan,
it.
watch the Netflix show to realize the condemnation of that part of the character, where the wise black woman who fights with sticks told Lara to not come back and protect her artifact again because she's there to protect it. And she's like a 60, 70-year-old black lady who doesn't have any technology. And it's like, if I was Lara, I'd just be like, "Are you going to guilt trip me, bitch, after I helped you? All right, fine. Go fucking die and throw a stick at the guy with the assault rifle next time. Have fun with that."
Jacob says Hassan Poker is a joke, and the fact that he isn't banned proves that Twitch is a shithole.
Yeah, I think the guy who is running Twitch literally came out and said that Hassan is his favorite streamer. So
Evan, he threw a birthday party for him.
Stream, I don't think the guy will have the balls to ever suspend Hassan.
Evan, he's literally caught on camera. Like, he filmed going to Hassan's place and singing happy birthday to him. And Hassan literally jokes in the video. He's like, "Oh, I'm never gonna beat the like protected allegations now." It's like, no, you're not, because the fucking Dan Clancy is up your butt.
Dan Clancy, that's his name.
Dan Clancy.
Reason, I thought the dude's
women
name.
get crushed.
I don't know why, but for the longest time, I thought the dude's name was Walter.
No, maybe they changed CEOs at some
because
point.
he looks like a Walter.
Yeah.
Walter.
Yeah. Dan Clancy's a pervert and jerks off to his female employees.
That is the funniest video. Whenever they were trying to show a new Twitch feature, and he's like, "Can I demonstrate on your phone, Dan?" And he's like, "Oh, sure." And he picks up the phone and it's showing it on camera, and it's just all a bunch of women showing their cleavage, like it's all fucking titty streamers. And he's just like, "Oh, so anyways, if you favorite this," they like tried to brush past it real quick.
Anyway, X-Men are really ironic in that regard. Liberals like Ant and Jerry P praise Magneto and believe him to be a hero, while ignoring or not knowing the fact that he was based on an extremist Zionist leader. Yeah.
Oh, it's black people. He's Malcolm X. That's all he'll ever be, even though it wasn't originally.
Anyway,
with one of the colonizers musing how Okonkwo's fate will make for a fun little part in his book titled "The Pacification of the Primitive Tribes of Lower." In other words,
oh come on, Ant! You're not.
Where does that come from?
Don't fucking say it if you're gonna beep it.
Yeah, like why
Just
would
say
you even
N-words for fuck's sake.
Jesus,
that's just adding extra work for yourself. Why would you
literally
even do that?
Yes.
it becomes
and it's fucking stupid.
part of the text that inspired Hearts of Darkness. I don't think I need to explain what work between Hearts of Darkness and Things Fall Apart I personally feel is the more profound.
No, you do need
But
to say it.
let's
Yeah, of course
Why
you think the book written by the black guy is more profound, of course.
Let's break it down.
Hey, Stan Lee, what do you think about X-Men being related to some politics?
Well, true believers, all I know is that when Magneto tries to drop a giant meteor on the Earth and wipe out all the humans, you're not supposed to root for the meteor.
Yeah.
And you're a fucking retard if you do.
Yeah. Anyway.
Discuss it. Conrad excluded African people from his narrative about colonialism, to the point where the colonized have no real role. White people...
I mean, they're still being oppressed, and like...
J.R.R. Tolkien, he really excluded the orcs' perspective from the Lord of the Rings novels. How dare he?
Yeah.
Harry Potter really excluded that Death Eater's perspective.
Yeah. It's like ant. It's like ants. We don't really necessarily need to see them. We know what's happening to them. We know it's bad. The book shows and tells you it's bad, and they're saved at the end. It's fine.
Well, and every book has a perspective, and like no other book is expected to show every perspective.
Yeah. It's called conservation of detail. Yeah.
And rank and personality. The citizens of the Dark Continent are treated like a horde. They're treated like background chattering. You could replace all the cast of all the black characters from Hearts of Darkness with leopards, and nothing would change at all. Of course.
Well, okay then. Well, then we just because like, hey, we gotta save the leopards. What's the fucking issue here, bro?
Ant needs a first-person perspective from every group of every story. Otherwise, they're not represented.
They're background characters. Yeah. Anyway.
As bad as Hearts of Darkness was at depicting Africa, at least it was framed that Kurtz was the villain. Kurtz was bad for wanting to exterminate them. This is completely unlike works like Birth of a Nation or Ingagi, popular films from the 1910s, 20s, and 30s that spread extremely racist statements by people of color. Birth of a Nation, of course, is famous for bringing back the Klan into popular culture. Woodrow Wilson described it as history being written by lightning. And of course, the film inspired a massive resurgence of race.
What Briscoe?
This fucking guy. Just,
yeah.
He's just like him and Emmeline, man. They're just like from the same fucking
cut from the same cloth.
Yeah, it's just fucking so annoying. They're fucking.
Also, that face is going on the thumbnail.
I wish I could actually say what I wanted to say on
just say it, Briscoe. We're on YouTube. We're all adults here.
Oh, I mean,
you don't have to censor yourself like Ant does.
Slap the shit out of both of them.
Yes.
I can change that in a hurry.
Man should say black the same way Ryan Cannell does. Yeah.
Well, Lamar Jackson fans, a lot of fucking retards supporting their black quarterback. They have to always go out bad for him.
Liberal critiques of colonialism are so childish. Someone show him Soviet cartoons on the subject. Some of them were base as fuck. Despite the stereotype, not all communist art was propaganda. Yeah. And it looks like he busted a nut here. Yeah. Like, It's probably the face he made after his wife's boyfriend just got done pleasuring her.
Honey, I got so turned on by this book. I got it up to 3 inches today. It was amazing.
Racist groups that we're still seeing have an impact in politics to this very day. Whereas Ngagi, which is lesser known, spread the idea that
the Wonder Film.
Black people...
Yeah, hang on, what?
What was that poster?
The Wonder Ngagi, Gorilla, The Wonder Film, combining authentic adventure film with the portrayal of an unbelievable tribal legend of the Congo. A million thrills from heart of African jungle.
It looks pretty cool.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. Yeah.
Looks like a happy fella.
Yeah, look at him. He's happy. He's happy. He's getting his own movie here. Yeah.
That black people and apes could interbreed. This extremely racist.
Oh, this happened in The Sinking City, which is based on the works of H.P. Lovecraft.
Yeah.
He has a story where he like slowly, because you run into this guy, he's all dressed in a suit and everything, but he very clearly has chimp-like features. And then like you discover like some secret documents and shit in his house where it shows like his mom like photographed with a bunch of apes, and she like went to Africa and fucked a monkey.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, let me guess. Ant thinks it's bad to like imply that they have like black people fucking apes, but I'm willing to bet you he's fine with white people fucking goats. Like jokes about that shit. I bet you Ant would find Curious George offensive. Yeah, probably.
Oh no! Don't bring Curious George into this.
Excessively racist. Led to
excessively racist. Okay,
just a little bit racist.
It's just bestiality, Ant. Calm down.
Of ape cinema in Hollywood for that time, for several years later. When it came time to greenlight King Kong, the producers looked at Ingagi and said, well, that movie made money. I guess audiences like apes. Let's make more apes on screen. Thankfully, King Kong, though there are academic discussions about its implications and its work as an allegory, is not as good.
It's just a movie about a giant gorilla, for fuck's sake. Why are people making that?
For fuck's sakes.
Oh my god. Why are people wasting their...
is a scam.
Yeah, academia is a scam. And look, hang on. This fucking face right here is proof that academia is a scam, y'all.
Like, Ant won't even say, like, there's some stupid discussions on it. He just thinks everything needs a class, probably.
Yeah.
Overtly racist by any means as Ingagi. And I think that people really need to get perspective on that, because Ingagi is
saying that Ingagi caused one of the greatest works of cinema of all time from an effects standpoint. Like, King Kong's a legendary movie. It's remembered almost 100 years later.
Yeah. Ant looked gay in that freeze frame, yeah. Anyway.
And this one, in every freeze frame.
Yeah, in every freeze frame.
A couple years before King Kong, and it's like, that's not subtext. They're actually just saying the extremely racist conspiracy theories out loud. If there's any good thing about Ingagi, it's Son of Ingagi. No, it's not a sequel.
With an all-star, all-colored cast. Is that why it's good, Ant? Is because it got black actors work?
Yeah,
also,
probably.
Look at the tatas on that chick. Holy cow, that sheet's barely hiding them.
So what's the problem here with this?
No, he says this is good. He said something good came out of it.
A film made in 1940 by Richard C. Kahn. It's written by Spencer based on his own short story, House of Horror, and, remarkably enough, it is the first horror sci-fi film to feature an all-black cast.
How did I know?
Fucking called it! John gets gooning, yep.
This is right after Gone with the Wind. This was a major milestone in cinema.
Yeah.
And honestly, a pretty good movie that pokes fun in parodies some elements that Ingagi popularized. It's one of the first cases of diversity being used in film to counter a white normalizing narrative. It's just a testament to how incredible works can be.
And even then, it needed to piggyback off the success of Ingagi by using its name.
And guess what, Ant? Just like Blackula, no black people give a fuck about this movie nowadays. Oh my gosh, anyway.
Against the systems of power established by the Hollywood system,
It still needed the Hollywood system to get fucking made, you dipshit.
By society. It's worth revisiting, and it's
free on Wikipedia right now. I just looked it up.
Ingagi is definitely worth revisiting. Let's all revisit it.
Yeah.
Might be in public domain by now.
Yeah. Speaking of Khan, did anyone see that funeral for Star Trek? Nah, Jacob, I don't give a fuck about Star Trek.
I have not seen it. I gotta check that out. I know it was on at the same time is something else. Oh yeah, it was Mahler's latest video. It was on during the same time as, so I was choosing to watch Mahler over it.
Mom Cedar said it was the presidential address. Anyway.
Mahler is the president of England. That's correct.
Anyway.
Silly at times, too. For its time. I mean, elements of it have dated, but hey, this...
even when it's like super good, it's taking a pot shot at its previous racist film, it still has some dated parts. It's never enough with this guy, isn't it? Alright, not... Also, Mom, it's part 2 of the 200 sub special! Yeah! Anyway, alright, let's keep going.
Was revolutionary for its day and unfortunately underwatched in its era. Now,
so it was another race swap main character who didn't succeed. They were doing it back in the 40s. They were still trying that shit. It still wasn't working.
England elected a tentacle monster as their leader now. Exactly.
I mean, Mahler is probably unironically has more fans than Keir Starmer actually has at this point. So.
Yeah.
There's probably a few responses at this point that I want to address.
Here we go, guys. On to tokenism and Candyman now. Okay. Hey, Mom, you're a fan of the Candyman films, right?
Not a fan, but I've seen them.
Alright, yeah? Do they have anything to do with diversity in them?
Diversity?
Yeah.
No.
Case closed. Case closed, Dad. You heard it from the Mom Cedar herself.
The only thing I remember is it's briefly mentioned, I believe, in the first movie. There's like a background conversation where they're talking about the murders, and they're like, "Oh, you know, all these black people die, and the police don't care, but then this white girl got killed, and now they're here." And that's like pretty much it. That's like the one clip. It's the same thing as a lot of things that I always bring up. Yeah, where there's like
also like because it was in the projects.
In the projects. In the hood.
Low areas, where they don't go.
Yeah, you're right, John. Yeah, anyway.
Probably every day anyway, so they probably didn't really care. They're probably like, "Yep, that's a Sunday."
Yep. Sunday. Anyway.
Wild.
Sunday in the hood.
Yeah, welcome to the hood, brother. Anyway.
And the leprechaun's there. He's like, "Now I'm in the hood." Candyman's like, "Yo, get off my turf, leprechaun."
Yeah.
I actually met the leprechaun. Warwick Davis is a nice guy.
Oh, I thought you meant you got haunted by an evil one. Oh, that's good. This was Warwick Davis.
Anyways.
So
I will say, when I was meeting Warwick Davis, he was kind of in an irritate move because this was around time Willow got removed from Disney Plus, and that's literally everyone was asking him, "Hey, how do you feel about Willow's removal from Disney Plus? What do you have to say about that?"
Evan, would you say he was being short with you?
Ayo!
No, but I did talk to him about Life's Too Short just to make him feel better. Just to say, "Hey, see, am I like all the other dickheads talking to you about your show getting removed and you losing out a big payday over it? I want to talk to you about your other masterpiece."
Evan should have been like, "Hey, Warwick, don't be mad about it. Life's too short."
Yeah, Evan, did you steal his Lucky Charms?
No. But I almost inadvertently stole a cell phone.
Uh-oh, anyway.
Because his phone and my phone are both Samsungs, and we got them messed up, and just as I was walking away, I went to pull it out again, and I saw like a picture of something else on his background screen. I'm like, what the fuck?
Damn, you could have gotten us his DMs.
Now, there's probably a few responses at this point that I want to address. I mean, I'm sure I've been going on for.
And we have more than just a few responses to your fucking videos and shit.
While so it's gonna be a few people saying, "Oh, what about this? What about that?" Let's talk about some of those responses now. Jimmy John's.
Now Jimmy John's.
Yeah, now Jimmy John's toasted pizza sandwiches. Sponsors
Jimmy John's.
Notice how their bread is white.
Yeah.
See, we will be like Brock Lesnar and sponsor you, Jimmy John's.
Yeah. Anyway.
Concept you see.
Backseat will sew the logo on one of his ball caps.
Yep, right here. That's where it's going.
He said cap. All right.
The time is tokenism. Tokenism is a very specific term, and it's different from forced diversity. The token minority character is a singular character who exists to fill a niche.
Oh,
they have
fuck, who cares, Ant?
Oh my god. It's also Ant has to explain concepts like people would already fucking know because like he thinks his audience is stupid and he needs to fucking
his audience is stupid.
Yeah.
The real audience is not stupid.
He knows
that's
they
the
haven't.
thing.
He knows they haven't watched South Park, so they don't know what token is.
Yeah.
They haven't watched anything past fucking 2010. They don't know what anything is.
Well, no, Briscoe. They've only watched things since 2015 because they before that everything was racist and sexist.
Well, yeah. Well, the only things they've watched before 2015 is anything adjacent to Marvel.
Oh yeah. Or some like obscure, stupid like anti-racism thing.
Yeah.
that nobody has ever actually heard of, but Ant brought up in a video, so then they act like they wikied it.
Yeah.
Specific goal that the creatives want to accomplish, and they're put in. They represent a demographic, but they're the only ones there, and they're usually on the periphery of the story.
Now you have
not
to
a
have
major
multiple of everybody, or else it's a token.
Yeah.
He looks very dissatisfied in that screenshot. He was like,
Does Ant ever give a point as to why he does these videos?
No.
Just rambling. It should just be a live stream because he's just rambling so much.
It's like who gives a fuck about any of the shit he's talking about ever?
Yep. Well, and it's just like so unstructured and unfocused. Like,
but it's not even that. It's like even if I fucking granted him everything that he was saying was true, who gives a fuck?
Yeah, it's very uninteresting subjects to even talk
about. What's he is he trying to prove like people wrong? Is he trying like I don't know what he's trying to do. Is he trying to be informative? Trying to prove people wrong? I don't know what he like is he trying to like haha look, this guy said fucking this, so it's obvious. Like I don't get it.
I think it's mainly just pushing certain political beliefs and advertising shit that he likes that probably nobody else likes, like that movie he just brought up, The Son of Ingagi. I'm sure nobody's ever fucking heard of that.
Yeah.
And he's like, this is a genius work. I need to advertise it.
Yeah, so he's a retard.
Yep. Man who can't accept he's a minority opinion.
Dennis, has Ant ever said like who he makes his videos for and why? Anyway.
He's exposing the grifters, like Birdman.
But he's not exposing the grifters, and even if he was, so what? Like that's the point. Like okay, so if I say, okay, Nerdrotic and all those guys are grifters, okay, so what? What's your point? What do you want?
Well, now you'll all stop watching them and watch me instead. That's my
goal.
goal.
No, I won't. You're still a fucking idiot, and you look like a fucking retard.
Yeah, Ant should make a video about the history of Kool-Aid and see what happens.
See that's how that works. It's like they're putting in all this work to be like, hey, look, these people like are wrong, and it's like, okay, even if they're wrong or whatever the fuck, I'm still not going to watch you. So you're putting in all this effort for like nothing.
Bottom line is, you guys are grifting off of them, because without them, what content would you even make?
That's the bottom line, because Stone Cold said
so. Anyways, moving on.
Is a great example of this. A friend who exists mainly for the main character to bounce ideas off of. And they don't really contribute much to the plot, they just sort of exist there. They may get killed off by the villain to add emotional impact to the hero, but beyond that, all their goal is just to exist
so you
as a
mean
black
people
person.
care about them?
Yeah.
Also, it's just a general supporting character, and not everybody's the main character. It doesn't make them a token just because they're a black supporting character.
Yeah.
And as a friend. There's the character that Cassie Lemons, who would later direct the incredible movie Eve's Bayou, and furthermore the movie Harriet. The character she plays in Candyman. She's the friend of Helen. She kind of goes around with Helen to Cabrini Green. She talks to Helen. They discuss the issues at play, and then she gets killed by Candyman halfway through the movie. Spoiler alert. Dave Chappelle's character in the movie You Got Mail. In that, he's Tom Hanks' best friend. And they basically both are opening up a business together. They're part of like a big, totally not Barnes & Noble chain
and Philip
of
Seymour Hoffman
stores.
is just Ben Stiller's best friend, and I think it was Along Came Polly. You know, he's just there. He doesn't get killed off, obviously.
Yeah.
But like, just because he's not black, you're probably not going to talk about him.
Jack Black was goofball, psycho, fucking weirdo friends in High Fidelity.
Yeah.
John Cusack. He was a friend in John. So it's like.
It's just a basic character trope. Yeah, not everybody is going to have like a 6 scenes dedicated to their character. They're just going to be there to talk to the main one.
Yeah, and it's bad because they're black and they're playing the second fiddle to the white main characters. Zuma fan. It mostly comes down to him not believing that these grifters actually believe what they're saying, because there's a crowd that'll watch them. They'll always be accused of grifting. Yeah. Dave Chappelle would call Ant a pussy. Yeah, pretty much.
He'd say the same thing to Ant that he said. I remember in one of his routines where he's just like, "Shut the fuck up."
Yeah. This is Ant's face if Dave Chappelle ever called him a pussy.
Just paste over Joe and put Ant. Ant, relax. Just taking it to the next
Ant, relax. You're just taking it to the next level.
Tom Hanks' love life, and halfway through the movie, Dave Chappelle just leaves the movie. He fulfills his quota, then goes. At least with Candyman, she's not the only black character. There are many black characters in Candyman. In fact, there are more black characters in Candyman than there are white characters in Candyman.
And
they
Tim
all have
Curry, he disappears in Home Alone 2, Lost to New York, after the parents are in the hotel lobby for one scene. Then he just drops out of the movie. Wow, I can't believe they just got rid of him like that. Racist.
Yeah.
Wait, he's white.
John Ritter just kind of drops out of Bad Santa after, Bernie Mac died.
Yeah. Would he call Cuba Gooding Jr.'s character and Jerry Maguire a token?
I'd call him
probably.
Well, I mean, if he's the only black guy in it, I guess. But otherwise, I'd just call him supporting character.
Ant would call him that. Yeah, I think he would probably call him a token.
From perspectives. There's a big difference between the character Anne Marie, who lives in Cabrini Green, is trying to raise her son in the projects, and is afraid of both the gangs and the possible supernatural influences of Candyman. There's a big difference between Anne Marie and his goddamn
name.
Yeah, it's real simple. Candyman only shows up if you say his name and you believe he exists. Yeah.
Character who is the token.
And the only way to beat Candyman is to then go to the same mirror and be like, "Oh shit, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary, Bloody Mary," and she appears and they fight, and it's an epic crossover.
Yes, round one, fight. Anyway,
best friends. Bernadette also has a lot of moments in Candyman where she directly contradicts Helen's perspectives. Not just simply a platform for Helen to bounce ideas off of, but she directly challenges Helen. She is a stage of resistance. And in the narrative, yes, she does die. She gets killed by Candyman. It's not a very well fleshed out character, but there is still groundwork for the character.
It's a pretty well fleshed out character.
Yeah.
That character, I've seen Candyman like a fucking shit ton of times. I know the character he's talking about, and it's a pretty fucking well-rounded out character.
Yeah.
But she dies. You're not allowed to kill them in a horror movie.
Yeah, because nobody dies in horror movies. Yeah, that's just a rule of the genre.
That, I think, makes them a step above, say, Dave Chappelle's character, who literally exists just for Tom Hanks to talk about his love life. There's no value.
Congratulations. He exists for a purpose, you fucking moron. Oh my god.
Because otherwise he'd just
What
be
a
talking to
fucking
himself in those scenes. So yes, he serves a purpose. He has dialogue
He was
back.
written
He
to
doesn't
serve a
just listen.
purpose. And then he served the purpose.
I bet you Anne would call Falcon a token character. Probably.
He
I
has
don't
to be
know.
meaning to Captain America. Otherwise, he's just a token.
Yeah.
Whose character, and quite frankly, the moment he fulfills his quota, he's gone from the movie. I mean, both movies are good, but like, you can definitely see the trope in play in You Got Mail, whereas Candyman employs the idea of the trope, but tries to layer it.
You
And
take
tries
a stance, like, say if you think something is bad, say that this is bad, and then also propose a solution as to how you would change the movie to improve it. Like, honestly, it's just like just going through and naming and repeating this point about like these characters are a little bit better than this character because they just talk and they just talk a little bit more. And now let me go through every fucking thing that they do in the film, and then I'll just repeat the point again about how they just talk. You never actually have any stances on anything. Like, you just
It's a middle ground, Mandy. Yeah.
It's like, I get what you're implying. You're implying that it's bad, but you won't actually bother to take the stance. Like, you haven't even said that this is a bad trope.
to avoid it. And while it still falls back on some traps, you can at least see they would try.
Wait, there's traps
But what
in that
about
movie too?
Oh,
Damn,
no.
movie.
Works that just use bad representation? Well, is that still forced? I'd say no. Bad representation is not the same as forced representation. Further, saying something is forced or bad or tokenizing can sometimes be an easy dismissal without really diving into why something is bad or forced or not good.
They didn't know until Into
You
the
haven't
Spider-Verse
dove
came.
into anything as to why those characters are bad.
Yep.
You just kind of said their role in the movie. You didn't demonstrate why that role was bad.
I mean, certainly didn't. So now people like use him loosely. Like, he's becoming people's favorite Spider-Man. They throw the tokenism bone, they throw the shit, and there you have it.
As we mentioned before, a lot of these criticisms start in the trailer phase. We're not really even watching the movie.
Oh my god, yes, because in trailers you're supposed to advertise the film, you fucktard. We've been over this many times.
I think Ant has officially broken Backseater.
Yes. Why is the idea of black people not having a main role bad? Because Ant has white guilt and he wants all the white people at the bottom and everyone else at the top, I guess. I don't fucking know, man. Oh my Jesus. Jesus.
It's so weird knowing that the mutual hatred of Ant is causing Backseater and ZumaFan to slowly become friends.
No, we're not. We ain't friends until ZumaFan admits Andor's crap and he hates it. And then maybe we're friends.
An oddly specific thing.
Yes.
Yeah, very specific.
And a great example of that is when people try to point to things they believe to be historically inaccurate. Shows like Bridgerton do have a colorblind casting choice. This same principle applies to Kenneth Branagh's Shakespeare adaptations. A lot of Shakespeare adaptations that Kenneth Branagh did employed a colorblind casting choice. And in some cases, this gets a little weird, like having Denzel Washington and Keanu Reeves being brothers. It ultimately adds to the fantasy feel of his Shakespeare adaptation.
No, it doesn't. It's fucking stupid. It's like, hey, hey, this black guy is brothers with this half Asian guy. Yeah, that totally checks out. It's fucking stupid, man. Oh my god. Oh my jeez.
And while a lot of people complained about Ariel being black in the live-action Little Mermaid, I have a weird time imagining them watching the 1990s Cinderella, where the entire cast is diverse. That might be the best version of Cinderella, next to Ever After, by the way.
Oh my god.
What about the OG?
Disrespect to the 50s cartoon. Holy shit, Ant.
Yeah, fuck you, Disney original classic film. Oh my god. And also, people complain about that shit too, Ant. You fucking idiot. Oh my god. Jesus H. Lucas.
I love how the 90s had some of the best Cinderella movies, and just afterwards we just lost the plot, and beforehand we just had no idea what the plot was.
No, the 2015 Cinderella is actually fucking good, Ant. What are you talking about?
What the fuck did you just say?
He said the 90s had great Cinderella movies, and after that we lost the plot.
What the fuck?
Yeah, he said something else, I think, though, too.
Agreeing on something doesn't make us friends. Ant is just a retarded lefty. Consider those people literal scum. So yeah, we probably agree on Ant some degree. Yeah, pretty much.
Just saying. So, yeah, diversity exists in media. Whether or not it's good depends on how well-rounded the characters are in the plot and how they exist in the plot. Are they just...
Oh, so you mean like how they're forced into the plot sometimes? Like in that fucking... Like in the Little Mermaid film you briefly mentioned? Or in Branagh's fucking films? Or in that fucking Roger Steen fucking Cinderella movie? You mean like how they're forced into shit that's not fucking theirs? Anyways, there's that piece of shit New Warriors comic.
It's there to fill a quota, or do they exist as characters? Keep in mind this, that's still not forced.
They exist to fill a quota, Ant. There you go. I just answered your question. They wanted to make a black Cinderella movie, so they said, hey, let's get a bunch of black people, have them do Cinderella. So there you go. We have black Cinderella now. It's all perfect.
Cinderella, Ella, That's what the fairy godmother sings in that movie, even though it was years before that song.
Yes, the remakes. Yes, Brad. Also, hail, Brad. Anyway.
I can't believe they just disrespected the original Cinderella and then disrespected the Lily James 2015 one, which is actually hailed as, like, the second best version.
Yeah.
It's, like, one of the only... It's, like, pretty much the only good, like, Disney live... Well, other than in the modern era. Because, like, the 101 Dalmatians back in the day was pretty good, too. But it's like, wow.
It's not forced in the plot. They do usually exist as a periphery, but you could take them and leave them, and the plot still remains the same. When I hear forced, I usually think, oh, it's shoved in and they're pushing some other element out. Well, what are they pushing out with tokenism?
White people, Ant. How about that? They're pushing out the white people because they don't like the white people, and they're racist against the white people. How about that, Ant? I know you have white guilt, but that is what they're doing. A lot of people in Hollywood, who make these, straight up admit that they don't like the whiteys and want them gone, pretty much. Oh my god. Honestly, if Anne wants the media to reflect our world today, then having black people be the main villains and criminals would reflect our world perfectly. That's racism, so yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
back in the 80s, they had it right. Like, they would have all the terrorists, like, be actual Arab people. Now they're like, oh, that's too racist. We got to make up, like, some white supremacist group and give them somehow the support of an entire terrorist.
Yeah, even though white supremacists have literally zero power anywhere. Anyway.
It's bad, but it's not quite the same thing as forced. But it's bad for a different reason, for a complex reason. You have to explain.
Multiple bad things can exist in movies. Thank you for spending an entire segment on that.
Thanks, Dan.
What you discussed was not even a fucking problem. You're basically saying, like, sometimes black people are supporting characters, and that's bad. Only I'm not even going to say it's bad. I'm just going to bring it up and then operate on the presumption that everybody thinks it's bad. It's which isn't even true.
Undeniably, one of the worst examples of modern representation in media would be the New Warriors. The New Warriors.
The new Warriors, and at least you recognize that this shit was so shit that it shouldn't have seen release. At least he's admitting it's bad here. Finally, Ant admits something is bad. Shame it's something everyone else can agree on is bad.
The obese. That looks like the character from Concord on the far right, the obese black lady.
Yeah, John, apparently that bitch right there, her name is Trailblazer.
Well, she certainly could make a trail. You just roll her through the woods and there's going to be a trail.
Yeah, her whole shtick is that she's helping out at a fucking old people home, and
retirement center.
Yeah, something like that. and she gets a magic backpack that lets her pull out fucking anything she needs to win the plot. She's literally Dora the Explorer.
It's like a writer's wet dream. That's just like, oh, we made a bag that can solve everything.
Yeah.
Perfect. Where's the suspense in that? That's like if you know, Yuki's just like, hey, I can just change all the cards in my hand to whatever I need. So, you know, this plot's really suspenseful now, isn't it? Look, I got everything. I win again.
Yeah. Is he still talking to BBC? No. Like the internet, I guess. Yeah, the guy on the far left, he's powered by fucking internet gas. What the fuck is that?
So if the Wi-Fi goes out, he like dies.
Yeah.
He loses his powers that way.
Yeah, powers so that he's connected to the internet. He can instantly Google any facts. He has the same powers as anybody with a fucking iPhone.
He has Google Glass. That's his superpower because he's got it on his visor.
Yeah, I guess.
Who came up with this retarded team?
Fucking damn
Apparently some guy who wrote for Jimmy Kimmel came up with all this.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
That doesn't really surprise me.
What?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they didn't even fucking. He didn't even have to pitch to write the comic. Some brain idiot at Marvel just came up to him and just offered him the job, presumably because he wanted to kill the IP off.
What year about was that?
20.
I think it was like 2016.
20. No, it was 20. It was around 2020. Yeah.
No, that was height. You know, of you know, we're never going to say no to something if it's diverse.
Yeah. Let me see here. Zuvit says the New Warriors comic is what I thought. What Evan made me draw his hero Snowflake, like it failed for Marvel. Not sure how it worked for you, but go for it, I guess.
Well, two things. Starters, my Snowflake is a villain. And two, he didn't come up with the name. It was literally assigned to him, and the entire point is that he hates the name.
Yeah.
He's this cold, intimidating villain, but he has the name Snowflake, and literally everyone chastises him.
Snowflake in the New Warriors is non-binary and goes by they them, and it has like, she just has fucking ice powers. It's like, oh shit, watch out, Iceman! There's a new kid on the block.
Well, from what I understand, she's not like Sub-Zero. Like, she doesn't have like the complete cryomancy. She just projects.
She just makes little ice daggers and hurls at them. Yeah.
So she's like the firebenders in the M. Night Shyamalan version, where like they can't make their own. They can only like grab shit and then like
grab freaks.
He made fire himself. He's so cool. I'm like, no, that's literally what you do in the show all the time. What are you talking about?
And her brother is the guy next to her on the right. He can create force fields. His name is Safe Space, by the way. He can create force fields, but he can't create a force field for himself. So if he's in a one-on-one fight, he's completely helpless. And Dan Kibble-Smith described him as a burly, sort of stereotypical jock. Yeah, because all stereotypical jocks wear pink singlets that hug the butt. Yeah, totally.
So this is either the shittiest fucking comic ever written or the most genius comic ever written.
The shittiest comic never written because it never got released.
No, that's got it.
And
then there's B Negative. Yes, really, B Negative, who's a vampire who got like his vampire powers from Morbius, and
he had a blood transfusion when he was an infant from supposedly Michael Morbius.
And instead of actually having like actual like vampire teeth, like actual vampire teeth powers, he has like them fucking lame ass fucking blood suckers on his hands that absorbs the nutrients from
this is so fucking gay.
From his victims.
Is he like Datara, where he's got the mouths on his hands?
Yeah, it's like Morbius and Spider-Man, the animated series, when they pussied out and wimpified him. It's like that.
And he calls himself B negative because one, it's a blood type, ha ha ha, and also because I'm taking the proud ownership of a bad attitude.
Yeah, so everything's so like right on the nose with this fucking thing.
Yeah, it's so crap. At least the art is bad. Nah, Zuma fan, this art is shit. It's all undetailed, real soy looking. This art is shit.
I mean, it's not bad.
It looks worse. Hang on, if you look up how the original New Warriors comic fucking looked, this looks ridiculous. Hang on, where the hell is the original comic art? Hang on, yellow to this, guys. Hang on.
I wish it was released because that
yeah,
would have been entertaining.
Yeah, I heard Richard C. Meyer got like an unreleased copy of it or whatever the hell, and he said like, hey, the better parts are when it focuses on these guys right here. This looks fucking badass, you know what I'm saying, guys?
Oh, yes.
Damn. Starfire.
Firestar.
Firestar, yeah.
Oh, wow. What a terrible mistake for me to make.
Fake fan.
It's the same fucking name. They just reversed the words.
Yeah.
And then, who's the chick in the green bikini?
Namorita.
Damn.
That is actually Namor's Atlantean sister.
Well, no, I think it's like his cousin who's cloned from his mother or something like that. Yeah.
And there's Night Thrasher in the center.
Night Thrasher,
there's
yeah.
Speedball. There's Speedball right there.
Speedball.
Who had a really good run as Penance during the Civil War arc.
Oh, that's a hot take, Evan, because I know a lot of Speedball fans hate all that Penance shit.
Well, those guys don't know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah. It's
I
good on
its Penance, and I will die on that hill.
Good on its own. It's like a soft, clean style, while the original's rough and detailed. No, Zuma fan. If it's soft and clean, it looks like shit. It looks like it's made for pussies.
I would say the modern one is it's just kind of what I expect from modern. It's kind of like cliche.
Yeah, it looks like Tumblr art.
Yeah,
this looks like a fucking comic right here.
Didn't stand out to me at all. Yeah, although I did see a post about art like this because they were showing like, I don't know, hot women like that and in some comic, and they're like, I will sacrifice, I will make blood sacrifices to make sure this art style never comes back. And it was all the people like, her abs are too long. It's like, okay. Now you'll take the modern, like, blocky, like, absolute Batman with Wonder Woman looking like a plank of wood.
Yeah. It's webcomic style, that classic comic. Exactly. Comics should look like comics, not web comics. Anyway.
Were a set of secure made for Marvel Comics meant to fulfill very token quotas. They
also replace the originals, which we just.
I don't even know. I know. Screensaver, he looks Asian. Snowflake and Safe Space, they're clearly African American.
Yeah.
B negative, he's just a vampire. Like, no specific race there.
An albino, yeah.
Yeah, an albino, that's a good way of putting it. Which Trailblazer is supposed to be?
I've heard she's supposed to be Latino, but I've also heard she's supposed to be Native American.
The grade kind of gives me Native American vibes.
Yeah, well, her name is Trailblazer. She's blazing that trail of tears.
Oh, snap.
Anyway.
Were embodiments of certain stereotypes and cliches and tropes surrounding minorities. No one liked these guys. Not a single person.
And yesterday, Marvel Comics made history by announcing something that nobody in the world liked. They announced the New Warriors comic series, which was received with overwhelming sighs and just a thunderous amount of disinterest.
And I don't know about you, but I can't imagine anyone better equipped to take on the responsibility of keeping the world safe than these tough, seasoned, dangerous, and diverse individuals. Truly, this comic has got success written all over it.
I cannot defend this one, like, at all.
You clearly want to.
Awful.
Yeah, he clearly wants to, because I know Drake right there, he's a big fucking leftoid, yeah.
Ant will not acknowledge that it is his side that causes this sort of shit. Like,
yes.
He'll be like, oh no, everybody disliked it, see? It's just like, no, he said he can't defend it. He wasn't saying this is a terrible concept. He just knew that he had to cut his losses at a certain point so that he could fight future battles.
And thankfully, Marvel, in their wisdom, canceled the comic before it even came out. This was an idea so terrible, not a single human being liked it. It wasn't forced necessarily. It was just horrendously written.
It was forced, and it was horrendously written, you idiot. Oh my god.
Which is a very different problem than forced.
They both can be true at once.
Well, and one often causes the other. If you go in with the attitude of we have to check all these boxes and everything, you end up with abominations like that. If that attitude didn't exist, that would have never gotten pitched.
No.
But I want to focus
on
one
I said this yesterday, but I'll say it again. Marvel was missing a big opportunity to bring them back for like a one-off as Deadpool villains.
Yeah, and then
imagine Deadpool and Wolverine going on like a big multiverse clashing adventure, and they think it's Doctor Doom, they think it's Galactus, they think it's Thanos, they think it's someone, and they're going down the list until you finally get to the climax, and then you see it's the New Warriors who are causing all of this.
Yeah.
Because apparently to them, they never got their chance. Well, now they're taking their chance now.
Yeah.
The idea of historical...
Like South Park or Rick and Morty were actually being like edgy anymore and we're going to tackle something like this. It'd be fucking hilarious just to have them like, you know, they come in with all their pomp and flavor. They're just like, all right, New Warriors, we're going to make a safe space. And then like Rick is just like staring at them deadpan. He's just like, oh, Jesus, Morty. It's the most diverse group of superheroes you'll ever see, Morty. They're kind of shit though. They're awful. He's like Steve, or they just like all die on their mission horrifically, and Rick's just like standing there watching like it happen.
Yeah, Ant is so boring. Yeah, something that pissed me off is a stereotype shit. Marvel made gay Spider-Man. That's a fashion designer, and people defend it because it's a gay story, but the whole thing was a stereotype. And of course, Ant defending that. I remember he defended that shit.
Or like in AC Shadows, whenever you start off the fight with Yasuke, and it's like, you're just like, oh Jesus, it's ancient Japan. This music genre wasn't even invented.
Speaking of shit that wasn't invented, now we're on the next section here. Are trans people historically accurate? That they say no.
I am curious though, if they were to make Spider-Man India work at a convenience store, would Ant still defend that?
They're a Spider-Man that like the penis. Yep.
Well, they'd work at a Spider 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
People
Spider
of
11.
color, the LGBTQA population.
Sponsor us.
By the way, good job, House. Today they're gonna go after people who do. They did the Child Protection Act.
Yeah. Also, what is this abomination of nature on screen here? Does Indian Spider-Man wear deodorant? I don't know.
What the fuck are those
Oh God, that voice! Oh God, no! Dr. John Money, the Sinister, trans movement.
This is going to be painful. You can just tell.
He is everywhere these days. He's taken over the police, the health service, and even schools. We talk about it constantly, but the finer points of this ideology and its history are still not widely understood. Many of them can even be traced back to one man.
Is lady named John, or...?
I have no idea.
And a sick medical experiment that he conducted.
One thing I see a lot of people...
Yeah, John Money was one sick ass fuck. The New Warriors, if they were villains, I could imagine them being like the Hive from the original Teen Titans from Cartoon Network, just tools for something bigger. Yeah,
also reminds me of like the Ultraman from the Justice League Unlimited.
Yeah.
Sort of like, because they took the original Token characters from the Super Friends cartoon, sort of modernized them a little bit, and made them like little Cadmus's own team in case the Justice League ever turned on them or something like that.
Yeah. That's a man, yeah.
Printing the studies of John
Men.
Back in the 50s and 60s, it like
Kevin's gonna go through the whole song.
Man. Anyway.
Studies on gender identity. And a lot of people who are against trans people will cite the Money studies as being the origin point of trans identity. There's no trans people for the John Money studies, but
Dr. John Money was a New Zealand-born sexologist and pioneer in the field of sexuality and gender. In 1955, he was the first person to use the word gender to draw a distinction between biological sex and what we now call gender identity. In fact, you can thank Money for giving us the term gender identity.
I always just refer to shit as sex. I don't even say there's only two genders. I just say I call you by the pronoun according to your sex.
Yeah.
He opened the world's first gender identity clinic in Baltimore in 1966, and he popularized the ideas that are central to today's trans movement, particularly the deranging notion that our biological sex doesn't necessarily determine whether we are male or female.
Amazing. Every word of what you just said was wrong.
Oh, really? Oh, really? That guy was wrong? Explain how, Ant.
Forget that prior to the John Money studies, the Christine Jorgensen reassignment surgery had already taken place.
A 26-year-old ex-GI arrives home from Denmark where doctors converted him into a woman. 2 years ago, the name was...
Okay, cool. So John Money wasn't the first. This is still really wrong to do, and...
Yeah, and he still popularized it.
Yeah.
Today, it's Christine.
So not only did the John Money studies take place after doctors already knew how to do gender reassignment, it also took place after one of the most highly publicized transitions in American history.
Yeah, it was so publicized, no one heard of it until like just now.
This was on like on TV. This was on the radio. It was on newspapers.
Really?
And it was celebrated. Now that being
really, can you show some
celebrated by
clips?
some? It was celebrated by those in power who would like to control the narrative and the legacy media, which was just the media back then.
Yeah, and your only source so far is like one video from the British Pathé channel, and that's not exactly a popular YouTube channel right there, and
like,
well,
this is like, so there was only like a few channels back then. It was fucking 1950s. There were the radio stations, which are very easy to control, and then newspapers, which are very easy to control. So you're basically controlling the flow of information, and you're saying this is good in those things. That represents like a few hundred people's opinions, and you're missing the millions that are out in middle America, out in just like the regular world. So you have decided that it is celebrated because you'll find a media source that says it's celebrated.
Not even really a source to celebrating it, just a source that's reporting on it.
Yeah.
It's like saying this happened, more at 11.
Well, this is like people could say if only those sources of media that were around back then were around, if that was the only thing that was around today, then Ant would be like, Star Trek Discovery was celebrated. Look at the 80% Rotten Tomatoes score. Everybody loves it. It's just like, no. We see that because we have alternative sources now. So this just goes to show the fucking funneling of information, just how easy it was to control back then.
Well, yeah, I mean...
I'll be back, guys.
Okay. Yeah, when you got 2 TV stations and like a bunch of radio stations and the newspaper, yeah, it's going to be easier to control.
Yeah, and like intelligent people can look back at that and be like, oh, well, they weren't really getting the opinions of the everyday Joe. Sources of information were fairly limited, you know, as far as our records and everything. But Ant here will look back at that time period and just go, well, these 2 news stations said it was good, therefore it is good. And that's what everybody thought at the time, I guess.
Is it even that they thought it was good, or is it just like, hey, here's like this freak of nature, here's something that's here's something that's possible if, like, let's say, you're born with some condition and something happens and this is what we can do.
That's
blah, 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 blah.
And that's true too. Like they could have been reporting it in a positive manner, because I would say that, I mean, it was pretty much just a factual news report that he was showing, but it's like in that time, maybe it was exciting because it was like, oh, look at what we can do with science. Science is ever advancing. We're getting vaccines right now, like for polio and shit. You know, this is a really exciting time. I'm sure they didn't think that like fucking therapists and doctors would be talking kids into taking drugs when they didn't need to, and getting all these surgeries just unprompted and everything. Like it's so you've perverted the entire like it's the classic Jurassic Park line. It's like, oh, you're so preoccupied with what you could do, you didn't stop to think if you should.
Yeah, because I mean, growing up in my time, there was like no push for any trans kids and shit, right? They were still like, if you were like remotely like looked in someone who's like the same sex as direction, like you'd have like a teacher and adult going like, nope, look the other fucking way.
And it was just accepted as abnormal, I think, is the main thing. And it's like, that's like, there are fringe percentages of people that exist in many things, and for some reason only some of those groups it's picked like, no, we have to make this like the majority and accept it as just as good as all the other things. And it's just like, no, there's like kind of an ideal way, and then you have deviations. Everybody's got some sort of deviation from that, but you don't like call it great. It's like if you're missing an arm, you don't go, well, you're just as good as the 2-arm people. It's like, no, that sucks, but maybe you can live with it a little bit better. Like my exposure to fucking, this isn't trans, this is drag queen, but it was fucking drag queen in Twisted Metal 4 was like the joke. It was a character that was presented completely unironically. They were just making fun of drag queens because that's a weird fringe group, and for some reason now that's deemed offensive.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. It was just like, make fun of that shit all the time. Make fun of like gay people, any type of minorities, because I mean, like it was just fucking what you did.
Well, you even made fun of white people, but it was just like,
you
could
made
be a
fun
lot
of
more
yourself.
lighthearted, and like everybody, like people would make fun of their own group, whatever. It was just a more lighthearted, and quite frankly, that breeds far more acceptance because there's not some cause that you're constantly having to fight over. It's just like, oh yeah, fudge packers, whatever. Like that was a fairly common term to use back in the day. Like the gayest guy that I've ever known was I had a college roommate, and he would make more gay jokes than anybody else, and he loved Trump.
Anyways, let me see, catch up here. As far as I know, the first ever transition was in Germany, was in the 30s. Those bastards.
Who was in Germany in the 30s?
John Money studies are in the 60s. A transition Ant is talking about is in 1953. I mean, splitting hairs there, aren't we? Yeah,
it's argued that he popularized it. So yes, there are things that happened, but as far as the modern movement goes, they can trace their verbiage and their ideals back to him, who kind of gave like a centralized tenet. It's kind of like, I'm sure there was socialism before like Karl Marx, but everybody looks to Karl Marx because he's the one that popularized it, and everybody goes back to as the source.
Yeah. Let me see here, and what else we got? Fucking also, Cedar, you shouldn't leave the link to the stream in the chat. Don't throw me with a good time. All right, motherfucker, here's the link for you here.
Yeah, you can have the link, but you do have to stay on subject. Don't
there you
just
go. There you go, Zuma fan. If you want, you
random show
on that much, come on, bro.
This also ignores the fact that under a certain German fascist,
just say Hitler and the Nazis, you
or National Socialists.
Fucking pussy.
I love how they never call them National Socialists, which is what they were, because like he doesn't want to associate socialism with anything bad. Like that's why I love that Nerdrotic always calls them National Socialists. It's just like, yeah, you take the stigma and put it on them.
Yeah.
Many clinics that were studying gender and orientation.
Hang on, what the fuck? God damn it, stop doing this shit where you're just on screen for saying the forgotten history of the world's first trans clinic. The Institute for Sexual Research in Berlin would be a century old if it hadn't fallen victim to Nazi ideology.
Look at Brandy's name, Shillage.
Shillace, it's Shillace.
You literally have Shill in your name.
Shillace, yeah. Oh my gosh, I do it! Oh my gosh!
That's like a screen. Oh my gosh, I am literally. This is maybe the beginning of the word shill. I know there's a C in there, like that's not usually how it's spelled, but it's just too fucking perfect.
Studying gender and
he purchased a Berlin villa in early 1919 and opened the Institute für Sexualwissenschaft on July 6th. By 1930, he performed the first modern gender affirmation surgeries in the world. Oh, God.
Gender affirmation, in other words, sex changing.
Yes.
Do any of you
language?
Do any of you guys ever just like think like if any of these like quote unquote doctors were like maybe just like freaks and just wanted to like find a bunch of kinky freaky people to like get dirty with?
Briscoe, I think probably that was the initial ones. And now it's people that are just very easily influenced by what they are told is the right thing to do. And so they just treat it as, just factually the right thing to do. I think the initial ones are probably more what you're thinking of, though. Yeah. Like,
I'm
the Trailblazers are like,
started.
Are like, oh, yeah, I need to cut off some dicks. It's like, really? Okay. That'll make you feel better. Trust me. Anyways.
One of them's got like the Pedro Pascal vibe thing going on.
Well, this is why people get mad whenever you post pictures of like the results of these surgeries, and it's literally like I'll see this in the responses, and I think it's a great response. Just like, this is what you're fighting for, and they show like these awful scars and mutilated fucking appendages, and it's just like this is what you want so bad that you're calling a good thing.
Literally, yeah.
were shuttered and
wait, you don't think Elliot Page is an improvement from Ellen Page?
God.
Here we go. Transvestites in paragraph 175 arrests. Not everyone under paragraph 175 identified as a man. During the German Empire and the Weimar Republic, Germany was home to a developing community of people who identified as transvestites. Magnus Hirschfeld coined the term transvestite in 1910. Initially, this term encompassed people who performed in drag, people who cross-dressed for pleasure, as well as those who today might identify as trans or transgender. Today in English, the term transvestite is outdated and offensive, however, it was widely used at the time. Some self-identified transvestites were arrested under paragraph 175. These were people who were assigned male sex at birth, but identified and often dressed and lived as women. When they engaged in sexual relations with men, the Nazi regime saw this as male-male sex, but many transvestites did not see themselves as homosexual. They did not consider their sexual relations with men as male-male sex. Nonetheless, they were punished according to the regime's definition. And is now about trans.
I hear the word transvestite, I just think of a Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Yeah.
Transsexual.
And if I remember hearing correctly, Anne gets really offended by that movie.
Yeah, I heard, yeah. We're going to have to save that for next Halloween. What about the Forgotten Painter? No justice for him? Nah, screw that guy and his silly mustache.
I know I showed off Persona 3 that I got in the mail yesterday, but I also got Gex, the original trilogy. From Limited Run, which I know some people swear off of, and I do disagree with some of their practices, but goddamn, they make too good of stuff for me to ignore, and I like having things on physical copy. And I love how they changed the PlayStation logo to just take out part of the P, and they made it LR. So now it's like an homage to that, while still having the same kind of PlayStation 1 style box art.
Yep, as it's right now, yeah.
Destroyed.
Not everyone arrested under paragraph 175 identified as a man. During the German Empire and the Weimar Republic, Germany was
Who is this voiceover?
And the Weimar Republic.
Yes. Gex, is that the Geico Gecko? Nope.
That was before the guy. This is his edgy older brother from the 90s.
Yeah.
To a developing community of people who identified as transvestites. Magnus Hirschfeld, a German physician and sexologist, coined the term transvestite in 1910. Initially,
Damn, bro, you're looking like
what a
fucking
bow
Rose
tie! It's
Boy.
like a full Christmas like bow. He's got
Yeah.
going on there.
Yeah, we got a fucking badass over here. Yeah.
this term encompassed people who performed in drag, people who cross-dressed for
Drag.
pleasure, as well as those who today might identify as trans or transgender. While today, in English, the term transvestite is outdated and offensive, it was widely used at the time. Some self-identified transvestites were arrested under paragraph
You just
175.
said that term was outdated, and now you're using it.
Yeah, what the fuck, bro? Their mustache and Pedro Pascal, yeah, brother.
He's like, the term retard is never used anymore because it's very offensive. Anyway, these retards over here.
No, see, here's the thing. No one ever stopped using the word retard. People are just saying it louder now.
I'm just laughing at the narrator because he's like, this term is outdated and bad. Anyways, this term.
Here's
that
Jake.
reminds me, John. I've got this commercial where it's like I have it saved somewhere. It's about how like it's a commercial about retards being independent.
Anyway, speaking of transsexuals, anyway.
Topic when another person we mentioned before, J.K. Rowling, tried to publicly deny this happened, when in reality, no, these clinics existed and these clinics were shut down.
This is like whenever people got mad at Asmongold because what did he say? It was something about like, you know, basically he didn't know the entire history of Nazi Germany, so then people were like trying to cancel him because it was. He was basically like, oh, you know, they targeted Jews more than the trannies, and then like he didn't say that, but and they're like, oh, you should only talk about how they targeted transvestites. It's like, yeah, I know, because you guys don't like to talk about, you know, the millions of people that died during the Holocaust. You'll talk about the hundreds.
Yeah. Anyways, the fuck do you want, Zuma fan?
That's not a very nice way to greet him, Backseater.
Well, fuck it. He wanted to come on, so like, what the fuck do you want, bro?
I should have the headset on, right? Does it work this time?
You got it. You're on.
You're
on.
You're on. How's it going,
Fuck out.
Let's go. It's the Christmas season. It's the Christmas season, man. Thought I'd show up.
Cool. Here's my Christmas present for you. Another ass whooping. What'd you have right there?
Oh, just my cup. It says making spirits bright, which works on a couple levels because you know I put spirits. The Wiggle whiskey distillery here in Pittsburgh. I put some spirits in my cup that says making spirits bright, but it works on multiple levels because of Christmas.
Yeah.
And I like your little avatar there.
Thank you.
Looks kind of like if I were.
Oh God, your avatar is gay as shit. Fucking hell, bro.
Wait a second. Why would you say that, Bax here?
Drew, look at it.
Hey, we'll compromise. We'll say it's donning gay apparel because.
All right, there. I'll break even. I'll say it looks bisexual.
That's what I do, you know.
Shit. How about that?
Donning gay apparel, you know, because gay means happy. So.
Well, Dan's face right now on the screen is the face that he would make watching Backseater and Zuma fan discuss whatever it is they're about to discuss.
Oh my God.
He'll make a video.
Well, no,
about this
I'm all bi, so it's fine.
Yeah. Well, he'll make a video about this and be like, "Oh, my enemies are all fighting. Oh, now I am the winner." It's just like, no, Ant, that doesn't make you the winner. That just means people can fight and destroy you at the same time.
Well, no, he was saying something. He was saying something similar, right? Where he's like, "Well, because Backseater was fighting with like Drinker and Mauler, that means that like that meant like these groups were fighting each other. It's like the infighting.
Ed made a stream about that. I haven't seen that yet. I'm just thinking about reacting to it soon.
Every time two even like center or right wing people even slightly disagree on anything, he's just like, the right is falling apart. They're all fighting each other.
The left is winning, baby.
Yeah, it's like, Ant, this is a premature celebration. Like, people disagree all the time.
Yeah.
They generally agree with each other.
The Nazis. This was a thing that happened.
Oh, so now he fucking said Nazis. What the fuck were you what the fuck were you doing pussyfooting around saying Nazi earlier then?
I needed to extend the video another 5 minutes.
No, it's like YouTube's policy where you can't like swear after like 30 seconds. So he was he can't say Nazi until like a few seconds after.
We're well past 30 seconds into the video here.
Although I believe they changed that recently, where now they allow vulgarity in like the first 30 seconds or whatnot. Because I remember AVGN had to change his whole format because he couldn't have his theme song play. He had to do the ad first, so that like the theme song wouldn't start until well into the video, so that he could still have like all the swear.
Well, I mean, they allow hentai porn ads on YouTube now. So.
Oh God.
Anyway,
Can't ignore history, but you can publicly deny it ever occurred, and people will believe you if you shout it loud enough. Just like if you shout that John Money created this whole movement, well, I'm sure if you never did any more homework on
we're not saying he created the movement. We're saying he popularized it, you fucktard.
Yeah, he's deliberately misinterpreting like the verbiage that even the clip that he chose to show disproves what he says.
Yeah.
Like that
and on
person
top of
never
that, it's
claimed.
like, oh, they just rewrite history enough until people believe it. Oh, you mean like how people are saying like, hey, Cleopatra was black this whole fucking time? You mean like that, Ant? Isn't that what your side does?
And also, like, people disagree and read history differently all the time. It doesn't mean that they are doing something immoral. I mean, there's some points of contention in history. Like, I don't know what to tell you, dude. Like,
Also, is it not down to peoples of certain countries what they decide happens in their country? I mean, if people in like Germany don't want trans people to be like a thing, like isn't that their right to want that?
yeah. Well, he's trying to do a false equivalency of like, oh, see, the Germans, they went after trans people and then they killed 6 million people. So clearly, if you go after trans people, you're going to end up killing everybody again. I think it's basically like they always try and draw that correlation, and they make sure to always mention that like they went after the trans people because they want to draw like, you know, if you do this, then you're evil because all this other stuff happened afterwards. It's just like, no.
Well, sure, but that works in the opposite direction because everything that Ant believes about white people literally gets people to kill them.
Yep. Yeah.
Well,
he'll just say that's a fringe minority, but this is not, I swear.
It's all white people, but all the other people killing off an entire race, well, that's just a tiny fringe minority that just happen to be really loud.
Yeah. We don't even need to talk about them. We can just ignore them because all the people on my side that espouse evil things they're not worth addressing.
Then we got Brad here saying movements can turn things over and over. Exactly. Yeah.
Topic you would believe that.
Again.
Oh, and I'm sure you'd be surprised to hear this too. John Money wasn't even on the cutting edge of gender identity studies in America at this time either.
The mixed attribute. He's still the guy people credit for being like the forefather of the movement.
And quotes a literal devil person.
Yeah, this is one of his buddies. Probably has sex with them. Yeah.
Of gender identity to money is quite common. In his bestseller, As Nature Made Him, The Boy Who Was Raised as a Girl.
Oh, and this guy's a fucking tranny too, no less. So yeah.
Colin Pino writes,
He brought this person on to read this fucking thing that nobody gives two fucking shits about.
They're gonna clip out of their video, maybe. I don't know. But,
15 years after joining.
No, it says as read by, so that means it had to have been read by for this video.
Yep. Risco was right. He called him on.
Joining John Hopkins, Money was already widely credited as the man who coined the term gender identity to describe a person's inner sense of himself or herself as male or female. Other examples include the entry John Money in the Encyclopedia of New Zealand and Money's obituary in the New York Times. As Haig notes, gender identity first appeared in 1963 in papers given by the UCLA psychiatrist Robert Stoller and Ralph Greenson at the 23rd International Psychoanalytical Congress in Stockholm. Gender identity is the sense of knowing to which sex one belongs. Oh my God,
you're gonna read the whole thing. And normally you show these things for like a half a second. Why are you taking like the entire reading of this?
Well, this person's reading it for him.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess he doesn't want to disrespect his friends, so he's going to leave this text on screen for a very long time just to get the full encapsulation of their reading.
Yep.
is the awareness.
Also, you talk about the interpretation of history. I mean, Ant has a trans friend, and he has a bunch of like lefty, liberal, friends like that. Like, surely that's gonna be like making them biased towards these kind of things and not looking at it in an objective light.
Yeah, well, he'll take it as a settled issue, which is the way to shut down any conversation. It's just like, this is just settled. This is how it was, and now we never need to talk about it again because I got what I want out of this reading, out of this piece of history. And it's like, and if you argue with that, then you're problematic. You are revising history, even though I just revised it, probably. It's just like treating something as settled when it's a point of contention, at the very least, if not settled in the opposite direction.
Or I am a female. The term gender identity was arrived at in joint discussions of a research project on this and allied problems by Greenson and Stoller, during which many of the formulations in this paper were worked out. Gender identity refers to one's sense of being a member of a particular sex. It is expressed clinically in the awareness of being a man or a male in distinction to being a woman or a female. The term was formulated in collaboration with Stoller, whose presentation deals with another aspect of the subject.
This, of course, ignores the fact
Stoller
that this only
Verdun,
discusses
why would
how-
you betray us like
Nah,
this?
Stoller. Anyway.
In 20th century, our modern understanding of gender became a thing. Back in the 30s, they believed that homosexuality was someone becoming a third gender. That was a common belief. The third
Bro,
gender was
the
homosexual.
modern understanding of gender is what they're citing John Money as having we've already made the point, so I won't belabor it.
Sexuality, which is wild to think about. And not to mention the fact that they were Roman emperors who tried to commission physicians to find a way to turn a man into a woman. This is another thing that happened.
Yeah, the Roman emperors were fucking crazy. They also burnt a bunch of shit on rivers. Like, are you gonna say the Roman emperors are all a great source of
Yeah, and then
knowledge?
they like rape like boys, right? Like they castrate little boys. It's like fuck 'em.
Yeah, dude. Like the Roman...
You're telling me Caligula wasn't stable, John?
I can't believe that he's citing Roman emperors.
So what?
the
So
Roman emperors.
what they're doing was valid for castrating like boys, I mean the women.
Yes, that's the funniest cited source I've ever. The Roman emperors, the bastions of logical analysis. Obviously. It's like citing like some supervillain or something. It's like, Thanos clearly cites this.
Hashtag Magneto was right.
Like, literally, the Roman Empire was so powerful. It's like 8 crazy emperors in a row it took to bring it down, and they were like, it's like the emperor has no clothes, has its origins in the fucking Romans.
Well, they crucified Christ, and the Christians worship Christ, and Christians are bad, so they are good.
Yeah. But wait, but that's taking the side of the Jews who didn't like him. So then that could be whatchamacallit, Zionist. So that's also bad. Fuck.
Yeah. Anyway.
These are only the accounts that we have, because poorer people, less populated areas, their material and their record keeping was lost to time. Oh, and of course, not even getting into homosexuality, because in many countries that are widely homophobic, these ideas were not instilled in them until much, much later. Japan, for example, did not have an anti-LGBTQA law, anti-gay laws, anti-fraternizing with two men laws until the Meiji Restoration, when Japan
Meiji? I'm pretty sure it's Meiji.
Yeah.
Oh, that's 4 now. We're up to 4 now. Words he mispronounced.
Was he like thinking of Mayday, and he was just like Meiji?
I don't know, man.
Or like the West. Prior to that, there's no record of any law existing outlawing the practice of buggery or sodomy or anything like that. It was simply speaking.
Well, a lot of times if you're not dealing with an issue, it's because the issue doesn't exist. So you don't need to make a law about anything. Like, they didn't need the Children's Protection Act until now because people weren't trying to mutilate kids on such a wide scale until now. So it was kind of like, oh yeah, it's like making a law right now about like, you can't you shoot laser beams into my roof. It's like, well, of course we don't have a law about that because nobody has fucking laser beams to shoot everywhere.
Fucking idiot.
It's like ant like.
Or you can't use a hover car to drive past a whole road and cause a whole road crash because we don't have hoverboards just yet.
Yeah, for like a modern example, he'd be like, before the US got involved, there were no internet protection acts. It's just like, well, the internet didn't exist until the 90s, like for the wide population. Nope, it was the Western influence. They caused the internet protection acts.
Oh my god.
Just when Japan tried to be more like Europe, that these laws were instilled. Because beforehand, not only was it common practice, it was commonly written in literature at the time.
Genji alone lay plunged in the blackest.
Oh my god. What the fuck is this artwork right here? It's like,
you make yourselves look like villains. We've had a devil and an evil-looking person.
No, we have a new drawing on the bathroom wall.
Yeah, we have a new fucking member of the Gramuglia gang, I guess.
Yeah, he's gonna get all his stupid little friends together.
What is Ant talking about? I don't know, Jacob. Ant hates Japan because their women don't follow the logic of American women. Yeah. Yamato Nadeshiko.
That head looks a little bit like Pac-Man. Is that like Pac-Man's like non-binary?
Oh, yeah, I can see what you mean. There's a little bit of a crease in there. If the glass one there would be even more prominent because the purple hair makes the top of the mouth and the cheek makes the other. Yeah.
He was raging at the inhuman stubbornness of her newfound and incomprehensible
Does
resolve.
this fucking idiot think if he brings all his like gay friends on that we're gonna like fucking?
Well, he's shielding himself. Yeah, he's shielding himself from any criticism from these groups because he's had to deal with Jerry Pete, I believe, as a Backseat.
Yep.
Who is also transsexual, I believe, and so like he's really got to put up multiple layers of shield from that community because he feuds with one of them.
Yeah.
So it's like
I think Ant has like 3 tranny friends or some shit now.
Yeah, so he's got to really virtue signal hard in the other direction on this particular issue because he can't be seen as an enemy of the accepted group in his little circle.
Yeah.
Found that he could not but admire her the more for this invincible tenacity. At last, he grew tired of lying awake. There was no more to be done. A moment later, he had changed his mind again and suddenly whispered to the boy,
"Take me to where she is hiding."
It is too difficult.
What the fuck is this erotic fan fiction that we're reading right now?
The Tale of Genji, apparently.
This sounds like Eric Voss.
Oh god! It sounds like
I love gay fanfic.
Ant has 3 friends with people with fake vaginas. Yeah.
Was it Joshy Boy who was exposed for the Raylo stuff recently?
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, he claims he doesn't like Ray and doesn't want Ray to come back, but he got caught cosplaying as Ray, wearing a dress.
I'm just picturing like this is what he would be doing if he had no check on him. He'd be like reading fucking Raylo fan fiction right now. He's just like,
and then he said, "I'll show you my dark saber," and he was like, "Oh."
Yeah, he defends Jerry Pete. Nah, Ant doesn't defend Jerry Pete. He criticized Jerry Pete a lot. He does defend, you should give Jerry his right to identify as Lily Orchard. It's like, no, he raped his sister, you idiot. No.
No, my God.
Or sexually assaulted his sister, something like that. I don't remember the exact details, but it's something like sexual assault on his sister, yeah. Josh is in hot water because of Spider-Man Brand New Day shit. Oh, God.
What was revealed about Brand New Day?
I don't know. What is it, Jacob?
Locked in, and there are so many people there. I am afraid to go with you.
"So be it," said Genji. "But you, at least, must not abandon me."
and he laid the boy beside him on his bed. He was well content to find himself lying by this
Oh, he liked the
handsome young
boy.
prince's side. And Genji, we must
Gotta be a
record,
man.
found the...
Yeah,
What's
it's apparently
what's the-
gay sex.
What's this? Fuck. I'm on my phone.
Like, detail the
I
side of
can't
his cock,
reach
please.
what's this guy's name? Jizzy Queer?
Jazzy Oliver, apparently. Should be Jizzy Clear, though. Anyway.
Jizzy.
Yeah.
boy no bad substitute for his ungracious sister.
File your
That bitch!
Oh, damn! Genji a hoe! He a hoe!
Oh, come on! Just say
trying to be
fucking!
Oh, beautiful. 10 out of 10. This
Oh,
is
specify the dick size for me, please.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh, he leaked who Sadie Sink is playing in the film by accident. Oh, okay.
Oh well.
This is like trashy reality TV drama, and I am here for it.
Oh my god, what an idiot.
That was seen as commonplace. But if I talk about anything
I'm
with historical
here
inaccurate,
for it.
I'm so here for it. Oh. Oh my god. Get a
that
fucking
person wants to
life.
get
I
tagged
swear to
so
God.
And
Oh my god.
They're desperate
Shit.
to be fucked, and you can tell in their voice.
Yeah, they try really hard to be funny and shit. Yeah.
Well, it's because they're actually like they're bitching about everything, so then they have to like try and force something fun, but it's always like a nothing burger of fun. If that's a
Yeah.
thing.
It doesn't help that they're ugly as fuck, though.
Yeah, I'm willing to bet you that jizzy fucker is ugly IRL. Also, speaking of me and Ant.
Tear the shirt apart! Here it comes! And just like that, the backseater has kicked Anthony's little bitch ass!
I like how you're.
When am I
always
gonna get a
wondering-
video like that?
Yeah.
What?
Oh, there you go.
What?
He
What,
wants an AI
Zuma?
video of him.
Yeah, it's a Sora
When am I
video,
gonna make
yeah.
it? When am I gonna get a video like that?
I don't know when I feel like it. Anyway. Anyways, let's see. All I would say about that is Marvel is very fucking desperate. Yeah, pretty much.
now it's Assassin's Creed Shadows.
Oh, here we fucking go, guys.
All right, and I platinum the game. What do you got?
All right.
Highlight. Assassin's Creed Shadows is a now upcoming entry in the sprawling Assassin's
this is
Creed
before it
saga.
came out.
It's
Sprawling.
a series that has been well regarded
Ubisoft
in
was
circles
ahead
for
of its
some of
time.
its historical accuracy,
Mhm.
though not consistently. Basically, you jump to a point of history, you're an assassin, you're wrecking house, doing the job, taking people down, different eras, different points, what have you. Shadows
Holy
takes place
cow!
in
Could you be any more of
Japan.
a casual bitch by describing this franchise? You didn't even look. I don't even like the Animus shit, but at least mention it, and also mention the Templars. More
Yeah.
importantly,
During the Azuchi Monoyama period, the final phase of the Sengoku period that ran from 1558 to 1600. It's most well known for the reign of
That guy's
Daimao
a
Oda
big
Nobunaga
nose.
and his successor,
Hey, yeah, that's Ant's
fuck?
Japanese ancestor right there. Yeah.
Daimao Oda Nobunaga.
Daimao. It's Daimyo. You fucking idiot.
That's five.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
Japan just loves black people, by the way. Japan loves them so much you can tell by how many they're taking in.
his successor, Toyotomi Hideyoshi,
What is this
and their
guy?
conflict.
He's like a wannabe sumo wrestler, but he wasn't fat enough. So he's like, just draw my clothes really big. Look at
Yeah.
look at his hand compared to the sleeves.
Dude, he fucking looks
Either
like
they're
that
really
one
fat or
fucking
they're really
poofy ass
skinny.
shirt
They really
Becky
like,
Lynch wore that one
baggy
time. Remember that,
clothes.
Brandon? Hang on, I'm looking for it right here. Hang on. The
What was
fuck
that,
is?
Evan? Oh god.
Wait, do you
It's
like
just-
this style more than the new Warrior style?
Yeah. No, I mean I
Ah.
get that this is stylized. I'm just talking shit, but like it's not really meant to look realistic. So
Hang
it's
on. It
fine,
looks
but
like
it's
this
just
fucking
funny.
shirt right here. Hang on. Yep, making
It
up
looks-
history as it goes.
Look
Yeah.
large and in charge.
Yeah, hang on. Look at this poofy ass fucking shirt Becky Lynch decided to wear.
Oh,
What is this shit?
Oh, she looks like she's trying to do like a
Wait, hold on, Backseater. I know exactly what that shirt looks like. Hold up.
In this still image, it looks like the person on the left is shooting a laser beam out of like the top of their mouth. It's like just because how the Raw logo comes out, it's like there's that V.
Yeah.
I just linked it on general. Just look at it.
It's just like that fucking Seinfeld shirt. Yeah, exactly.
It's the puffy shirt.
Yeah, the
So you
puffy
always have
shirt
a
from
na- well, you always have
Seinfeld.
a napkin that, if you're eating, you can kind of dab. You don't have to do the tuck the napkin into your collar. You just have it there on your shirt. It's very convenient.
Oh my god, fucking Christ. Anyway. Anyways, back to
conflict of
shit
several
now.
warlords, most notably Takeda Shingen. This conflict would eventually lead to the unification of Japan's provinces.
Yeah,
under
it's
a
Dana
single
Brooke with
central
24/7
government.
title, yeah.
It was the end of the Warring States period. One figure that has always drawn interest from historians, both inside and outside of Japan, was one of Nobunaga's most loyal retainers.
I want to see how he pronounces it.
Many refer to him.
Yeah, how do you pronounce that?
That has always drawn interest from historians, both inside and outside of Japan, was one of Nobunaga's most loyal retainers, Yasuke.
Okay,
Many
you
refer
actually
to
got it
him
right for
as
once.
the only black samurai in Japanese history.
Allegedly.
Yeah, that was a lot of speculation, and it's far more likely, and as it's depicted in the text, it's basically that he was kind of like a traveling kind of circus show that Nobunaga got because he looked different.
Like, hey, look at this! He's darker than all of us, guys! Look at
Yeah.
this!
Yeah, it wasn't like he was a samurai or that he was
He's
a
dark,
routine.
he's muscular, he's tall. Look how neat he is.
He's everything that we're not!
Listen, again, Ant is going to present this
He's got a
information
big
as-
dick.
Yeah.
We don't have that.
Yeah.
No, Yasuke was brought over by Jesuit priests. Nobunaga, who had never seen a black man before, summoned Yasuke to his court. Nobunaga was so impressed with Yasuke's physical power
Yeah,
that he
so
decided to
basically what John just said, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the guy must have thought he was a
Point
troll or
Yasuke.
something.
Well,
as one
and there
of his
was I forget who it was. There was some dude who basically wrote it as historical fact that he was a samurai and that he did all these things. And then he cited
Lockley,
himself.
wasn't it?
Oh gosh, I don't even remember. But yeah, he
He's
basically he cites himself, and then like everybody just
Yeah,
took that as
Lockley.
fact. Yeah, and so. And like whenever he's giving his sources on whatever he writes, he just cites himself again. And it's like it's just a circular logic of like, well, it was in my book, so that's the source I'm citing in this article that I'm now writing about the same subject, so that I can pervade this thing, and now it's just accepted as fact by idiots who want Yasuke to be a samurai.
Yeah, so there you go, and there's another guy on your side that's trying to rewrite history. Yeah, anyway.
retainers, meaning he could bear a sword, he had a house, and was given a salary. So overnight, Yasuke went from a slave to a man with station and authority under a daimyo. Now, at this time, a retainer basically was a samurai. Now, sadly, Nobunaga was defeated shortly thereafter, which meant Yasuke was returned to the
It
Jesuits.
takes
And
fucking like it takes like even Japanese people like fucking 25, 30 years to reach samurai status. What the fuck is this guy talking? Oh, you just came here over fucking night. He looks different. Yeah, you fucking slap
also,
samurai
what's this-
title on him. Give him a fucking sword.
Yeah.
Also, what's this have to do with trans people, by the way?
I don't know. It's just another one of Ant's fucking things where it's like he wants to make a video on it, but he doesn't have enough material to make a full video about it, so he has to like throw it into this other video he's making.
But this is a racism argument, not
I don't-
transgender.
I don't know.
No,
It's
it's
just
not related to even the chapter. Yeah, so even if it's a filler, it's in the wrong place.
that's the end of Yasuke's story in history. It's a very brief account
That
of about
wasn't
a year or
Yasuke's
two.
story
where
in history. That was your speculation on his account in history.
Yasuke is referenced, is discussed, but that led to people's imaginations being captured. A black samurai, that's incredible. A foreigner brought over, Nobunaga recruiting someone outside of Japan to fight alongside him. A man who didn't just recognize the power
Was
of
he trans by chance?
Mm-hmm.
The power
what,
of those.
What battles was he in?
Yeah, John. Yeah, and fuck. Anyways, yeah, John. Was Yasuke in any of the battles in that game? Was he?
Oh yeah, in the game, he pretty much like freed all of Japan, fucked the Shogun's sister. And...
Yeah, I doubt all that
happened
happened
all the time. It's just funny that for this one game, they decide to take everything as historical fact. It's like, yeah, and Leonardo da Vinci also like invented the gun and the flying machine and all these things that he had basic like sketches for. They were all actually used in Italy and by an assassin.
Yeah.
Outside of his population, respecting the strength therein. Assassin's Creed Shadow is not the first nor the last piece of media that's showcased Yasuke. He's shown up in books, anime, games, the like.
But this
Cool.
is
Cool. Talk about how he's using shadows and you fucktard.
Fucking so are lots of Japanese characters.
Yeah, store lots of other historical figures using lots of other fucking historical fucking media. We're talking about how this one piece of media uses this one guy and stay on topic.
Well, also, I don't even think you should even talk about this point at all because it literally has nothing to do with the entire topic.
Yeah, you gotta.
It has nothing to do with trans people, so I don't even know why you would even bring it up.
You gotta pad his video out of like in order to like fund money.
He's also apparently having to pad this specific chapter because he's bringing something totally irrelevant to the subject of the chapter allegedly. It's just and then the other thing is he's just like he's not having any proper context for anybody who just watches this video. They're just gonna accept that like Yasuke was a samurai, first of all, so that's incredibly irresponsible of him. He should at least mention that it's a point of contention, his role in history. That would be generous because it's not really much of a contention. It's pretty much accepted that he was not. And then the other thing that he is basically talking about is this was never if people who were fans of Assassin's Creed were just like, yeah, but it's like a silly fantasy game, so they made up the Yasuke parts. If they just said that, this would be much less of an argument. There's been a gajillion historical inaccuracies in Assassin's Creed games because they are fantasy games at the end of the day. They just happen to take place in history and they have historically true like shit you can read if you want to when you go to the monuments or whatnot in the games. What the problem with this was that like everybody who is a fan of this game wanted to say that this was historically accurate. They're like, no, he was a samurai. You have to accept that. Like, no. And it's like, well, you're not saying it's fantasy at that point. You're just saying that this part is completely not fantasy. And for some reason, you need everybody to accept that, which just isn't even true.
Yeah, and like I said when we first covered this game on the show, it's like Ubisoft had a built-in story reason to explain away all their liberties and basically be all like, yes, we know this isn't historically accurate, etc., etc. I already went over that, but no, like John said, they doubled down, said no, this is indeed fact. But anyway,
when they announced he'd be a character in this game that you could play as, it made sense. Everyone knows Yasuke. Apparently, I was wrong. Apparently, I was really wrong. Because everyone online started saying Yasuke was an example of forced diversity.
Yes.
A lot of pseudo-historical experts,
including... it's because people have been asking for a Japanese fucking Assassin's Creed game forever, and they wanted to play as a samurai, and they picked the one guy that in one source could be interpreted as a samurai who was not fucking Japanese.
As opposed to all the other guys who we do know for fact were indeed samurais according to multiple sources. You're
basically saying like he's the only interesting one. All those other guys are boring as fuck. We needed to cherry pick this one because he's the only one with a good story to tell. Because we refuse to make our Japanese Assassin's Creed until we can make it about him specifically.
Yeah.
Several white people, pretending to be actually Japanese people, came forward to insist that no, Yasuke was never a samurai. In fact, all he ever did was just hold Oda Nobunaga's swords in the battle.
Oden Nobunaga? What?
I was gonna say, what the... Did he fuck that up too? Because I thought he had
think that's six. Let me just listen to him one more time.
Actually, Japanese people came forward to insist that no, Yasuke was never a samurai. In fact, all he ever did was just hold Oda Nobunaga's sword.
Oda Nobunaga! Oh my god.
Mush mouthing it. This is just like whenever he says, criticism. He's always like criticism.
Criticism,
it's like
yeah.
criticism.
Yeah.
That's a TMNT character, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, Beef Jerky Turkey saying, let's face it, Ant is a closeted consumer who defends multi-billion companies. Exactly! He comes and says, he'll only ever criticize them if he's criticizing, like, the actual business people, like the CEOs. He'll never criticize the fucking creatives there. Even though, again, a lot of the reasons a lot of this forced diversity shit comes about is because of the creatives.
Well, does he care about forced diversity and, like, in movies that take place during a certain time period, like in...
No,
like Beauty and the Beast, right? Like, they have, like, black people just being married to white people, even though, according to him, or at least I imagine if you talk to him about it, he'd be like, oh, well, that was a racist society and they never had any black people in it, yet there's black people forced into that society at that racist time, apparently. And that's fine.
Because apparently he's fine with Kenneth Branagh just having fucking Denzel Washington and Keanu Reeves be brothers in that movie together. Yeah.
We also need to coddle these lesser races to show how not racist we are. It basically seems to be the attitude.
There were no records of Yasuke actually fighting, according to them. So really, a retainers, that's basically a word for slave. So Yasuke went from one slave master in the Jesuits and then went to a new slave master with Obunaga. Because Obunaga would never just get a good...
Yeah, because he wants to be part of them. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Ant wants to work for them. Because, like, remember, Ant is still making a book. He's still making a book that still hasn't released yet. I wouldn't be surprised if Ant wants fucking Disney to adapt his fucking movie into Disney to adapt his book into a movie. Did Denzel call Keanu in that film my brother? I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Fighter to fight with him in a time period where he needed all the fighters he could get, right? And because of that, a narrative began to form, one that ignored the history. Japanese historians also said Yasuke, as a retainer, is a samurai. Retainers had positions of high power in this period of time. If you were given a household, if you were given the right to bear a sword, you were an authority. At one point online, a painting was
why
spreading
doesn't he fucking show like clips of these things after he says them?
Because he just expects you to listen and believe.
Yeah, trust me, bro.
Well, it would be sort of similar to him saying, like, in today's world, if you were given a house and a gun, you were suddenly part of the military.
Yeah.
And I won't even name a specific Japanese historian. I'll just say Japanese historians.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't show any... He doesn't name anyone. He doesn't show any, like, footage of, like, people saying, like, oh, yeah, Yasuke, he was, like, the fucking best fucking samurai since fucking, the invention of samurai.
And before that, he tried to establish that anybody who disagrees with this narrative that he's spewing now is just a white person pretending to be Japanese. So all the actual Japanese are on my side, all the people pretending to be Japanese are on the other side, which is like the fucking opposite of reality, is the funny thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, if blackface wasn't racist, I bet Anthony would be doing that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, then that would make Ant a part of my family, and I don't fucking want Ant being a part of my family, no.
Anybody who does blackface is a member of your family now?
I guess.
Uncle Jimmy Kimmel is coming to the thing.
Well, then I guess we're siblings.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. It's like, hi, Uncle Jimmy. Anyway. How's your talk show going for you? Oh, wait. Anyway.
We're claiming was Yasuke holding an umbrella for his Japanese superiors. This was deemed as evidence that Yasuke was nothing more than a slave, a clownish slave at that, and that the Japanese...
Oh my god, that reminds me of how fucking the clownish slave. That reminds me of how fucking organized chaos thinks calling a black man a clown is racist.
Anyways, isn't this the vid? Ant cites a quote from actual fandom. I don't know.
Oh, no.
Hasn't done that yet. I know he did that once, but anyway.
Obviously. Of course, this ignores the fact that the picture actually depicts the Portuguese. You can tell from their clothing. They're very clearly Portuguese. You can tell from the frills and all that. And that there's no indication that this black person in this painting is Yasuke or anyone like that. It's never named. And
He's literally the only black guy there, you fucking idiot. It's obviously supposed to be him, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, hold that umbrella, slave.
Yeah.
And also,
even if this isn't Yasuke, it really doesn't disprove anything that you're saying is not true.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, there's 2 black people in Japan at the time.
Yeah.
It wasn't contemporary. It wasn't made during Sasuke's lifetime or during that.
Sasuke!
Sasuke Uchiha.
That's 6 now. God, and is really working overtime to get that counter up,
Yeah,
isn't he?
yeah. Yasuke came to Japan and was like, "Amaterasu," and they're like,
Use my face my Sharingan power. Anyway,
Previous period of time. It was made during the Tokugawa shogunate in the 17th century. It's after the Sengoku period.
Sengoku.
Shenron and Goku did a fusion. Now he's Shengoku.
Oh my god.
Does he have proof that's the other black guy, though?
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know. Apparently, he thinks like it's like, okay, Aunt, I'll do the most good faith thing ever. I'll just be like, yeah, this wasn't Yasuke. Great. This was another black guy with the Portuguese. Why the fuck would that make Yasuke a samurai all of a sudden? Like,
yeah.
Only one black man could ever be a slave.
Yasuke was now holding an umbrella, so there you go.
Japan has a 1 black guy limit. Yeah.
Immigration policy back in the day. Sorry, we're already at capacity, bro. You got to go back.
Yeah. And it's like, motherfucker, what? Anyway.
A lot of these pseudo historians couldn't recognize a Portuguese merchant from a Japanese daimyo.
You're citing
but
a historian who cites himself as the source. Don't even talk to me about historical accuracy, dumb fuck.
What are you gonna do? I don't know. These people would post a photograph taken of a samurai and his retainer, trying to say that Yasuke wasn't a samurai, he was a slave. Look, right there, this photo of this.
What, John?
I just said he wasn't.
Oh.
This retainer.
Yeah, I
and
think
the samurai, his retainer.
Like Yasuke would be like the guys that were following what's his name? Arthur, King of the Britons with the coconuts.
Which one of those
That's gonna be
guys?
Yasuke's job.
Which one of those guys is Yasuke there?
I don't know, man.
Here, look at that kid carrying a sword. That ignores the fact that the photograph was taking place when photographs existed.
Nobody thought that was a photo of Yasuke. The guy isn't even black in it. Like, what?
Yeah, we're saying it's like this is like what he was like. Not that. Oh yeah, that's who he is. Yeah.
This is like whenever people do the video or the meme of like all the soldiers lined up and one of them is a clown. And
Yeah.
we're like, oh, this is that guy in the group. Like, he doesn't belong. And Ant like comes, he's like, well, actually, that photo is of soldiers in the Iraq War, and the clown is actually not the person you're talking about. This is like, yes, thank you. I thank you.
Yeah, thanks, bro. We couldn't figure that out ourselves. Anyway.
After the Sengoku period, and it was
Said it again. He said Goku.
taken.
Shengoku, is that like fucking Son Goku's fucking brother?
I guess. I don't know.
Fucking retarded cousin or something?
Yeah. Anyway.
Of a servant, not a retainer. The kid in the photo doesn't hold a rank.
Is this
doesn't have
going
a
to be you
household.
squirming and flailing about this the entire time? You just have to have everybody accept
Oh
you.
my god,
And
are
also,
any
this
of these
is-
people trans? Like,
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was just gonna say. That he's halfway through the trans section. All he's talked about is how Yasuke was definitely totally a samurai, bro. Trust me. It's like, this has
Did the
nothing to do
samurais
with
cut their
trans.
dicks off, identify it differently? Did you get to the point?
And Yasuke the entire time was a woman.
Plot twist. Anyway.
Salary. It's not a retainer in this sense of the word. Most of the historical experts seem to only acknowledge a couple accounts of Yasuke, while ignoring.
Oh my god, dude!
All.
What, Zuma?
No, I'm just getting frustrated that he's not. I don't understand where this is even going.
I don't know anymore. He's just
He's
rambling.
obsessed with this. Has to be the only interpretation is that he was definitely a samurai, and he's just gonna hammer everything. Is like it's just not true if you hear anything otherwise.
Yep. Jacob asks, does Ant live in California? No, New Jersey. Not sure if that's better or worse.
The historical documents to contradict their perspectives. It ignored many documents they didn't have access to because they were just getting what they could find online quickly and not, going to a library, looking at transcriptions of documents that are more detailed.
So, like what you and Thomas Lockley are doing?
They took the first few signs they could find, assumed this was all there was, and ignored historical documents, historical statements, museum curated.
Yeah, like what Lockley
lists
does.
in order to justify. Oh, hey,
Just waiting for him to name something. He refused to do it.
He's gonna say that this is what they did with the trans thing.
I guess. And I can't stand that he's like, these people didn't do their research, but Japanese historians and historical documents support me, while he refuses to name anything.
Yeah.
Yasuke ever. He's barely even a figure. Also, this ignores that historical documents famously don't last. A piece of paper rots.
Oh, so lack of evidence is evidence that what I say is true now. Okay.
Yeah, the evidence that survived is the shit that agrees with me, of course.
I guess you're a big religious guy then, Ant, because you can't disprove God.
Anyway.
Draw from secondary sources sometimes because the primary sources sometimes physically don't last. And again, all of this contradicts Japanese historians who said Yasuke was a samurai.
Yeah, and those guys are incorrect.
Roughly translated from English. Oh, this is what's his face?
It's actual fandom. Oh shit, it is this video. Holy shit. Hang on. Probably better. Like information? Fuck, I don't live far from it. Oh shit.
This isn't even citing the story. It was them
Well,
upset with Yasuke seeing Yasuke as a samurai. So he's talking about the reception to the game, not the historical fact here. So that's irrelevant.
Also, didn't he say that Yasuke was, if you were to be a samurai, would only be a samurai for under a year before he was given back to whatever slavers had him originally?
Yeah, the Portuguese.
So does the game only take place over a year?
Well, if you're such a badass samurai, why didn't you slice the fuck out of the slavers when they came back?
Yeah.
Many of the comments written in Japanese appear to be roughly translated from English.
Japanese consultant and translator in the video game industry said the reception of Assassin's Creed Shadows was mostly positive in Japan.
Another one of
That's a fucking lie. Japanese people hated this game.
One of my best friends is Japanese, and him and his whole family hated the fucking thing.
Yeah.
There's people in the West who were upset with seeing Yasuke as a samurai, he said, explaining that many of the
Fucking hell, now Dane is getting shit wrong. It's Yasuke, not Yasuke. Oh my gosh.
negative online comments written in Japanese appear to have been roughly...
And when you bring on these fucking freaktards to read these things, they're not going to sway us anymore.
Nah.
I mean, your friends are fucking losers too.
Yes.
Translated from English. Yu Hirayama, a historian at the Japan University of Health Sciences who specializes in the Sengoku period, said that Yasuke's samurai status was not in question. There are very few historical documents
So
about
Yu
him,
Hirayama
but there's
says there
no...
weren't any historical documents, but they just... So it's like a myth thing. Fine. And yet you're arguing for historical accuracy when he's literally saying that there weren't documents.
Yeah.
doubt that
Even
he was a samurai who served...
quotes in the single quote is like a quote inside of a quote. So he's saying he was a samurai who served
Quote
under
unquote.
Nobunaga. And he wrote it on social media. Oh, okay, great. So that social media statement, that's true. All right.
Yeah. Anyway.
served Nobunaga. Hirayama wrote on social media.
Because these experts online, you have a big enough platform, you can talk
You really
louder
just
than
named
the
an
museum.
online expert.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Students of history and drown out any dissenting opinions. Also,
like what
the
your
idea
side
that
does?
Yasuke was the only character playable in Assassin's Creed Shadows is wrong. There's a shinobi who
No,
also
nobody ever
is played.
said that. What are
Yeah,
you
nobody
talking
ever
about?
said that he was the only one. People don't talk about Naue. That's because she's not the center of controversy in this fucking game, dipshit.
Also, is there something wrong with the idea that there are certain people, like individuals in history that we don't know about because they're like lost to history, right? Like, must we play this guy or remember this guy? Like, what did he do that's so special that he must be remembered?
Well, and he takes like the lack of information is like, we can only ever portray him as this now. You cannot talk about him not being this thing because, there's not a lot of documents, guys, so it has to be this way.
If he were super important, like if he was such an amazing like individual that all these people like Anthony want to claim, then surely there would be more evidence of his existence and what he did than what we have.
Yeah, such as him fighting in battles.
Yeah, like Japan would worship that guy or something at least.
Yeah.
Well, and I suppose we'll see by the end of the section.
Japan would have like fucking tales of this fucking guy like all over the place.
We'll see by the end of the section, but I think he seems to be done with the quotes now because he's moving on to Naue. So he basically like was treating it as absolute fact and like, the Japanese experts and all the historical documents, and he kept naming these things in very general terms. He brought up one quote from a social media post from one guy who specialized, I believe it said, in health sciences, who was Japanese. Meanwhile, there's been multiple Japanese sources that go against this, but that was his big evidence. And half the quote was just about the reception of the game. It was just like, it was Western fans who didn't like it, even though it sold like shit in Japan. So you can easily look at sales numbers from, I believe it's Famitsu, who tracks sales in Japan. So, like, he's saying, like, all the hard evidence is on my side, and then he presented no hard evidence. So that's just like, trust. He's literally saying, trust me, bro.
Literally,
well, no, his evidence is essentially that quote. What is it? The, what is that quote? Like the,
Yeah, the guy who said he's generally accepted as a samurai, and he put it in quotes.
The absence of evidence, that's it.
Oh, yeah. There's very few Yeah, exactly. The absence of evidence is like evidence that I'm right, basically, is what was his logic in that section.
Yeah, it's like, just because we don't have evidence that it happened doesn't mean it didn't.
You can at very least acknowledge and like say it's ambiguous. We don't know. And this is a fantasy game, so maybe it's part of the fantasy element that Yasuke was a samurai. But no, he, just like people who always talk about this game, you try and use the fantasy defense to like say, you're being silly for disputing this fact. It's like, fine. So you accept it's part of the fantasy then. It's like, well, no, it's a very hard evidence that he was definitely a samurai. You cannot think of him as anything. You cannot think of this as fantasy. It's like, okay. I don't really see the hard evidence, so.
It's historically accurate and false at the same time.
Yeah.
Yes!
Well, it's the classic, like, it's whenever people say, like, they'll be talking about the same movie, and on one hand, they'll be like, just turn your brain off and enjoy it, bro. And then you start, like, making fun of it or something, and they're like, no, hey, it was actually really good. It's like, well, you can't have it both ways. And it's the same thing with this. It's like, you can't have your argument just whichever way you please at that moment. Like, make the argument one way or the other.
Anyway.
Ignored her to say that Yasuke was the only playable character and that you couldn't play a Japanese character in this Japanese game. So the fact of the matter is that you're saying a Japanese samurai who existed in Japan.
They want the main
character. He's now treating this as fact. He thinks he's established it as fact through nothing.
People wanted a main character to be Japanese.
Yeah. And John, as someone who's played the game, would you say that Naue or Yasuke gets more focus, or would you say that they both get equal focus?
It's like more front loaded with Naue. Like, she gets a lot of exposition up front, and then like Yasuke kind of comes in later from what I remember. I would say Yasuke gets more like missions specific to his character, because he gets like a lot of love interests and shit, including with a transsexual person, which maybe Ant will somehow rope that in, since that's apparently what the chapter that we're on. even though he's brought up nothing relevant to that. But and then he like sleeps with the Shogun's sister and all that stuff. So yeah, I would say overall probably Yasuke gets more focus. He kind of more backloaded, but overall probably.
Anyway.
The Japanese have celebrated his figure for centuries now. You're telling the Japanese...
Yeah, for centuries.
Fantasy and myth, Ant. So are you telling the Japanese? Are you trying to revise their history for them?
Yep.
Well, I mean, he was so celebrated that they don't have that much evidence.
Yeah.
For him.
Well, he's trying
being
to
a
establish it that, like, oh, all the Gwiftas, they're the ones trying to revise history. They're the ones who are. Meanwhile, he just did it and, like, took completely no evidence, and now is just like, see, all of Japan thinks this way, and this is a historical fact because I said so.
Shit.
History is wrong, and that they're wrong for believing it. And you're speaking for these people.
You are.
So while
yes.
researching,
Yes, and that is what you are doing.
Yeah, I just called him out.
They don't
I knew
care
he was
about
gonna do
Japan,
that shit. Oh.
Don't act like you care about Japan, their history, because if they say that, then they're wrong.
Yeah, you guys are the ones who support localizers who constantly want to change Japanese shit whenever it comes over here, and tell them what their values should be.
Also, again, if you want to respect Japan's like culture and history, that's totally fine. But then, why don't you do it with literally every other group?
Anyway.
For this video, I stumbled upon a video by a user named Cabrutus, where they went around Japan to interview Japanese people about the Assassin's Creed Shadows trailer. Now, clearly what this user wanted was to find the Japanese people were just offended as they were. That, yeah, how dare they put Yasuke in the trailer? How dare they...
Yeah, just ask some questions, bro. That's all I'm asking, just questions, bro.
misrepresent the Sengoku period. But the average Japanese person that he talked to didn't seem to care.
の適切な表現だと、まあちょっと、はい、表すには適切だと思いますか？どう思いますか？
まあそこまで日本の文化にすごく詳しいというわけではないんですけれども、特にそんなに違和感はなかったと思います。はい。
キャラクターの格好も十分適切だと思いますし、使ってる武器等もその火縄銃だったりしたので、特に
You know, like, Ant, you realize you stated this guy's apparently biased objective here. If he had some sort of biased objective, wouldn't he have just edited this stuff out?
Mm-hmm.
Like, he had to edit this into his video intentionally, so it appears he's being way more honest than you.
Yeah.
And these guys are basically like abstaining. They're not going against the narrative that you say is so untrue. They're basically saying like, yeah, I like this weapon. I don't really know much about it. Or there's not anything terrible with a trailer. Like, okay.
Yeah, that's the thing, is that a lot of these guys they're not like really read up on their own history, so why would they care?
And this would probably happen with 99% of people that you go out and asking about a specific video game. This is like, you know, you show someone a trailer for Last of Us 2 and you're like, oh, what do you think about that? Like, most people haven't played Last of Us or 2, so they're just going to be like, oh, I don't know. It looked like, yeah, good graphics, I guess.
They thought the trailer was just really cool and neat, or they thought it was a good representation of the historical era.
全然自分は確かに日本の侍ではあるんですけど、でも全然違和感ないというか、すごくいいと思います。
God damn it. Sponsor us, Remarkable.
I'm waiting for one of
The
them
little
to talk
cartoon
about
head thing kind of
Yasuke's.
creeps me out a little bit.
I'm waiting for one of them to talk about Yasuke specifically.
And you can tell Kabutis didn't expect this answer because he starts getting more and more morose as the video goes on. At a certain point, he just turns to his camera person to ask him.
Really? He got morose over the damn thing? Come on, bro.
For his opinion. And it just seems like he's
flipping chairs and shit in Japan.
He got mad. He's like, man, why can't Japan just be racist for the video?
Yeah, it's like, God damn it, Japan.
None of those people that Ant just showed in his edit.
Goddamn progressives.
Like, none of them even mentioned Yasuke, so that's not really substantiating your point at all, Ant.
Expected something very different to happen and didn't get it.
it doesn't seem that anyone in Japan that I know at least knows about the series or the character Yasuke. Not the character, the historical figure.
So you think that would you think that they...
Damn, this guy needs a fucking, like cough drop or something. What is up with his throat? It's all scratchy and shit.
When they
He's
look at
working
the
lines.
trailer,
Yeah, he's working. Anyway.
they think that it's just a fictional story and that's it.
As though he expected Japan to be just as outraged as the
So
experts
that's all
online
just
told.
speculation you're basing on like reading
What?
his face.
Why would you? Yeah. Why would you expect that?
I don't know. This is all Ant just like wildly theorizing about this video that just like he went out and he asked people a question and they answered it. He's like, you could tell clearly that he wanted this answer, but he's now got
Also,
this answer and now he's mad.
Also, just because it's Japan's culture doesn't mean they're going to have an immediate investment in that story or game. Like, I mean, there's so many people who are invested in the games that are like American, all that kind of stuff, not like Japan.
Mm-hmm.
Him, they would be. And yeah, I know the implication ultimately is them saying, a lot of Japanese people don't know about Yasuke, therefore he couldn't have been all that important, or maybe the game was exaggerating his importance. But this is like me walking up to some random on the street and saying, hey, buddy, you ever hear of the 54th Massachusetts Infantry Regiment from the Civil War that fought for the Union? What? You don't know about it? Well, that's strange. They made a goddamn movie about it. Maybe it wasn't important after all.
I was not well educated, I'll say that.
Yeah.
Well, so
I have not heard about that.
Now you're just saying the video is stupid, but now interviewing random people, which I somewhat agree with. It's like, yeah, like I said, most people aren't going to have played a very specific game or want to judge a trailer on it, but it's like you started doing all this wild stuff to try to substantiate your point based on that video, and it wasn't even stuff that was in the video. It was just like you looking at the guy's face and saying, aha, he's morose now, I swear. I don't know. Yeah, it's pretty much
also
the same.
Was Yasuke as important as like the Civil War to our history? Right?
Yeah. Japan has like a much longer history anyway, and then to pick out one very specific person and compare that to like a war or a regiment in a war, it's I don't know. And the fact that people didn't know about him, it doesn't substantiate your point again. You're again like taking like people saying, oh, I don't know, I like the weapon in the trailer. You're like, aha, and so because they didn't have a problem with Yasuke, that shows he was clearly a samurai. It's just like you're taking the absence of an objection and taking that as an endorsement.
Yeah.
Japan didn't have a problem with Yasuke, so that means he's trans.
Yeah, these 5 people that, again, Kabrutus decided to edit into his video. So if it really disproved his point, he probably just would have cut that out. Apparently, like, they prove your point, even though they don't.
Oh my gosh. Jacob says, you think that guy went to a massage parlor on his trip to Japan? I don't know, maybe. Anyway.
You see the issue, right? You see the big problem with all this?
No.
They're trying to talk
you're reading
over
of history.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You're trying to talk over the actual Japanese people. Absolutely.
Experts. They're trying to ignore historical record. They're trying to reframe.
You didn't present.
Yeah, and as Brad said, doesn't mean Japan accepted it. It just means that those lay people he interviewed were, otherwise, what's the word? They're otherwise like pretty neutral towards the thing. You know what I'm saying?
Documents saying that these images made decades or centuries later, they're contemporaries of the Sengoku period, and that
there he goes again.
Proves my point. They had a thesis to begin with, and they used evidence they manipulated to push their idea.
Yeah, so did
because the reality is, people who claim the historical pieces of work depicting people of color, depicting the gay community, depicting all that, saying that they are inaccurate. Well, inaccurate in what way?
Isn't that
Are
what
you saying
just
that the treatment of?
You're like, all these pictures, they're all inaccurate, and they, like. You presented zero evidence here. I hope you realize that. Like, you presented nothing to substantiate your claim that Yasuke was a samurai. You just said very general statements, pulled up half of a quote from social media as Japanese experts believe this, and just left it at that. You presented nothing more. You had a few people that didn't know shit about the franchise and said they didn't know shit, from the one guy who actually went to Japan and interviewed actual people, which is firsthand, rather than your buddy who's like reading some half of a social media quote. Like literally you have nothing. You presented nothing here, and yet you're just presenting it now in retrospect. You're talking about it like, oh, so all the Japanese experts and all the Japanese citizens agree with me. It's just like, you didn't show that. You didn't show that at all.
What an arrogant prick, man. I swear to God. Ant needs to get his ass kicked in. I swear to God.
Also, by the way, the whole point that he is making or has made so far, you could easily just say all this without having to mention Yasuke. You could just make this argument with the trans thing.
Yeah.
You could just say like, oh, there's trans throughout history that had just been like lost, or we had information about but we don't talk about. Like, you could easily make that point. You don't have to do this whole race thing.
Anyway.
This should have been a separate video about AC Shadows, this entire last however many minutes he did.
Yeah.
Them is inaccurate? Well, that's a discussion for the day. But are you saying their existence is inaccuracy? Well, you don't know that. You don't know.
Well, you don't know it either, Ant.
Well, that Sicily had a large North African population because fishermen would regularly travel from the north of Africa into Sicily and settle there, maybe have children.
Yeah.
And that makes complete sense, because look at the geography. Sicily's an island in between Italy and Africa. Of course, it's going to have boats from both sides.
Yep. Also, Ant, I am living proof that Sicily didn't have a black population, because otherwise I'd be fucking black, you dipshit.
Well, you're proof that they weren't all black, but
yeah.
You wouldn't know that unless you look at the historical records, what have you. You wouldn't know about how Carthage, when they
anything in
went
history.
Yeah, but I'm American, so what does Sicily have to do with my country? Why should I give a shit?
I don't know, man.
North Africa into Spain.
Oh,
when
and anybody
invading
who's
Rome.
played Rome Total War knows what Carthage owned, because you had to conquer that shit.
Yeah. Anyway.
Brought with them a lot of Middle Eastern, a lot of North African people into Spain. This resulted in a lot of black people existing in medieval Europe because they were there for centuries, if not over 1,000 years, depending on when the story is
kind of
being
a
told.
loose term, but all right.
All of this leads to a more complicated, more nuanced viewpoint of history and historical population, trading patterns, travel patterns, what have you. And because of
Now
that,
I
it's
will
hard to
name
really narrow it.
concepts and say
Are trans people a race or something?
Yes.
I don't know, man.
The trans is migrated from Africa.
We're trying to stay on topic here, but I mean, if you want to go to a race thing, that's fine. But at least say it.
Zuma,
Zuma fan, this is just Ant in a nutshell. All his videos are the video equivalent of turducken dishes, man.
I mean, he kind of does it because I've talked to him privately many times. Which I mean, the screenshots I've actually shown Evan. I believe Evan showed you.
Yeah, Evan showed.
Our conversation. I mean, like this. He's kind of done that when I was making the whole argument on the trans LGBTQ thing, and he gets caught up on. I made I can't remember exactly, but I made a point about black people, and then he kind of just stuck with that and turned the entire conversation about race. I was like, it had nothing to do with what I was talking about, but
yeah, I can believe that shit.
Yeah. So yeah, I think this is still on the trans chapter apparently, and we're almost all the way through it, if not entirely through it. And he hasn't talked about trans people. He talked more in the last chapter than in this one.
Yeah.
About that subject. So yeah, I don't know what he's on.
Anyways, on to the next one.
Down to just saying, oh hey, this one group of people couldn't have existed in the story because how could they? Well, if you look at history, you can see how. Then again, we are dealing with people who think that Japanese anime characters with names like Deku or Usagi or Motoko Kusanagi are white. And if you don't
Ain't nobody thought that shit, dog.
we call them yellows down here.
Dumbass.
Oh my gosh.
Me.
Or as Biff
even
would
anime
say,
characters like Ash, Sailor Moon, Goku, Naruto, Ichigo, Luffy, Eren Yeager, Saitama, Deku, and just so many other anime characters look white.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, he said they look white, you dipshit.
And look at Yu-Gi-Oh, where Bandit Keith literally wears an American headband. He's very clearly an American. He's drawn basically the same as the Japanese characters. So yeah, they do kind of like do an ambiguous thing. They don't make them look explicitly Japanese.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are like everyone has the big eyes too. Like Japanese people don't have big eyes, but in the anime they do.
Yeah. Well, and they do it. It makes sense in a cartoon because they need them to be expressive, and so then they can change their eyes a lot, and it happens all the time. Like, it doesn't mean that they don't all. Yeah, saying that they look is very different, and I think that's what he's. I don't know. Maybe he's going to try and counter it, or he's just going to say it and think it's inherently.
Probably
racist.
going to say it's really racist. Yeah.
Look white. Not our white. My mistake. We almost made a terrible error here.
Big
didn't we?
difference.
Like, there's any.
Yeah, like Ant, based on your little avatar here, you look about as Japanese as all the anime characters.
Is he gonna say like there's any meaningful difference between those? Is it like it's like a little dismissal statement?
I guess he's probably gonna be like, oh well, it's still racist anyway.
Meaningful difference between those two statements.
Yeah,
we've looked so far at a lot
actually
of
is a
cases
pretty
where
damn
diversity
meaningful
was-
difference.
Yes,
old art direction and like how things are drawn. Like, holy shit! Like he's just gonna dismiss it like that. Like, oh, they think all these people are American. Shows a clip of somebody saying that they look American. He's like, oh, well, there's no meaningful difference, so whatever. It's like, okay.
He also chose Robot Head of all people. Wait, no, not Robot Head. What's his name?
Just a robot.
Yeah, he chose him. I think he chose him specifically, not for that clip, but because he's like, you know, the controversy around
just a robot got involved in. Yeah.
Why am I surprised? Because he spent about a half hour saying that he
Because he can't just say it.
Well, and he just spent a massive section saying that that Yasuke was definitely, even though it was labeled under a trans subject, he's like, I just spent a half hour saying that Yasuke is definitely a samurai, present nothing, and then circle back around to, so you can see these guys all don't support with the evidence. That's what you just did. Stop it.
See, now Japanese people are white, not black, which we already knew.
Ay.
Definitely not forced in. But there's got to
Now
be
he'll
some
say
cases,
Mirko
right?
from My Hero Academia is definitely black because she has tan skin and definitely not a Southern Japanese person.
Yeah.
Some cases where objectively diversity should not have been put in where it was. Well, yeah, there are a couple cases.
When white
so
people
he
were
admits
shoved- No,
it.
he's gonna say when these white people were shoved into something unnecessarily. Those.
Wait,
are the
does
only
this apply to
cases-
trans people now? Like, can there be forced diversity trans-wise?
I guess. I don't know. Let's see.
They're very rare and very unusual, but they do exist. And when they do happen, they can cause a lot of problems. Specifically, in regards to, ironically, considering what we were just talking
White
about,
people.
historical accuracy. Undeniably, it goes without say that recasting the race of a real person is vastly different than recasting a fictional character. While on one hand, it's not a big deal if you say, draw Kiki from Kiki's Delivery Service as a black girl, there's a vastly big difference if, say, you made a person who we know historically is one ethnicity and changed it. That can add a lot of uncomfortable implications.
Cleopatra?
This is especially...
And it doesn't for the fictional characters, then, Ed? You seem a little like two-tiered in your little ideas here, fella.
Well, also, I mean, they're basically dead anyways, so, I mean, like, are they gonna have a problem with, like, what's the implication here? Like, if we just draw black people as white, what's gonna happen?
Yeah.
Society's
Yeah,
gonna crumble or something?
I wonder if Ant's gonna I don't know if I think he made this video before it, but like I wonder if Ant's gonna get all in a tizzy over fucking black Cleopatra and black Isaac Newton. Let's see here, fellas.
true in, certain people who want to look, I guess, push the boundaries of what's acceptable.
Yes, Ant, yeah, a lot of fucking people want to race bend characters by pushing the boundaries. That's not acceptable. Can we agree on that? No, of course you can't, because you're a fucking...
Also, Santa Claus. Santa Claus is based off of a real guy, St. Nicholas, but now many people are making Santa Claus black. But do we have a problem with that?
Nah, of course not.
Say, hey, what if we made a Martin Luther King movie with Ryan Gosling playing Martin Luther
Let's
King.
go, baby.
Wouldn't that be something?
Make it happen.
It's ridiculous. So we have to be fair with that. When it comes to real people, let's try to
You
be
realize
accurate.
people are joking when they say this shit, and it's usually to point out their hypocrisy that they're okay with
no.
like having black people play white people. You know, you do realize that, right?
No, I think Evan should make a movie about Jim Crow and cast Ryan Gosling as Jim Crow.
Do it, Evan. Anyway,
to who they were. Specifically, what a lot of people will argue when you say forced diversity doesn't exist, and the comment I got 1,000 times over when I announced I was going to do this project was, what about African Queens? The Netflix documentary that had a single season focused on Cleopatra.
Queen Cleopatra is a documentary, not a movie. So as much as I hated The Woman King for being historically inaccurate, at the end of the day, it was a movie, not a documentary. This is a documentary, so it's far worse.
Categorized as a docudrama by Netflix, the Queen Cleopatra season of African Queens was produced and narrated by Jada Pinkett Smith. It was unanimously hated by audiences, and one of the big points of contention about the series was the casting for Cleopatra as a black woman.
Yep.
Now, at first glance, it might seem strange, seeing the black woman playing a queen
But if
from
you think
the
about
continent
it,
of
in a historical
Africa.
fact,
yeah.
Now, this is personal opinion, but I will probably bring this up when I talk to him again. But I fucking despise the way that he talks.
Yeah, he talks like really.
It's not his voice; it's literally the way he speaks, and like his slow
dramatic
down,
pauses,
stopping, pause for a second, then speaking real fast again, then slowly going back down. It's like he talks the same way every single time.
Yeah, I get. Yeah, he has the same cadence.
Is there any ounce of like passion to like move beyond your vocals as you've been doing every single time?
Well, and it doesn't even seem to be like contextually like dependent. Like, it's one thing if you want to do a dramatic pause before a big point, but he seems to just do it before random words. He'll just be like, because they went up the stairs. And it's just like, well, why did you pause before up the stairs? Like, that wasn't a big reveal or anything. Like, I get dramatic pauses are appropriate sometimes, but yeah, and then it's the same cadence every time. It's just like, it's just like, okay. Yeah, it does make it seem very dispassionate. Yeah, like he's just like reading off the script and he only knows how to read a script one way.
Yep. Anyways.
Saying it's weird that it was black, why would that be a problem? Well, yeah, I mean, you can always point at saying white people have traditionally played Cleopatra. Elizabeth Taylor, for example, is one of the most famous casting choices for
Or you
Cleopatra.
can just look at Egyptians.
Yeah, straight up. Cleopatra is literally not black. We have all this historical evidence, bro.
Cleopatra has appeared on stage, such as in Shakespeare with Cleopatra and Mark Antony. She's played by a white woman, or a white man, if we're talking about the authentic productions of Shakespeare, as was performed in the day.
We're talking about the authentic trans.
It's a Othello situation, where the wrong ethnicity has been cast consistently throughout history. Is that the case? And is this documentary trying to right the wrongs of productions past? Well, no, because Cleopatra wasn't of Egyptian birth. Cleopatra
is white.
of Hellenistic descent.
Yeah,
Greek,
white.
Because her family wasn't Egyptian.
Yeah,
the
white.
Ptolemy family tree is quite frankly one of the most horrific family trees I've ever seen. The fact
Wow,
that it
hating on
didn't
the
emerge
Ptolemies.
like the final form for the movie The Substance is remarkable, considering just how
Hang on. We got Brad saying Cleo's mixed, but things got messed up. Oh yeah, what's she a mix of? Anyway.
this family tree.
Yeah, he's just shitting on
the
a
Ptolemy line
Down
was
syndrome
placed
tree.
in
I don't accept that.
Yeah.
charge of Egypt by Alexander the Great. Ptolemy I was one of Alexander's most trusted companions, which, you can read a few different ways knowing Alexander the Great. Cleopatra's first
Fuck him. Yeah. Ant doesn't
was
think
not
that gay
Egyptian,
men
it was
can have male friends that they're not fucking, apparently. Wow, Ant, that's a very bad stereotype you have there.
Yeah, Ant, what the fuck? Anyway.
Greek. In fact, it was noteworthy that she was the first ruler since Ptolemy I of Egypt to learn Egyptian. Yeah, most of the pharaohs under the Ptolemy line didn't even speak the language of their people.
Cool,
What does
man.
that tell you? But then again,
The Great didn't speak fucking English despite being the king of England. What's your fucking point?
I mean, this is all good. This is a good history lesson.
Also didn't look like Elizabeth.
Also, yeah, don't trust Ant whenever he gives fucking lessons on anything, because obviously he's always fucking hiding shit just to boost up his point.
Well, I mean, he just gave a whole history lesson on Yasuke that was supported by nothing and went completely against the facts.
Oh yeah. The way he also reads stats, by the way, is very interesting.
Yeah.
With Taylor, she looked Greek. She looked Hellenistic. She looked, not like Elizabeth Taylor, who's British. In fact, we really don't know what Cleopatra really.
Yeah, we do have a lot of
we
do have like a lot of fucking physical shit of like artwork at the time that like pretty much depicts what she could have looked like.
Well, they were racist black back then, so they were whitewashing her.
Yeah.
She did not look the way you and I think she did, or how she looks in popular culture when depicted. Coins minted around the time Cleopatra and Mark Antony were wed depicted Cleopatra as looking similar to Mark Antony. Now, it's uncertain if this was meant to be an accurate representation.
Well, they aren't
of
very
Cleopatra's
detailed drawings, and I hate to tell
But
you.
also, she looks ugly as fuck, too, dude.
Yeah, like they're not exactly being like they were making coins. They had to make all these like individually. So I'm sure the artist wasn't going like, well, I better make sure Cleopatra's like looking like a lady and real hot here. They're like, hey, I gotta make like a gajillion coins right now, so let's just get this shit out.
Oh shit, is someone snoring on fucking camera?
Ah shit.
Aw shit.
It's Evan.
Evan! We're picking up your snoring! Anyway.
Gotta turn down that game, bro.
Yeah.
The coin printers had like one face mold and they didn't really change it. As we can see here, Cleopatra had more of a defined, larger nose, a sharper chin. It's hard to tell if this was an accurate depiction of what she looked like or not, or if they just wanted to look like Mark Antony, who had those
hard
features.
to tell.
This depiction.
Do you think that looks like any woman you've ever seen before, Ant?
Yeah, and what the fuck?
Yeah, well, it does look like a trans.
Yeah. That's true. Maybe some of these YouTubers he's brought up, you could say some of them look like it.
Yes.
BC, we see the goddess Venus here with a Cupid. Historians believe the depiction of Venus in this image is based on Cleopatra. Now, I want to draw attention to a few things. Notice the fuller face, the fuller figure. Cleopatra is often pictured as this slender, lithe beauty in modern depictions, but in her day, Cleopatra
she kind of look like
is full.
What?
She kind of looks like Anthony in the painting.
Oh my god.
Oh
no. Figured. Again, a far cry from almost every single casting choice we've seen.
Hang on. Well, in ancient Egypt, I'm pretty sure. Hang on. Where's that fucking picture again? Here, hang on. Get the fuck back on the screen, bitch. There you go. I'm pretty sure this is what they would have considered lithe back in the day. Like, look at this. Does it like that? Still looks pretty damn lithe right there. Like by my eyes.
Well, and it's obviously not an accurate. Look at her boob. Like that's not how it's actually shaped. It's like a weird pop out here.
Yeah.
Like, there's some artistic license being taken. Her arm looks super fucking long. Like, I don't know.
Oh my gosh. Anyways, yeah. Brad says, yeah, it's just shit. Yeah, pretty much.
Depicted as full figured. Again, a far cry from almost every single casting choice we've seen in our modern era.
If I had to pick a white person to play Cleopatra, I would probably pick Scarlett Johansson. After all, she was described as very beautiful.
Beauty is not a consistent concept. It's not something that's stable from generation to generation. But
so you asked for whenever you're making the movie, what's considered beautiful.
Yeah, straight up.
Yeah, you're trying to think of the audience that you're making the movie for, and whatever the audience finds beautiful, well then you gotta go for that.
Yeah, pretty much.
far as I'm concerned, we have not had an accurate depiction of Cleopatra in any medium since film started. I think they've all been wrong. The idea to say that any depiction is not accurate is delusional, because none of them are Greek and none of them are full-figured. But yeah, it's highly unlikely that Cleopatra looked dark-skinned. It's immensely unlikely. But that being said, to say that...
But you're going to defend it anyway, because of course you are.
It was just as inaccurate to have Elizabeth Taylor. Ah, there he goes. Yeah.
Yep.
It was more accurate is just as wrong. But is this someone forcing wokeness into the Cleopatra documentary? Or is this historical inaccuracy? Well, it's hard to say because it's kind of a mix of both, I guess.
It is? No, it's not a mix of both. It is both, you idiot.
Cleopatra's
and they had fucking some black lady who claimed to be a historical expert, but I think she was just like a kind of nothing professor who was like, oh, my grandma told me, I don't care what they tell you, Cleopatra is black. Like, that was her historical evidence for supporting this.
Literally, yes.
Was grandma telling you a story.
Who is not Jada Pinkett Smith, it's Tina Jaravi. She wrote a response to all the criticism the documentary received upon its initial announcement, upon the early trailers, and in it she offers her reasoning as to why she cast a black actress in the role of Cleopatra.
Now, she argued melanated... Hang on. What the fuck was that last text?
Hang on, let me go back. There we go.
Why shouldn't Cleopatra be a melanated sister? And why do some people need Cleopatra to be white? Her proximity to whiteness seems to give her value. Oh yeah, that's exactly what everybody said. We were like, oh, and because she is in a proximity to whiteness, now she has value. And for some Egyptians, it seems to really matter. Oh yeah, Egypt like sued Netflix after this.
Yes.
After much hand-wringing and countless auditions, we found in Adele James an actor who could convey not only Cleopatra's beauty but also her strength. What the historians can confirm is that it is more likely that Cleopatra looked like Adele than Elizabeth Taylor ever did.
Sure.
Historian. Oh, these are the same mythical historians that Ant cited to substantiate Yasuke. Experts say.
Cast a black actress in the role of Cleopatra. Now, she argued that the Ptolemaic lineage was 300 years removed from the Greek Ptolemy I. Now, the Ptolemy family did intermarry with the West Asian Seleucid dynasty. And well, okay, that did happen, but not really Cleopatra's family tree, which I repeat is a closed circle. It looks like the spirals from Uzumaki. That's how bad this family tree is. The director does confirm the decision to make Cleopatra black in this documentary.
Apparently, yeah.
It was political, undeniably so. It's overt. But the question is also this: how many people complaining about Cleopatra actually knew the history? I'm not saying some didn't, but the question remains:
you don't need to know the history. You just look at Egyptians. Yeah, they're technically in Africa. They're on the very northern end of it. Like, you're trying to revise history, and let's be honest, it's because she's described as beautiful and like a strong woman leader. You want her to be black because you're trying to manufacture one.
Literally, yes.
Angry. Did they know about this? Did they know about the family tree? Did they understand the history of the Ptolemy line? I'd wager no. And I think that's important because on one hand, there is a legitimate issue to be drawn here. There is a problem.
Yeah, and you're going to fucking ignore it.
One deliberately chosen. Yes. It's historical inaccuracy, and it's politicizing identity in a way that is concerning to historical accuracy. That is something worth discussing, and it is an issue with some depictions of historical figures.
Yeah, but you're going to defend it anyway.
It was falsely reported that the Egyptian government itself was suing Netflix over this documentary, but the reality is a little different.
He even got sued on behalf of the entire country of Egypt. I didn't even know networks could get sued by countries.
It wasn't the Egyptian government, it was an Egyptian lawyer.
Oh, close
that the very trailer for Queen Cleopatra, quote unquote, distorted Egyptian identity. At no point does it say that it's inaccurate. Simply a distortion of Egyptian identity, and very specifically, contradicts Islamic and societal values and principles from Egypt.
Oh, see, it's Islamophobic.
Noticeably,
you should totally be behind this, Ant.
Yeah, and
faith of Islam did not exist in the days of Queen Cleopatra.
Well, damn.
But at the same time,
But
it's
Muslims did,
undeniable
because they're
that
just the people
most
from that
people
area.
complaining didn't really care about historical inaccuracy, because what they wanted was something that did not look like actual Cleopatra. They wanted Elizabeth Taylor. They wanted that visual. Maybe not Elizabeth Taylor specifically, but the idea that she represents of a very white woman.
Well, even if that were true, even if they were like, hey, I don't really care about Cleopatra, I just care about like how she's always looked in media. Again, it's still a bad thing that they race bend her, because race bending is bad, bro. Oh my gosh.
In charge of Egypt. And while she was a white woman, they didn't really want the specific kind of white woman. You know, their version of Cleopatra is very
I'm
idealized.
sure people would have been
and
happy
undeniably.
with a Greek or just Egyptian actress.
Yep.
Like Ana de
Historically.
Armas always looked kind of like she was from that sort of general area. I don't know if she actually is. That's just a guess. But she feels like she would be a good kind of like, you know, Cleopatra casting.
Yeah.
A lot of Egypt has been whitewashed. You know, that's just a fact. Am I defending
Really?
documentary? No. God, no. It's inaccurate. It's made a lot of errors, and people hate it for many good reasons. Clearly, being accurate to the history of
She's
Cleopatra
Cuban and
was
Spanish,
not
so
a
that's why she's a little bit darker. All right.
Yeah.
concern for them. That just wasn't a priority, and that deserves to be criticized. But I do find
Yeah,
it
but
strange
you're gonna say like we're bad guys anyway, aren't you, pal?
how this documentary became a lightning rod for this
But it's
discussion.
no worse than what
as
all these
proof
white people have done.
Mm-hmm.
that Hollywood was trying to force diversity in everything, because one documentary chose to be very, very inaccurate with its depiction of a very famous historical figure.
Yep.
And the reasoning for it was very tenuous at best. So I grant you that. That isn't
No,
a case
and
of someone
this was just
trying
the
to
easiest one to point out. It was the easiest one. You make Black Cleopatra. This is like the lightning rod, because it's very hard to argue against. Even you're not going to argue against it. There's a lot of other examples of it being done in a more subtle way, but this is one where it's like, oh, you went so far that everybody's got to disown this shit.
Yeah.
change the historical narrative to present a political idea. But if that's the one example you can find, a bad documentary, I don't know how to tell you. One that was
We have plenty more. How about that Doctor Who episode that made Isaac Newton black? How about that, Ant?
There was
Not
the
by historical-
Able King of England in that one. I think that was another Netflix production. Yeah, they had like him in a wheelchair.
Anne Boleyn, yeah.
Yeah, the black wheelchair King of England.
Well, there's a lot of media with this problem actually. And I brought that up when I was talking to him privately. Actually, we had an actual conversation about this. He's like, give me specific instances of these things happening. And because I haven't watched many movies, I'm like, I don't know about that. But there was one show on Netflix that I brought up with him that I consider the worst show ever made. It's called Anne Whitney. I totally recommend people watch it if you hate yourself and you kind of want to put a noose around your neck and maybe end it all. Totally go watch that.
Perfect for me.
Anyway. But it's like a green... Has anyone ever heard of Anne of Green Gables before?
I've heard of it. I haven't read it, but yeah.
Yeah, it's basically an adaptation of that, but it's filled with lesbians, gays, drag queens, that kind of stuff that was never in the original story. They forced a whole black storyline in there. None of this stuff ever existed. They did the whole indigenous people of Canada being genocided by the Catholic Church, that kind of stuff. They literally did all that was never in the original story.
I'm pretty sure there was a recent adaptation of oh god, I'm trying to remember the name of it now. It's an epic, a historical epic about Russia, basically whenever Napoleon was invading, and they threw a bunch of black people in there.
Yeah, but also I brought it up with him that behind the scenes of Anne Whitney, they actually made it very specific that they would not hire men, right? They made it very, very apparent that they would never hire men for their writer's room, and they made sure to hire women that were only, how'd you put it, diverse. That was a very specific thing that they literally said that they did. They would not hire men. They only hire diverse women.
And what did Ant say to all this?
He said it was fine because that's what they wanted to do.
Oh my god! Fucking hell.
Filmmakers?
Yeah, which by the way,
I don't know
he
what to
even
tell
said. He said when I asked him how many of these examples could I bring you to where I could show that this is actually a real trend that is happening. He said it doesn't matter if you bring 10 to 20 over like 10 years. If you bring that many examples, it would not even matter, right? Because of like how long Hollywood's been like existing. So even if it was only happening for like a decade and you have so many different examples, it actually would not matter to him. So it actually, to him, there is no point even having a conversation about it.
Oh my god, what a fucking low
You just set the bar ridiculously high so that you know people can never reach it. And also that's like the revenge racism kind of deal where it's like, you know, well, I'm going to take all of history, and I'm all for like historical scope and everything. But if you're talking about a modern movement or anything relevant, it's like, yeah, you got to count shit from more recently, because that's what I'm arguing about. So they did this in the last decade or two.
Yeah, it's just he's not actually interested in having a conversation about it. He's like, you're wrong, and he's right, and there's no evidence you can even bring him. Even if it's like overwhelming, it would not be enough to even change his mind. So there actually isn't a point in having a conversation with him about it.
Well, and he's very like confirmation bias, and I keep bringing it up, but like that Yasuke section was one of the most ridiculous things I've ever seen, in that he took like that little half of a quote and is just like, this is an absolute fact. This confirms everything that I believe because I found this quote from this one guy who's like tangentially a historical expert on this period, and he says that it's not bad that Yasuke was a samurai. And it's like, so now I can conclude now, and I'm going to treat as fact that all of Japan and all of historical experts believe what I believe.
Yep.
And then call anybody who disagrees with him talking over Japan and disrespecting Japan. Like,
oh my gosh.
He also called me racist too.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, he literally, despite his.
But you want to imagine what he called me racist over.
Oh boy!
Like what I said that caused him to say that.
Ooh, let me see.
I don't think you could imagine what I said to make him say that.
I'm guessing it's like you didn't like some movie or TV series, and so it was like,
nope.
and it.
That was not it.
Damn.
No, but what it actually was, and I shit you not, this is exactly what got him to call me racist. Was I said that half the black community in America are racist towards white people.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And he said that is, you are a racist for saying that. I'm not even joking.
We all know what the term honky means. Like, used by black people about white people all the time. So it's.
Yeah.
I mean, you were literally called racist for not liking Black Panther, and now like a bunch of people shit on Black Panther all the time. People forget like this was nominated for Best Picture. Like that's literally all it took, though. It was even smaller than speaking on anything societally. You could just not like a particular thing that involved black people, and it was just like, you're racist. It's like, oh,
yep.
Okay.
It's like, okay.
But about 8 years ago, if you said Gal Gadot's acting is shit, you were called a sexist. Now everybody agrees that Gal Gadot's acting is shit. And somehow you're not sexist now when you say it. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, she's a Zionist, so it's okay.
Yeah. And now we can pull up the clips. Kale, no, give me the stone. It's like, yeah, I was saying all this shit back in the day, and you got mad at me.
Mm-hmm.
I was there before the trend.
Well, anyway, let's keep going here, folks.
Yeah, that's not the strongest evidence that this forced diversity thing is a real concern anyone should take seriously. One example a trend does not make. But even so, why should we care about
we
this
have
forced
multiple than
no.
just this fucking mini series.
Why should we care? That's actually funny, because why not say the same thing in the reverse? Like, oh, because he was complaining earlier about, oh, well, it's a problem if we start drawing historical figures as a separate race. But now he's saying like, oh, so why should we care about force diversity in the first place? Like, why should we care about that?
Yeah.
Well, that's the classic. Yeah, they're just like, oh, it doesn't matter whenever it's going in one direction, and it's kind of like in video games whenever they're like, oh, why do you care that it's body type AB? It's the same as male female. Okay, well, I'm gonna make a mod to change it back to male female. Whoa, wait, ban that mod. It's transphobic. What the fuck? It's like, well, I thought it didn't matter. Well, it only doesn't matter when I get my way, and then I'll pretend like it doesn't matter once I get what I want.
Yeah, like I said, when I talked to him privately about literally this very force diversity thing, right? He said that it doesn't matter no matter how many examples you even give him. So honestly, just saying everything that we do doesn't even matter.
Yep.
Because he's not looking to find, like, he's not looking for what the truth actually is, because he doesn't believe that even exists in the first place.
God. Diversity thing. So what if a documentary like Cleopatra exists? What does that change? Does it harm anyone? Well, some people would argue that forced diversity is a form of
exactly. That's it.
Replacement theory.
Well, and specifically with documentaries, it can be very harmful. It's changing history. And then people start to cite a documentary. They're like, well, you know, black people are actually always viewed as the beautiful people, as shown by the fact that Cleopatra was black and she was always known as a beautiful person. It's like, well, then you're just changing history at that point. And that's always a bad thing, to be revisionist history.
Yep.
Is the idea that white people in America are being replaced by minorities, often Latino, often black, what have you.
It's not really a surprise that the guy who live streamed himself shooting people last week in Buffalo believed so.
Oh yeah, because Vice News is definitely a fucking credible, unbiased source. Yeah.
Some racist bullshit. But that racism was dressed up in something called the Great Replacement.
That guy just exudes soy.
Yes.
Skinniest, most odd haircut individual. Like, here, and I'm trashing on a white guy. You should like this. Look at this fucking dude.
Oh
my
God.
I can't tell the exact hue of his beard. He might be a ginger, which means I can insult him because that's.
He might be either a ginger or a brown-haired guy. Yeah.
I'm going to do this dance with my little.
Honestly, if he was British, that would put the bow. That would put the bow on top of him.
Oh
Racist and highly problematic, probably involving the male gaze.
Yeah. Anyway.
Up in something called the Great Replacement Theory. It's the same theory these guys were stomping around about.
Oh, is he going to play Trump saying they were very fine people? Is he going to do the very fine people hoax?
Probably.
This is, of course, a racist dog whistle. It's a conspiracy theory used constantly by
dog whistle. For those who don't know, dog whistle is whenever somebody says something and then if you don't like them, you say, oh, but you really meant this. And then you just put words in their mouth and make up things.
Yep.
Yeah, like Backseat does all the time, right?
Apparently, yeah.
Since he doesn't acknowledge it in movies, by the way, since he doesn't acknowledge the like the whole race change and forced diversity stuff in movies, I mean, he's never going to admit that it's actually happening in the real world, which it actually is happening in the real world. I mean, Great Replacement Theory isn't even a theory; it's literally just a fact.
It's in documents. Like, yeah, they're like literally saying we're not going to hire these people. True. We're going to hire these people. We're going to meet these quotas because we want to have this spread of, you know, ethnicities or sexual orientation, whatever, and it's going on in many more areas than just black versus white.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, why do you think many of these people encourage white people to be trans and gay to begin with, so they literally don't reproduce?
Yep.
And that's why they're so pissed off when you cut off their access to children. They're like, "Damn it! How are we supposed to shape the future? Damn it!"
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, most trans kids are also white as well. That I've seen.
Yep.
Hate groups throughout all of America. The idea that true Americans, in other words, white Americans, are being outbred or being pushed out of the limelight. The horrifying ultimate result of this would be that minorities would treat white people the way white people treated minorities for all this time. They can't handle that.
Many white supremacists in the U.S. had already worked each other up about the idea.
Is that white people today agree that that was a bad thing to do in the past. So if we all agree that that's bad, then we should work to move forward, not like, okay, well, I mean, this race did this thing in the past, so we're going to make you suffer in the future for something you didn't do, but your ancestors did.
Yeah. Well, quite frankly,
it's like, what's wrong? Like, are you a psychopath?
A lot of people are going to act like assholes when they're in the position of power, and this was very clearly shown in 2020, the Summer of Love, whenever, people weren't nice and civil. Even in my hometown, there was no major incident in Pittsburgh, but like people were fucking assholes and will like jump over barriers. They go up to people in restaurants. They fucking tip over their chair, drink a beer. It's like, okay, if I do that to a black guy, obviously I'm a fucking racist, but apparently I can't call this racist. It's like, oh, you're not allowed to be on the sideline. You're not allowed to be it's like, no, you should want me to be like just not care about this, because that means that I'm being very equal, and if I say I don't give a shit about your race, then that's like the end goal. That's just like that's the ideal. But they're like, no, you have to be fighting in the opposite direction, fuck over yourself. It's like, I'm not really about that, sorry.
Lots of pattern recognition thing that exists as well.
As soon as you get a little modicum of power or like allowance where you're allowed to speak up, you just immediately act like an asshole or endorse people acting like assholes. Then that's just me going like, oh shit, well, you just want a chance to fuck me over, so no, I'm not going to give you an inch at that point. It's like abuse of power immediately as soon as you're given any little bit of it.
Yeah, I mean, his studies on races I found very interesting, because we talked about the whole race thing. I wanted to say on the LGBTQ stuff, but he wanted to go on the whole race thing. He brought up a whole bunch of like studies and stats and all that kind of stuff, saying like, oh, hate crimes towards black people have gone up. But of course, all the stats that he gave me never specify what hate crimes meant.
Yep.
Which, I mean, hate crimes could literally mean anything, right?
Yep. This is just like whenever they bring up, after Charlie Kirk was shot, they're like, oh, well, actually, the right does most of the political violence. Well, what's political violence? It's like, well, first of all, we end up categorizing a bunch of people who aren't white as white, and then we end up categorizing a bunch of people as right wing who aren't even, who just do something violent, and they go, oh, well, you're a white guy and you did something violent, so clearly this is right wing violence. So the studies are just fucked over from the very start. And then they also like don't count a bunch of shit, like all the shit that was burnt down during all these riots and stuff. They're just like, that's not left-wing violence.
But also like I'm part Jewish and I'm around that community. One of the things that Jews consider a hate crime is like denying the Holocaust as a hate crime.
Oh, and there's shit that's, especially in a religious sense, there's shit that's categorized as hate crime that is just like, literally I saw sort of the opposite end of that in England. There was a police officer, like there was a very like Hasidic Jewish dude, with the whole attire and everything, and he was walking past like a group of Muslim people, and they were just like, sir, you're very openly Jewish around these people, can you stop? He's like, well, this is just who I am. And it's like, wow, you're really doing a hate crime on these people right now. It's like, or like whenever people are like eating bacon or something in front, and they're just like, oh, we need to outlaw the bacon, and I use London because that's like the most extreme example of it right now in a Western nation, where it's just like, we're gonna, you can't serve bacon here because that's a hate crime towards the people who don't like bacon. It's like, no, it's just a preference. That's like just literally freedom of religion. I don't subscribe to that, so I'm allowed to eat bacon.
Yeah. Also, Briscoe, you're still on the stage here, bro. Anyways, keep going, guys.
white genocide when this theory came along.
That's a conspiracy theory, and it's used to recruit lots of people who are afraid of being obsolescent in society. Remember that clip we played at the start of the video? Here, let me replay that again for you.
And coming back to why it seems as though the studios are blatantly disrespecting the idea of female characters and ethnic minorities is because they overshadow original established characters just to place someone who fits those boxes in that role.
Yeah,
this
pretty
clip
much.
is an example of replacement theory. It's ultimately arguing that
Also, by the way, does
by
anybody know
creating
that
new
the woman
characters who are
in
diverse,
that video or clip that he just played, that she's a black woman?
Yeah.
What shocked me when I found out, I was like, she sounds white, but she
she
literally
sounds
has
pretty
she had
white,
a-
yeah.
Yeah, she's black. I was like, wow, really?
Yeah.
Black.
Well, given the picture that he's showing now, I'm just picturing Charizard being like, "Wow, Blaziken is replacing me as the flame Pokemon." Replacement theory.
Well, technically, Charizard already got replaced because the very next game, the previous game, Typhlosion was the fire starter. Yeah. Anyway.
and different, they're pushing the limelight away from established characters. In other words, replacing them. This is ultimately pretty ridiculous. In general, new characters tend to become the center of attention in a franchise. And since we've already told
Not really. No.
Often, as we see, this is especially funny after the whole Avengers Doomsday shit just came out. Because they really tried to force Black Falcon Captain, African American onto the audience, and now they're going to reverse back to Chris Evans.
Yep.
As Captain America. So he's like, oh, they're totally the focus. It's like, yeah, until they utterly fail financially and they're forced to move back to the
This is pretty much like Marvel in general because whenever Jacob says now we're talking about Terminator, screw your freedom. But anyways, as I was saying, it's like this is like a really big case in comics because every time they try to like we talked about earlier with like this and it's like, oh, they try to do it with storylines and whatnot. It's like they always every time Marvel tries to push a new character, they always go back to the old tried and true characters. So like that they're especially like fucking like guilty of this. You know what I'm saying? Because Marvel just sucks at making new characters. They always go back to Captain America. They always go back to Iron Man, etc.
Well, this is true with a lot of things. If you can truly make a successful character, you usually make an original series off of that. Like whenever Boruto tried to replace Naruto, like Boruto is obviously successful enough that it's continuing. But let's not even kid ourselves. It doesn't have nearly the cultural impact. People still reference Naruto, even though it's over like a decade over at this point, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Rather than like talking about Boruto, which is currently ongoing. Like,
right.
So yeah, the new thing is not always the popular thing, not even close. And usually when it's trying to piggyback, it does not end up being the popular thing. Like, I'm pretty sure the original Yu-Gi-Oh series is probably still the most popular Yu-Gi-Oh series, especially outside of Japan.
Right, yeah. Anyway.
Told many of these characters' stories in total, it's kind of, obviously, established characters take a sideline to the new characters established because we have to establish new characters. The fact that the characters are appearing at all is a big deal. Citing Terminator Dark Fate specifically as an example of forced diversity is very bizarre to me, considering that...
Oh, he's probably going to now. Speaking of Captain America, his trailer's now in theaters, and it sucks.
Ever since Terminator 2, most of these films, most of these sequels, most of these follow-ups have established new characters or new versions of old characters that they'd have to reestablish.
Yeah, but how many of them are actually as well liked as the older ones, though, Ant? That's a good question.
Such an odd... I never looked at the tagline on this poster. It's nothing personal. Like, that really doesn't fit the movie. For Terminator, this is a weird bit of marketing. It's just a funny thing.
Yeah.
But also, this kind of disproves your point, Ant, in that, like literally all these movies have kind of like failed to replace Arnold to the point where they have to keep bringing him back to try and milk one more out of him, to try and pass the torch one more time. Like, they tried passing the torch in 3, they tried passing the torch in 4, they tried passing the torch in 5. They just keep failing to pass the torch, so they keep dragging him up for one more, and it's like, oh, poor Arnie, please come back.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to wear the Youngman makeup. We'll make up an excuse.
Yep. Anyway.
Terminator Salvation has far more original characters taking the spotlight than Terminator Dark Fate, yet you don't see the same complaint applying to Terminator Salvation.
Because everyone fucking hates Salvation, you idiot.
And like
Just
some people defend it, but it certainly failed financially, and like it was the Sam Worthington era where he was trying to be forced into every franchise, from Attack of the Titans to Avatar to, Terminator Salvation to, I feel like there was another one there that I'm missing, but
yeah,
Sam Worthington was like being forced into everything, and then this movie is basically famous for the Christian Bale lights fucking tirade and nothing else. I love how they have a website also. Like, that's like a late 2000s thing where they had to make a website for the specific movie. It started with like Space Jam, and it continued even onto this, where look at the bottom of that poster, they're like www.terminatorsalvation.com.
Mm-hmm. Literally, the only good thing about Terminator Salvation was the arcade game and the toys. That was literally it. Anyway.
Dark Fate. And likewise, the Sarah Connor Chronicles introduced several new characters, all of which took the spotlight away from Sarah Connor. Yet, no one said this either about that show.
Yeah, because no one fucking watched that show,
and now people like that, but it was like, it was too high budget and didn't pull in enough viewership. Like, sorry.
Yeah. Briscoe, you're still on the stage.
Maybe,
Just
I don't know, try kicking him and bringing him back in. Maybe he needs like a reset.
Oh my god. Alright, there you go. Anyways, moving on.
It's almost as if introducing new stories and new characters to add new blood to an aging franchise is just, in general, good practice to keeping a story alive longer.
Doesn't mean it's going to keep the story alive, Ant.
Yeah, it's also not inherently good to just like do that arbitrarily. And it doesn't just like make it a better story just to throw that in there. It can be done clumsily, it can be done horribly. Basically, you can evolve a character. Now that I've read a bit of the EU, I can confidently say that like they handle that shit way better than the Disney novels and shit, where they actually have Han evolve. All this shit actually happen.
Yeah.
Rather than just like, oh, we're just gonna reset the character arc, because very often you're throwing in new characters or like diverse characters or shit, and what you're really doing is being lazy, because you're recycling a storyline, you're recycling a character arc, because you can't think of anything new. It's the difference between the Disney Star Wars sequels, where they just reset Han, and the Disney Star Wars, I'm sorry, not Disney Star Wars, the actual Star Wars EU, where they evolve Han and they have him not dump Leia. He's still married to her and he raises their kids and shit. And it's actually an interesting evolution of the character while developing the next generation and the kids. It's 100 times more interesting.
Right. Speaking of that, Jana, when's your next EU review coming out?
Well, hopefully before the end of the year. I got some traveling and shit I gotta do after Christmas. And we're having family over before Christmas, so this time of year is just a hodgepodge. I'll say confidently by the end of January, I can almost guarantee that it'll be out, but I'm not gonna say anything before then because it's a bunch of like family and traveling and shit.
Anyway,
but if you point the finger at diversity as the key problem, then, well, you're just misinterpreting what the franchise has been doing this entire time, or perhaps just
no, and we know what the franchises have been doing. It's that they're failing at it, and we're rightfully calling them out for sucking at it.
And we respond when the diversity is used as a shield to criticism. Then we say, hey, that diversity thing is bullshit. It does not shield you from criticism. These are shit characters. And then he goes, wow, you hate diversity.
Right.
No. Just ain't Teflon, man.
Mm-hmm.
Time because the new character isn't a white male. Which, again, for Terminator is pretty bizarre, considering Sarah Connor was one of the first.
So maybe
really
it's not about it being a
major-
white man. You ever think about that, Ant? Like, you look at this and go, aha, they're being hypocritical. Meanwhile, you should look at this and go, oh, it must not be about them being a white man then.
Right. Anyway.
female leads in a mainstream science fiction movie.
Oh, so because Terminator has always had female leads, that means it can never have male leads? Okay, bro.
Also, like, Terminator 1 had Reese. He was like
Kyle Reese, yeah.
Yeah, he was the prominent like fighter of the Terminator. He did most of the work. He blew up its legs and shit so Sarah could finish it off. Like, so that was a white male lead. Essentially, she was very much dependent on him throughout the first movie. And then even Terminator 2, they had Arnie as the Terminator being like kind of the primary defender. And, you know, Sarah was involved in that and everything and helped finish off the bad guy and all that.
Right.
But like, you're trying to act like it was just Sarah like soloing these Terminators in those first two movies.
Anyway.
But also, let's take a look at the rest of that clip to see where she was going with that idea.
For many viewers, it can feel as if established stories are being appropriated and
He showed a clip of the retarded Princesses of Power shit. That shit's getting taken off of Netflix. Erased from history. Yes, another victory.
Yes!
That cringe ass fucking series.
Anyways.
merely replacing the male lead with a female one instead of making a new story that is tailored to the female lead, allowing her to make her own mark. This approach of seeming to just be role-playing an already established character can come across as lacking authenticity and depth. Another example is Doctor Who.
Okay, hang on. Let's take a look at what she just said. So she said that if you introduce a new character who's diverse and it overshadows the established characters, that implies it's bad. So, or that people are being replaced, they're saying. Again, that's a key thing. The replacement. Keep in mind with Richard Meyer, he said the same thing. That Marvel was replacing characters like Spider-Man
in real time.
and the established cores of their universes with diverse replacements. But the reality is, let's look at the clips that she used. She used Little Mermaid, right? She used Terminator.
Also, Jacob says, imagine Ant talking about the Celebrate Our Differences video. Oh, God.
She used...
Yeah, to celebrate our differences.
What is this? This is, Okay, here's what gets really funny. She's using the Midnight Suns game, the Marvel Midnight Suns, right?
Yeah, and...
I'm pretty sure that's your character you can design.
Yeah.
That's your customized character.
Yeah.
The character only looks like how you choose them to look like.
Yeah, it's no one fucking liked that there's a custom player characters made character because people just want to play as their favorite Marvel characters. Like, who the fuck picks up a Marvel Comics game and is like, I want to create my own character? No, everyone wants to fucking make their own characters or play as the characters they already like from the books. You fucking idiot.
This
you know what I'm
reminds me
saying?
of, like DC. I forget if it was called like DC Heroes or like DC Online. I think
DC Universe Online,
Yeah, Universe Online. Where like, you made yours and it just ended up being like a super generic version of like Superman or some shit. And a lot of them, like everybody just wanted to be able to fly because that made the game even easier, obviously. And then they were all like, oh yeah, I gotta have like invulnerability and super strength and shit. And I'm just like, we all just made Temu Superman, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, why didn't I just play as the Flash or Wonder Woman or Superman or Power Girl or whatever?
Yeah.
Venom as a demon who's still Eddie Brock is diverse, which good luck there.
What?
Then you have, again, your custom character. Then you have Miles Morales.
Yes.
Which of seeming to just be role-playing or...
Okay, you have Invincible, which again, okay,
Well,
whatever.
Amber.
It's
Yeah, Amber
she's
got
replaced.
race bent. She's
And
a
she's
white
also
blonde
made into
lady
a
in the
complete
original.
Cunt.
Yeah.
I've seen her writing, and also like Adam Eve, they made her like way more like super feminist propaganda, where like she is way more enraptured with Mark in the comic, and she's like way more like falling kind of head over heels with him, whereas of course in the show they have to be like, oh no, she's super tough girl bossy, she would never fall for that man.
Yeah.
Well, there's not really anything changed here.
Already established character can come.
And now you have freaking Spider-Verse, one of the most popular movies for Spider-Man ever.
It's
and I'm
shit.
guessing
It's still shit, and
It's really wait. Into the Spider-Verse is not one of the most popular movies for Spider-Man ever. It made like under 500 million.
it's literally, I think it's literally the lowest grossing Spider-Man movie. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Is that Miles Morales replaced Peter Parker.
Which is correct.
But she's not saying that. She's just showing you an image to suggest that. And that
You don't show thing either, Ant. You
Why are there
fucking-
Yeah, and like why are there so many examples of the white person getting replaced by the diversity or sex change or whatever? Like, why is it so fucking prevalent they can show this many clips, regardless, even if it's justified every single time? How is that not a problem? It's a weird agenda. It's a weird pattern, Ant.
Yeah, and Miles is I lost my fucking train of thought. God damn it. Anyway, let's keep going.
That's the key difference. She's not explicitly saying Miles Morales is a replacement for Peter Parker.
Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, so like, yeah, it's like even if Marvel is basically like sort of like been like, okay, we can't really replace Peter with Miles, so like we're just gonna have to do this half-house thing where they're both Spider-Man simultaneously. It's basically like it's very obvious that Marvel really wants Spider-Man to be wants Miles to be like the head of the Spider-Man brand. That's why they constantly give him all this new like movies and video games and shit, and constantly restart his damn comic book, even though it doesn't fucking sell all that well.
If Miles sold as good or better compared to Peter, Peter would immediately be phased out.
Yes.
And the only reason that Peter is kept around is because they want to keep the flow of cash.
Yes. And anyways.
And if Peter were the second person introduced, he would never have been given this many chances, and he would have just been forgotten in the dustbin of history.
Yeah.
Showing it while discussing how minority diverse characters replace established characters. That's how they get around explicitly making a point that is unpopular with the general populace to prove their idea. I
mean, general populace is still pretty damn like ambivalent towards Miles. They don't give a fuck about him. Yeah.
I asked my sister, who's much more liberal but also very casual and like probably hasn't seen a Marvel movie since Endgame. Like, if I go like, "Hey, who's Spider-Man?" or like, "Hey, what race is Spider-Man?" She's obviously gonna be like, "Peter Parker, white." What are you talking about? Like, Miles Morales is not a mainstream character. He's not in with normies.
Nah. He's in with consumers anyway.
That this thing you recognize is bad. But they don't say it. They didn't say that. What are you talking about? She never said anything about Miles Morales. She just showed Miles Morales' face and showed Steven Universe characters on screen as a replacement of established IP, even though Steven Universe is an original IP that was diverse to begin with.
And it sucked.
And thus an example of what she's actually talking about in practice.
God, Ant got fucking triggered right there. Holy shit. Oh my gosh, come on, hurry this shit up. Alright, come on. No, skip this.
It's almost like her point makes no sense, doesn't it? But let's take out that for a second.
Well, her point
Because
does
beyond
make sense. Sorry you're too stupid to understand it. Oh, Brad says that is why Miles has been through everything, but at least I still like Peter Parker's Spider-Man. Exactly.
Theory, which is a theory that's been heavily criticized by much smarter people than myself. There's also the idea that this diversity will somehow teach bad ideas. It'll implant bad thoughts into the minds of kids.
Yeah, a lot of these shows really do have fucking bad fucking things that say if you really pay attention to them, man. Sorry.
Young adults or people to normalize identities that certain people see as immoral, and this takes multiple.
Well, no, they are immoral.
Because obviously a cartoon can't genetically produce people of color. People of color don't like produce by like a kid watching Steven Universe and seeing Garnet show up or something like that. No, but what they are afraid of with shows like Steven Universe is that the kids might become gayer having watched it.
I've dated women who have children. I have dated women who.
Who the fuck is this Robert Storms guy? Does anyone know who this guy is? Oh, I know this guy. This guy was begging Darth Melvin to rip him a new asshole over his acolyte reaction. Yeah. Oh, this dude's
Is he the guy who was begging for subs too?
I don't know, but yeah, I do remember this guy now, yeah. Anyway.
Had children who are young, under the age of 13, and they constantly see on YouTube, social media, movies, television shows, Disney now, where characters are gay, lesbian, queer, transsexual, and all this. And it makes them question things that they don't even know yet. They're not even able to quantify in their brains what these things mean. I dated someone, I'm not going to mention any names, who had a young son. And the son wasn't even 13, and he thinks he's gay.
One fear that you often see is that characters who are established as straight are being converted into being gay or bi or trans.
There are characters being race bent, there are characters being sexuality bent, yes. Like fucking John Kent, he wasn't gay originally, now he is.
It simply isn't really happening as much as people think it is.
Yes, it is, Ant. We can point to all these examples.
In comic books, you often see right-wingers, especially in groups like Comic Scale, as mentioned
here we
before,
go.
who will harp on certain characters being turned gay.
Yes.
Tim Drake is a good example.
Yes.
Iceman is a better one.
Yes.
But you look at this and you go, okay, you can name 5 characters who've been turned gay. There are others too, but you really harp on a couple specific ones.
Okay,
and it's
so
such a big widespread problem that you keep harping on the same few characters. The argument
So
always
what?
becomes,
We don't fucking want it happening. Who cares?
why don't you make your own characters? Instead of forcing characters to be gay, make your own characters who are gay. And, well, they'll do that. You see it with John Kent. You have a character...
I guarantee you, the part of the plan was not to have John Kent be gay. And also, again, he's piggying back off of another brand. They tried to replace Clark Kent with this guy and it didn't fucking work. I mean, you know what I'm saying, John? Anyway.
Who was created, first relationship he has is with another man. And the same rhetoric comes...
Yeah, they're also... Yeah, you can tell that in the issues before this that they're trying to set him up with a girl. But, of course, that went out the fucking window.
And that they're forcing gayness and biness into our medium.
So Ethan Van Sciver was right. DC Comics made John Kent, son of Superman and Lois, a phallic unicorn.
Yep.
Which is ridiculous.
Oh,
Undeniably
really?
so. A big common thing I've seen with Iceman specifically is that Jean Grey... Okay, so context for this. In the X-Men at some point...
Dude, it doesn't matter what context you give. It's fucking stupid. You'll never convince us it's alright. We know the fucking context, bro.
The original X-Men team is time-traveled and brought into the present of the 616 universe. So you have Teen Jean Grey, Teen Bobby Drake, etc.
Yeah, we know.
Jean Grey reads Bobby Drake's mind and realizes Bobby Drake is a repressed homosexual.
Yeah.
And upon realizing this, they confront the older adult Bobby Drake from the main timeline. And it turns out, yeah, he's a repressed homosexual.
Yeah,
and that
it's clearly a retcon.
this is something he's been hiding this whole time. So for decades of comic book continuity, Bobby Drake has been secretly gay. Okay, that's a storyline.
No, it isn't. It's a retcon, and no one fucking wanted it. No one asked for it. Not even the gay motherfuckers. You guys know what I'm saying?
Bobby though and said, "Well, that doesn't make sense. There's so and so many times he's with
Yes.
a woman, etc."
Yes.
Ignoring the fact people can be repressed and hide their sexuality.
No, and no, that's not how it works in regards to storytelling. This was clearly a retcon. This was not set up decades in advance by many different writers. This was clearly a Marvel trying to push an agenda and their audience rejecting it, you fucking idiot. And again, and like we talked about this in that one video with Jeremy and Jan, it's like fictional characters do not operate on the same level of autonomy that real people do. If a writer writes a story where a character comes out as gay, that is literally not the character deciding that. That is literally the writer deciding that. The character literally has no choice but to act it out. The writer is literally like deciding the story as it goes, and the character is forced to act it out. You guys get what I'm saying, right? Oh my gosh. Anyways.
Body for years. Now, one theory I've seen a lot of people spread that I think is overtly wrong is the idea that Bobby Drake was brainwashed into being gay by Jean Grey.
Now, a couple things happened. Number one, she outed him. This is in a Brian Michael Bendis story where she's like, "Bobby, you're gay," but then she did like a hand to her temples thing. So there's a fan theory that she literally turned him gay with her psi powers. So, Brian Michael Bendis had to virtue signal. So it's like, I want Bobby to be gay, but I'm not sure.
Funny.
Yeah.
Also, hello, I just came back from a nap.
Yeah.
How did I just typed?
Where the fuck is John? Is John taking a nap? What the fuck?
Bobby, you're gay.
So that Jean Grey used the
John, you sleeping or some shit?
a missile on his head and turned him gay. Who knows?
Who hang on, what?
Not sure how to. He just types. Jean Grey says, "Bobby, you're gay."
So that Jean Grey used the gay missile on his head and turned him gay. Who knows? Now, the problem with that theory is this: the way time travel works in
Oh, no one cares, Ant. You might as well just fucking get all this shit out of the way.
Marvel, the Bobby Drake who was displaced from time becomes a variant in time. So it's an
Oh,
alternate
no one
reality
cares,
version.
Ant.
Actually, if you look in the
Fucking
Marvel comics, there's a
stupid.
whole universe designation for that version of Bobby Drake that's separate from 616.
Oh,
If Bobby
cares?
Drake was
Get
turned
on
gay
with
for
the
some
damn
reason,
shit.
it would not affect the 616 timeline because they are two different
And they
entities.
literally took the past versions in the present day and said, like, yes, these are the past versions of the 616 guys. And then they fucking said, so if past Bobby is gay, then that must mean present day Bobby is gay. And you attempting to do this time travel mumbo jumbo to try and justify this shit is you just like covering is just Marvel trying to cover their ass saying, no, we didn't really retcon it. They're alternate versions, guys. Trust us. We ain't buying it for you fucktard. And John, you get what I'm saying, right? Where it's like what I'm saying like earlier about like the fucking how like fictional characters lack autonomy in relation in comparison to real people, right? So if a writer decides that a character is gay, despite years of previous stories saying otherwise, then well the character has no choice. You get what I'm saying, right, John?
I mean, I would agree with that. Yeah. So I just got back, but what were you saying?
All right, hang on. Let me go back a little bit so you can hear Ant's point here. It's talking about how, like, it's okay to Hang on, let me talk about this. Hang on.
Being turned gay. Tim Drake is a good example. Iceman is a better one. But you look at this and you go, okay, you can name 5 characters who've been turned gay. There are others too, but you really harp on a couple specific ones. And it's such a big, widespread problem that you keep harping on the same few characters. The argument always becomes, why don't you make your own characters? Instead of forcing characters to be gay, make your own characters who are gay. And, well, they'll do that. You see it with John Kent.
Yeah, you can clearly tell that, like, making John Kent gay was not a part of the original plan because this was not done by his creators. Oh my gosh. You know what I'm saying? So John, like, when a character is made gay, they really have no choice in the matter, and they have to, like act out the fantasies of the writer. You know what I'm saying, John?
Yep. And they make this argument in the reverse all the time. It's like, Well, and kind of, I think what you were just saying about like going back in time is usually kind of the problem, where they're like, oh, they were, and it works more with sexual orientation than these other things where they're like, oh, that was always gay. And then like they'll do it with anime characters where they're like, oh, now she's not wearing a revealing outfit. She always hated wearing those revealing outfits before.
Yeah.
It's like, well, not necessarily. No, that's probably just what she chose to wear. It's like, no, we have retconned it now. And in American comics, it's especially bad because a lot of times they've switched artists, they've switched writers.
Yeah.
And now this later guy comes in, sometimes like 20 years after the character was created or something, and goes like, oh, they were always gay. And
Yeah.
it's like, oh, wait, what? That's not what the first 3 writers of the character said. In
Yep.
their runs. And they're like, no, it was always true. That was just suppressed because of society or whatever.
Yep. Anyway,
You have a character who was created, first relationship he has is with another man, and the same rhetoric comes in that they're forcing gayness and biness into our medium.
So Ethan
First
Van Sciver
relationship
was
he
right.
has, so not as like his first issue or anything.
yeah.
DC Comics made John Kent, son of Superman and Lois, a phallic unicorn.
Which is ridiculous. Undeniably so. A big common thing I've seen with Iceman specifically is that Jean Grey. Okay, so context for this. In the
Oh,
X-Men
it doesn't
point,
matter
the
what
original
context
X-Men
you
team is
get.
time traveled and brought into the present of the 6-1.
Yeah, Dennis. The problem with forced gay characters and new gay characters is that they're poorly written. Soy boys can't write. Why is that so hard for you to understand?
And why do you need to piggyback off the popular character and make them gay?
Yeah, because they're still connected. The X-Men brand, the Superman brand. I guarantee you, if they made these original stories like disconnected from these like famous titles and shit, they'd flop hard.
6 universe. So you have Teen Jean Grey, Teen Bobby Drake, etc.
Oh,
At some point, Jean Grey reads Bobby Drake's mind and realizes Bobby Drake is a repressed homosexual. And upon realizing this, they confront the older adult Bobby Drake from the main timeline, and it turns out, yeah, he's a repressed homosexual, and that
why did they have to go
this
back
is
in
something
the
he's been
timeline?
hiding.
Yeah, well, no, they brought the past versions of them into the present day. But yeah, John, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
This whole time. So for decades of comic book continuity, Bobby Drake has been secretly gay. Okay, that's a storyline. People
No, it
got
isn't.
angry though and said,
Retcon.
"Well, that doesn't make sense. There's so and so many times he's been with a woman, etc." Ignoring
Totally
the fact that-
arbitrary storyline. Imagine if that were forced into a gay character, and imagine if they just like, hey, you've been straight the whole time.
Yeah,
You've
North
been-
Star, you've been straight this whole time, bro. Why have you been faking it?
Yeah. You've only done this because of societal pressure. You were just trying to virtue signal. I get it. You didn't want to be labeled as hateful, so you pretended to be gay. Like, how would Ant react to that? Would he just be like, "Oh, it's a storyline. That's a storyline. Yeah, it makes complete sense." He'd be
Mhm.
like, "No, this is hateful. This is repressive. This is awful."
Yeah.
and hide their sexuality for years. Now, one theory I've seen a lot of people spread that I think is overtly wrong is the idea that Bobby Drake was brainwashed into being gay by Jean Grey.
Now, a couple things happened. Number one, she outed him. This is in a Brian Michael Bendis story where she's like, "Bobby, you're gay," but then she did like
are
a
you
hand to
gay?
her temples thing. So there's a fan theory that she literally turned him gay with her psi powers. So, Brian Michael Bendis had to virtue signal. So it's like, I want Bobby to be gay, but I'm not sure how to. He just types, Jean Grey says, "Bobby, you're gay."
So that Jean Grey used the gay missile on his head and turned him gay. Who knows? Now, the problem with that theory
According
is
to
the
Alex
way time
Jones.
travel works in Marvel, the Bobby Drake who was displaced from time becomes a very
Nah, I don't want. No, I want to see how Ant dances around this
It's
bullshit
honestly
here.
not that long of a skip because he's on 147 something right now, and his timestamp was for 148 something.
Yeah.
So thanks
Very
a lot,
interesting
Ant. You
time.
saved us like 30 seconds out of your 2.5 hour almost video.
Yep.
So it's an alternate reality version. It's actually, if you look in the Marvel
Except you literally just said it's the past versions of them, Ant. Which one is it?
comics, there's a whole universe designation for that version of Bobby Drake that's separate from 616. If Bobby Drake was turned gay for some reason, it would not affect the 616 timeline because they are two different entities.
But it's it's supposed to be his past self in the present day coexisting with his present day self. So it can't be that Ant.
Travel's weird in Marvel. Just if you displace from time, you're now an alternate branching path. You get the idea. So logically, nothing that happened to Bobby Drake should affect adult Bobby Drake at the time. Even though, yes, I do know later on that Kid Bobby Drake was reinserted back into time along with the other young X-Men so that they could kind of reemerge in the timeline as if nothing's been interrupted. But again, in that case, they had no memories of what happened anyway. So if they really were affecting each other, then young Bobby Drake would not be gay because anything that happened in the timeline when they were displaced was erased from their mind. Therefore, Bobby Drake as an adult, if your logic still held true, would no longer be gay because the events that happened to young Bobby Drake would be erased.
Then
that is simply not
explain why adult Bobby's gay is still gay then, huh, Ant?
Happened, and you're wrong if you think that. Just objectively. Jean Grey did not make Bobby Drake gay. Didn't happen. Character was just retconned to be gay. And that retcon opened the door up to different stories. Now again...
Yeah, bad stories that no one fucking wanted, Ant. How about that?
And people will then say, well, you made Bobby Drake a gay stereotype. Well, no. if Cena Grace's account is anything to go by, Marvel actually kept them from making Bobby Drake more overtly queer when they wrote Bobby Drake's...
They still allowed him to write the story anyway.
Yeah, more overtly queer. So they were hateful because they didn't just want him fucking constantly fucking dudes in the ass, I guess.
I don't fucking know.
It's Iceman solo series. The idea that comics are being forced to be gayer, not a reality. The fear,
yes, it is. A lot of the creators, well, even if they're not being forced to be it, they're certainly not stopping a lot of the creators from making the dog shit stories that they are.
Is that you're indoctrinating people with this queer media, and that's going to make more people gay, I guess.
And studies show that kids that experience trauma and stuff, it affects them later on. So if they're growing up and they're seeing, lesbians and gays on Disney Plus, they're already conditioning themselves that, hey, I want to suck dick.
Again, tying back into replacement theory, the idea that this media is somehow like the metaphorical Jean Grey gay bomb, making the audience gayer as a result in some way, which is ridiculous. It's purely silly. Because people
I heard about that, Dennis. Instead of actually writing them as characters, they do something similar to what Invincible Season 3 did with the random gay bank robbers montage. Exactly, yeah.
Be trans. They are born that way, and society suppresses their instinct to be that. It suppresses the desire.
Well, we're not in that society anymore, and it's like, you're free to be gay. Just stop making our comic book characters gay. Fucking make a whole new company now, for fuck's sake, bro.
To express oneself, even to themselves. There's a famous chart that depicts left-handedness and how many people identified as left-handed. The moment people stopped, trying to train people to not be left-handed, people who identified as left-handed jumped in skyrocketed number before hitting a plateau.
What?
Now, that's not to say
I don't care about any of this shit, Ant.
It's that the plateau was the level it was always at, and
where was the agenda? Where were the left-handed people? Were like, we need to have more left-handed people, and and it would just be infinitely higher.
And before
you
were left-handed
view
people
the plateau as a problem, because why didn't it keep rising? It should be 50-50. Everything should be equal. The fuck?
Who were being forced either by society or by some external force to not use their left hand, to train themselves to be right-handed. The same thing applies to LGBTQA stuff. It's not that media is making people more gay. It's that the people who you think are being made gay by media were always gay.
No, I seriously doubt Stan Lee back in the 60s literally envisioned Iceman to be gay, bro. Come on. This was clearly a retcon.
Why would it have to be unnatural? And you're talking about the difference between a character constantly going like, hey, gays suck, versus not saying that. That would be the absence of oppression. That would be like the even keel thing, where like they're like, left-handed people are no longer evil. Fine. But you're taking it to the opposite end now, where you are propagandizing people to be left-handed. Like,
Right.
Nobody ever did this for left-handed people. Like, if that's the example you want to use, nobody was like making a bunch of left-handed characters and having all the comics be like, oh, yeah, there wasn't some like fucker on the radio like, hey, by the way, these left-handed people sure are fucking awesome, aren't they? Like,
yeah.
Your example doesn't work.
Sorry.
You were just trying to teach them to not be gay. Ironically, you were
No, Stanley wasn't writing Iceman to not be gay. He was just writing him as he fucking was. He was straight for years on end.
Show me the X-Men who were like, hey, those gays sure do suck, huh? Those gays, fuck them gays. Like, Wolverine's not going around saying fuck them gays. Like, that's like, just getting rid of that would be the evening out that you're talking about, Ant.
Yeah. I wonder what Ann thinks of the recent Witcher Season 4 finale meme. It literally represents how people feel about poorly written SJW characters and what they really want in fiction. I didn't hear about what happened. What happened there, Dennis?
Accusing the media of doing the exact opposite of what's actually happening. And frankly, there are so few actually...
And I think it's Star Wars Marvel purists who said this about, like, in relation to this. It's like, well, he's gay now. Well, he wasn't for the past 60 years, and those 60 years are more important than, like, what's currently out now. You know what I'm saying? Anyways.
Meaningful characters who are LGBTQIA in media right now, it's ridiculous. And many of the ones who are queer are being suppressed from media. Just recently, Disney kept an episode of the show.
Not really. It's like they're all too happy to put them in there, if anything.
Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur from airing because it depicted a trans character.
Yeah, good, because that's supposed to be a fucking kids show, and you should really keep that shit out of there. You know what I'm saying?
Episode was leaked. Fine episode, but Disney felt, given the current political climate, that it would be improper to debut this episode. Which
Good. But the current political climate has never influenced them to put that shit in their shit in the first place.
Mm-hmm. This was clearly money, is why they didn't put it out there, yeah.
Very fitting. Alex Hirsch, the creator of Gravity Falls, told people how it was back in the day. Disney will put up these...
Alex Hirsch wants to fuck every single female animator at Disney Studios. Did you guys hear about that?
No.
Oh my god, it is fucking ridiculous. I gotta show you guys that video like real soon. But anyway, Dennis says Ant and those like him don't understand there's a difference between natural born gays and those who discovered themselves due to media, teachers, and other nonsense. Exactly.
I mean, with the whole Alex Hirsch thing, I mean, he is best buddies with Justin Roiland, so
yeah,
clearly he must be into some very weird stuff.
Some nasty ass crap. Yeah. Anyway,
we love the LGBTQA community on public
I mean,
media.
everyone has the idea that he's innocent and all that, but he knew Justin for a long, long time, so ain't no way he didn't know what was going on.
Yeah.
Will tell creators to stop putting gay stuff in, stop putting gay stuff in, stop putting gay stuff in. The media is not adding queer media, it's repressing queer media from fully expressing itself fully. Yeah,
I think it's expressed itself a little bit too much, Ant. How about that?
I could believe you if there weren't a fucking outrage mob every time they're like, this series hasn't had queer representation. What the fuck is wrong with it? Like, I get this shit with, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! And shit, which I barely even pay attention to the new shit, but they're like, the women, it's all sexism. They don't have the women be the win every duel. It's just like, whenever there's not the shit that you guys exactly want, you try and make that into an agenda. And again, it doesn't have to be anything negative towards any group. It's just like the absence of inclusion you take as oppression. And that's never been the case. It never will be.
Right.
Forcing diversity in. They are keeping diversity out. They commodify differences of orientation and identity in order to be more marketable, at least perceived as more marketable, without going too far. Again, this is kind of why they tried to market the first gay character, but each first gay character for Disney was basically a glorified cameo at best and implication at worst. This is an element that's very important with understanding how media is marketed towards these groups. Rainbow capitalism is a term that exists because capitalists want to market to the LGBTQA community without having to worry about fully diving into queer ideas and queer
they
representation.
think that they will make money by doing that, but the reality is they're not.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry, Ann, but you gay people aren't fucking profitable enough to exploit money from. Sorry, bro, you're just not that huge a group. Well, what am I saying? Of course I'm not sorry. Fucking Ant is part of a group that isn't large. But anyway.
It's meaningful and impactful for audiences. They sanitize it. But that sanitized version scares people enough to have a reaction.
The 6ABC data team analyzed book bans across the country and found Pennsylvania is in the top 3 states for banning books.
Shit, John.
Mindy Freeman and her daughter worry about how the ban will impact other kids.
Yeah, Pennsylvania is like one of the top states in this regard, yeah.
In what regard?
Meaningful and impactful for audiences. They sanitize it. But that sanitized version scares people enough to have a reaction.
The 6ABC data team analyzed book bans across the country and found Pennsylvania is in the top 3 states.
Oh, never mind, John. That's one of the best things. Your state's one of the biggest states for book bannings of gay books.
Yeah!
Hell yeah, brother!
We've had a Democratic governor for like over a decade now, so...
Oh, shit.
You can fuck right off with that, Ant.
Yeah, anyways.
Books. That's frightening to me. Mindy Freeman and her daughter worry about how the ban...
not having pornography in the elementary schools. If it happens to have gay pornography, it's like, oh, you're banning gay stuff.
Oh, hang on. In the finale of Witcher Season 4, a badass white bounty hunter slayed the diverse band of thieves that Siri was a part of fans, and fans loved it due to how badass it looked. Nice. Anyway.
And will impact other kids.
When the school board and administration takes that away from students, it's actively harming them, and it's actively not making them feel safe in school.
They feel safe. Like, read a book about fucking somebody else.
Oh my god. Just go on to fucking the internet and read porn then, for fuck's sake.
Banned on a yearly basis. Most of them nowadays represent LGBTQA.
Genderqueer, all boys aren't blue. This book is gay. The person being
Every time I read titles like this, I think in the back of my head, is it too late to bring back bullying?
Dude, like literally the first 3, the entire book is about sex. It's about sex. A flamer is the 5th book. It's literally a derogatory term.
Oh my
god. What are we
God.
doing? Like,
What are we doing?
You know what else is probably not an elementary school library? Just 50 Shades of Grey. That's a heterosexual relationship. But shouldn't, if it's not banned, it should be. I'll say that unequivocally, and that's a heterosexual shit. But that should not be in elementary school libraries because it's very clearly kinky bondage, sick shit. And the fucking
It's that cow fucking novel you were telling me about.
the fucking cow that should not be in elementary school libraries.
I'm trying to imagine if it was an elementary school, how deeply fucked up the school must be.
And that wouldn't be censorship. It wouldn't be anti-hetero shit. It would just be like, let's not have pornography in our elementary school libraries.
Right. Anyway.
Themes. Heartstoppers was challenged in libraries, taken off library shelves because they were perceived to be pornographic. Heartstoppers, a book where, at best you get scandalous hand-holding, It's ridiculous. It's downright ridiculous that we act as though this is dangerous media.
It's not really up to you, you fucking moron. Fuck.
Yeah, sorry.
It's up to the parents, you stupid fucking freak.
And often when they say book bans, it's just I can't get it for free where my
and now
kids
that
already are.
Now that Ant's the parents are like, oh yes, I want my little totally real child reading these books. Oh yeah, oh. Hey, what do you got there, little auntie boy? What do you got? Fucking Flamer. Oh, you're gonna love that book. Oh yeah.
I hope his kid is just like, hey, Dad, Catcher in the Rye is my favorite book. He's just like, no. He's like, Lord of the Rings is the best. I love the elves and how all white they are. And he's just like, you need to watch Rings of Power, little ant. You can't. Don't read that hateful book. No.
No. Anyway.
Who's that German guy screaming on TV? He's pretty cool.
Anyway.
In all that.
Imagine, my God, imagine this. Because like Gavin Newsom's kid was talking about being a fan of I think it was Charlie Kirk. Whenever Gavin Newsom like interviewed him, it was like imagine if like Ant he like sees his kid like watching a Critical Drinker video. And he's just like, no, you should watch this Birdman guy. And he's like, that Birdman guy sounds lame and gay, Dad. He's like, oh.
Anyway.
What we're seeing is basically something very, very fine and very, very wholesome. If this was
wholesome, yes, gay butt sex is wholesome. Apparently. Oh my gosh.
And a woman, you wouldn't even pass a second glance at it, but it's not. Therefore, it seems overtly sexual. A queer relationship is often depicted by word of mouth as pornographic when it's the same stuff you'd see with a straight couple. But
well, it's in media. It's way more pornographic than straight couples. I'm sorry, and I don't know what to tell you. This is how it's often depicted more often than not.
Moonlighting, or I'm sorry, not Moonlighting is the Bruce Willis series. That's perfectly fine. Moonlight, the 2016 Best Picture winner, where they had to remove the envelope and have a clusterfuck whenever they were awarding it for Best Picture. They have the gay couple, the kids, and they're given a hand job on the beach. You want to talk about double standards, Ant? Like, this is some sick shit to have minors doing on screen. And if it's like even like an anime or some shit where it's not even real people, it's like if you have some minor like fingering some bitch on the screen, like that would be some sick shit also. And yet you're like, oh no, give it Best Picture because it's two gay people. Like, let's go ahead and have it. It's just like, dude, you're so far, you allow so much more, and you excuse so much sick shit that should be labeled as pornographic, and you do it with minors and shit. Like, you're so far removed from the equation that you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about anymore.
Yeah.
Identity is not the only thing where people have hand-wringing and try to beg, think of the children, you can't put this in media, it's going to harm people. Body diversity is another thing.
Oh, here we fucking go.
Also depicted as a dangerous lifestyle choice that the media is educating and indoctrinating people with. And it's very dangerous too. Now, one element of character design that's very important is that you really want to have varied character design. You want to have, if you put the characters in silhouettes, they'd all be identifiable by their silhouettes and be distinct and all look different. When She-Ra was first
point, whenever you have a series with a lot of characters, it's obviously going to eventually not be true. Like Goku has a very distinct hairline, of course, the little flat part and the three, all that. Like he's Toriyama is very good, very distinctive and all that. But like people always get on One Piece about this. They're like, all the women have the same body type. And it's just like, well, not really. And also like, there's a shit ton of characters. It's a fucking 1,200 chapter series at this point. Like, of course, there's going to be similarities.
We made one of the big things that people got upset by was the differences in character design.
Yeah, they're all shit. I mean, look at this. Everything is a fucking downgrade.
Yep, everything's flatter, more androgynous. Like, god damn, look at that top middle. She-Ra's a babe.
Damn.
Every character was redesigned. Now, in the previous She-Ra show from the 80s, the characters all had a very similar character design. I would say cut and paste in some ways, but I'm... not being
You gonna
very
say cut
charitable
and
to
paste
the
for the new ones?
Mm-hmm.
kind of cookie cutter design the characters used to have. But you saw in the remake, they did diversify the body types, the racial diversity, all that. They tried to make them more distinct so that
Yeah, and it made everything look like ass.
if you lined up all the princesses and all the side characters, they all looked distinct, and they succeeded. And a lot of people, for some reason, were angry.
No.
It was the exact opposite. They all look the fucking same. They're all flat.
Yeah, it made everyone look distinctly ass.
By trying to spice up the cast a little bit. I guess because they didn't all look like supermodels. Who knows? Of course, the character Bo was one of the many
God,
listed
this
up.
looks like the most generic Flash animation shit I've ever seen.
Yeah.
They take eliminating curves as like diversity. It's just like bland rectangle that you start out with your character design, apparently.
Yeah.
A victim of the ginger side in media, where gingers were replaced, but that's just.
Yep, he got ginger sided.
Are you speaking from my people, you ignorant fuck?
Yeah. Yeah, John, what do you think about one of your people getting ginger sided?
Yeah. You know, apparently, like, doesn't he know that ginger is an anagram for another word?
Mm-hmm.
That he might not agree with people using. And also, like, why is not only are we ginger siding this character, but we're also taking away all of his muscle. Like,
Yeah.
Oh, he's just like a soy cuck bullshit boy right now.
Yeah.
Why does his hair change color right at the sideburns? Look at that shit. This is the worst character design. Look at the hairline. It looks like they put a little cap of purple on him, then they forgot to color before where it goes below his forehead.
Yeah, and they gave him gay dad.
Oh my god, and his outfit, like, what the fuck is that one shoulder pad? What the fuck is it? Like, oh, if I get hit in this shoulder, it's okay, but if I get hit in this shoulder, it's bad, so I'm gonna have one on.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Ridiculous. Strange no one cares when Matt Murdock, a redhead character who's cast with a brown-haired actor. I'm sure it's total coincidence that that's just a white person cast as. I'm sure it's nothing. I think it's a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, the accusations of Gingerside aside, a lot of people were angry when Spinnerella.
Oh, so
was
he's gonna dismiss. Have you not seen the picture? Have you not seen the chart, Ant?
What chart, John?
Oh, there's a whole like picture about ginger people being replaced with black people. Hang on.
Oh yeah, I saw that chart. Yeah.
Yeah.
He designed.
I'll find it. You can keep playing it. Yeah.
All right.
Of a series, mainly because she was given wider hips and soft, fuller features. The ire of the
it looks like crap.
internet was there for some time against her.
Looks
The
like
fandom-
something you see on DeviantArt.
Yeah, looks like crappy DeviantArt, which is where this art should have fucking stayed.
kind of overshadowed this problem when people actually saw the show and liked it. But
No, only fucking idiots liked that show, John.
Where are these people that like these things?
Fucking no, on Tumblr.
Tumblr,
Here, I
DeviantArt.
put it in the private chat. There's the
Fanzia.
image of the ginger side.
Hang on, let me get it up here.
Ant wants 10 to 20 examples. Here we go.
Boom. Let's see here. What do we got here? We got fucking shit. We got Lana Lang. We got Rit. We got. I can't read these names. They're a little too blurry. Heimdall. Electro.
I
Iris.
feel like this chart should be a lot bigger with all the more recent additions.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is probably a few years old at this point, quite frankly.
Yeah.
but
There's Bo. Yep.
you can see quite a few examples.
Mm-hmm. What do you have to say to all this, Ant?
Ant just dismissed it all because Daredevil was made brunette. Nobody gave a stink about it.
Yeah.
undeniable that the initial reaction that Spinnerella got amongst certain groups was ire, was anger.
Yeah,
And for
it
what?
looks crap.
Because her character looked different. Ignoring when shows have biodiversity as a gag or whatever the going on with Totally Spies at any given moment, biodiversity is almost universally criticized by a certain subset of the audience, mainly because it apparently tries to encourage the audience to forego physical fitness. What? Because clearly having a different body type is somehow reflective of some moral failing. This all falls back on a lot of
being a fat ass means that you
If
don't
your
work
movie
out as
isn't-
much. Yes.
Yes, Ant, great. Glad we've got that cleared up. Okay.
Depicting obesity at the same way the whale depicts obesity, in that it is dehumanizing and disturbing and just awful in every sense of the word, then the movies do
Is the whale problematic? What?
I don't know.
Does he not like the whale because the guy has a heart attack and dies at the end?
I guess. I don't fucking know.
And not making you feel guilty for existing and taking up space. The idea, of course, is that
you're not feeling guilty for existing. You're feeling guilty for letting yourself go and not giving a shit about yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
I remember in the movie, he was married to a woman, but he falls in love with another man. He was a closet homosexual. He made the choice to leave his already established family to be with this guy. Except the guy gets cancerous and died. And he feels so guilty about just walking out on his family like that, just succumbing to desires that he probably shouldn't have because of his religious upbringing, which is why he became reclusive and obese.
Yeah.
And so the entire film, it's just him reconnecting with his estranged family just to show that he still cares.
Yep.
And it's really painful, and it's really one of the few films that legitimately made me sad.
Ow. Well, and he absolutely suppresses all of his emotions through the eating, through the, all that shit. And it's like, it doesn't just excuse him. Like, Ant would want, like, this guy's gay, so he can't be bad morally. It's like, no, he did a morally horrible thing. And then like, oh, well, he's also obese, so he shouldn't be bad about that. It's like, no, that's objectively a horrible thing. It's literally going to kill him. And the doctor tells him so. Trust the doctors, Ant. Trust the experts.
Yeah, Ant. Trust the experts. Oh my gosh, anyway.
Abdominal muscles are presented as a sign of physical strength. That if you have abs and biceps, that's a good thing. But this ignores the fact that Hugh Jackman had to dehydrate his body so his abs were visible.
Christ, that's not the same fucking
Ever heard of method acting?
I have a brother who's had a pretty significant six-pack for like 15 years, 20 years probably. He doesn't have to dehydrate himself. It's called just generally being in good shape, and you'll have ab. And also there's a difference between like having the Hugh Jackman dehydrated body and being a fucking fat ass in the whale. You're taking two extremes. You sick fuck. You're just like trying to encourage obesity and people to kill themselves. Christ.
God damn. I wonder what Ant's reaction would be if he finds out his son likes George Carlin. I don't know.
If you don't look like the whale, then you're dehydrating yourself, and that's unhealthy. Shut the fuck up, Ant.
What if this kid grows up and likes Andrew Dice Clay?
Oh my god.
Moonlight is so cringe. I mean, the character being black was enough, but you didn't need to make the character gay in addition to that. It's like having your character be obese, gay, black, and feminist.
And that is the only reason it won anything is because he was a black gay guy.
Yeah.
It was a boring ass movie. I watched all the Best Picture nominees that year. They were all fucking better than Moonlight, including the one about the black women in NASA.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, I like Hidden Figures.
Yeah,
I enjoyed Hidden Figures a lot more than I thought I would.
I watched that because I was down in Maryland in between visits of two different people. I was like, oh, I need to kill some time. I go see Hidden Figures for 2 hours. And I was just like, that was better than Moonlight.
Yeah. Anyways, there seems to be a weird trend of replacing gingers with black people, which is funny because both black skin color and ginger hair color were symbols of outsiders in European culture.
That's
yeah,
why we're an anagram. You know, there's
Hell yeah,
ginger,
brother.
and then you rearrange the letters, and it becomes another word. And,
yeah.
Yeah.
In the Wolverine. This ignores the fact that the only thing that allows you to have abs isn't how big your muscles are, but how reduced your body fat is. And quite frankly, in some cases,
ignoring the fact
to
that's
reduce-
always been a case. People always tell you diet and exercise. Diet is the part that reduces fat. Exercise is the part that increases muscle. And you fucking dumbass, you don't understand how fucking abs work.
reduce your body fat to show abs that visibly that we glorify as the peak of fitness. You'd
It
have
is
to
the peak. It's
It literally is the peak of fitness.
You are more fit if you have abs versus having the whale gut. I don't know why you have to fight this basic biological fact.
Yes, literally. Like, as a former wrestler, when I was wrestling, I had abs and I was in shape. I was fit. When I stopped wrestling and I didn't have the need to work out anymore, I lost my abs and now I'm not in physical peak condition anymore. You know what I'm saying? Oh my god.
Actually dehydrate your body.
Oh, he's gonna say you
and
have to
deprive
dehydrate yourself to have abs. Like,
Hydrate yourself. To be honest, the Castlevania replacement wasn't that bad. I liked how they portrayed Isaac in the show. His arc about choosing between destruction and giving humanity a chance was quite interesting. Anyway.
Of nutrition for long stretches of time. It's not sustainable. If you look at the body of Olympic athletes, you realize that their body types
that's
are
not
diverse.
the only way to have abs. Do you think that people only ever have abs if they dehydrate themselves? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? You're actually, like, hurting people's health with this.
Yes.
Like, you're like, oh, don't even give a shit because the only way you could ever look how they want is if you dehydrate yourself. So just fuck it. Let yourself get fat.
Should we? You know what? I think this is worth flagging this video over for causing. Let me see here. Harmful and dangerous acts. Anthony Gramuglia is advocating for people to dehydrate themselves. Here we go. All right, let's see if we get any reports back on that. Anyway.
You're not going to say an Olympic athlete's out of shape or encouraging an unhealthy lifestyle, are you? Well, why would you do it with anyone else? But this is worse when talking about the body of children who are judged and scrutinized by people online in the way that I
an
personally find
obese child is 10 times sicker than an obese adult because your metabolism should be fast enough that you should never be obese as a child. Like, that's like parental abuse that they're feeding you that much shit.
Anyway.
Take April O'Neil. April O'Neil's been through a few different changes over the years.
Like, I used to literally go through the drive-thru and we would only get fries, only carbs, only empty calories, and I still wasn't obese. So imagine how abusive a parent has to be to get their kid to be a fat ass.
Yes. Here we go. He's going to defend Black April now.
Comic, she's arguably a black woman from a lot of the cartoons from the 80s.
She is
arguably a black.
She is a
showing.
She is a white woman that's been confirmed by Eastman and Laird that, like, yes, she is pretty much a white woman.
Holy shit!
Oh my god!
It's like, arguably.
I mean, hell, the name April O'Neil is like the most Irish American shit you could think of.
Yeah. I used to laugh at whenever he self-owns because, like, you're choosing to put together this little collage. Look at the pictures, Ant. How is that arguably a black woman other than the last one, which is very clearly a modern thing?
Yeah.
2000s, she's a white redhead. Recent cartoons depicted her as black. But when you get to the most recent TMNT movie, a lot of people started throwing fits over how she was apparently depicted as overweight.
Yeah.
And so a lot of people
threw fits over being white. So you're gonna call that out?
Very concerned messages about fitness in response to this.
Making April go from a physically fit and daring woman to an overweight one is a disservice to her character, and it pushes a message that being overweight is okay. When we should be.
Here's a question for you: daring, physical fit woman, and overweight woman. The conflict is right there. You're not saying that you think that an overweight woman isn't daring or sophisticated or good. You're implying it, though, by leaving out certain adjectives.
Yeah. You're probably not as daring. You're probably not as good.
Yeah, you're probably gonna get fucking exhausted really fucking fast if you're fat, like Trailblazer.
Hey, April, chase down a story. April's like, I'll start. Oh, give me a chili dog. Holy fuck.
Hey, it's Jorge. Based take, unlike Anthony's. Indeed, Jorge. Cheers.
Nature. With the second example.
Pushing healthy habits instead of making excuses for laziness and complacency.
And we gotta get Jorge on one of these shows, man. I'm willing to bet Jorge would be funny as fuck. Jorge Lucas, yeah.
Could it? Oh my god! Again, he's making all these connections between body type and personality.
Why doesn't he just accept fat people?
She
I'm so outraged.
she looks ugly, bro. Jesus Christ. I hate to tell you this, but fat people, on average, are uglier than fucking fit people. I'm sorry, bro.
Yep. There's a reason all the fat bitches on Tinder tend to take pictures from the neck up.
Nothing about this character at all. This is ridiculous.
Have easily
He doesn't
made
have to know
April
anything
a
about the
fit
character.
and
We can objectively say that it's better for less characters to be obese.
Yeah.
daring black woman, and people would have been much more receptive to it.
Ah, much more receptive, not completely receptive. Because
Nobody's
you also
completely
know
receptive to any character. If you said an extreme, absolutist opinion like that, then that would have been immediately disproven by the first person who disagrees with it.
Yeah.
The same thing with any white character. Like, of course you're not going to make an absolute statement. That would be foolish and stupid.
happened, people also complained about it being quote unquote woke.
People complain about everything.
Or whatever the buzzword was at that time. You realize that more receptive doesn't mean they would be receptive. It means they'd find a different
Ant wants
component.
absolutely universal agreement to something. Otherwise, people are racist and sexist, I guess.
I guess.
Complain about. Which they did back then, by the way.
Yeah, because no one fucking wants Black April, bro. Oh my god. Sponsor us, Lindor. Please, I like your chocolate. Anyway.
Not to mention that April at times helps the turtles
others feel the pain.
Fight, and she follows them into danger when it comes to chasing her news stories. This new version looks like she'd be out of breath opening
God, that's horrible.
Yeah, look at this. And you can't say that this looks good.
Fridge, and it feels like a deliberate character assassination by the creators.
She's not that overweight, man.
I'm gonna insult this guy who says it feels like an deliberate. Endymion, you should have been more absolutist with your language there, where you're like, this is a deliberate character assassination because this looks horrible from any objective measure.
Yeah. Anyway.
Like she looks slightly heavy.
In other words, fat. Okay.
They can still fight. You know? Like
not as good though.
What do you'd think she was like 500 pounds the way they're talking about her.
Oh, I'm gonna draw a more extreme, so this one looks less extreme.
Like, what are you talking about? That is not a way you can talk about any person, quite frankly. And that speaks more about your own insecurities than anything else.
Oh, your own insecurities.
She's a child. She is
what?
literally...
Endymion, because I know Endymion is a little bit overweight. It's like, Endymion, I'm pretty sure, would say very objectively, because I'm not going to give him shit for that, because he actually seems to judge shit objectively, despite, his own physique. If one of the Ninja Turtles suddenly had his body type, he wouldn't go, "Oh, how wonderful! They're being inclusive of me." He would be like, "This is unrealistic.
Yeah,
this is some bullshit. Why does the Ninja Turtle look like me? Like, I can't do this shit that they do."
Yeah. Anyway,
a kid, and you're acting like she's going to have a heart attack based on purely her appearance.
If she's that fat, if she's a kid, she probably will have a heart attack very young.
Yes.
Oh, but she's not. But he's not fat phobic, guys. He's totally not being bigoted right now about it.
Like, not bigoted to be shit on fat people. Fat phobic is a made up shit, and just shut up.
It literally is. Oh my god, hang on. Where's my fucking soundboard here? Hang on.
Shut up, bitch!
Oh my god.
She just looks like an average teenager.
No, she did.
Don't shit on teenagers.
Oh my! Apparently, the average teenager's fat now. Apparently,
you want horribly unhealthy teenagers, Ant. You're a legitimately horrible person.
Oh
right
my
now. What the
god!
fuck are you doing?
Hang on, I gotta do this shit again, bro.
You're encouraging unhealthy lifestyles for teenagers.
Oh my god!
thinks all teenagers are fat.
What if like an actual normal teenager sees that and goes, "Oh, that's what an average teen. I got to put on some weight." Oh, jeez. It's like, God damn! People can actually see my tits because I don't have a fucking 500-inch waist.
It's ridiculous.
I understand
It
why
is
these things are
ridiculous.
happening.
What you
It's
just said is
because
ridiculous.
creators want their female characters to be seen as unremarkable and attainable. But as someone who works out a lot, I think normalizing and worshipping the concept of being overweight is not a good thing for either.
Worshipping? Like, what are you talking about?
Absolutely.
Yeah, look, I mean, like you, Ant, because you think all teenagers are fat, and you. Oh my god.
Character design isn't worshipping anything. It just exists.
You just
What?
worshipped it. You called it normal.
Yes. Yeah, just like how you worship fucking Karlak for being a muscle mommy.
And here's this fake outrage.
Yeah.
Fuck are you talking about, man?
What the fuck are you talking about, man?
What in God's name are you on?
Oh.
A better question, Ant, is what are you on? Because you gotta be on drugs if you think the average teenager is that overweight, man.
Shipping? A person existing doesn't mean you're worshipping that. It means the character just exists. Oh my god. This character's a child, all right? Why are so many adult men being so uncomfortable about the body of a child?
You just
That
commented
to me-
a lot on her body, Ant. So you're doing the
Yes.
exact same thing in the other direction. You're saying that this is good, this is fucking perfect, this is how all characters should be, and you're calling that normal, and calling that normal means the old April was abnormal. It means the old April was bad. And
Bad.
so fuck that character, and fuck her design, and fuck that. So, you know what? Quit bad-mouthing the old April, because I was also a child.
Yeah. That all worshipped body positivity fatness until Ozempic. Yeah. And also, hail Melissa. Ant likes worshipping fatties because it exists, apparently, yeah. Diabetes is empowering, yeah, apparently.
Me strikes me as very disturbing because you're scrutinizing a kid. Kids just look like that. That's just how people are, you know?
No.
Like, it's really weird. Am I the only one that finds this kind of creepy, actually? Like, a little
I
bit?
do find you
This
very
is-
creepy.
Yes, Ant, when you smile like that on camera, you are one creepy ass motherfucker.
This is really strange behavior to be saying. This is something that you wouldn't say to a person in real life. Why would you make these statements about a fictional character, knowing that people who do look like this might hear you and reflect upon themselves in a way that's negative and self-deprecating?
Good, they should, because you're not supposed to be fucking fat. Hang on, I'm checking out his fucking Star Wars collection here. What has he got? He's got the Revenge of the Sith novelization. He's got Heir to the Empire. I can't see what's behind his head right there. Does anyone know what that is right there? I can't tell. Looks like an old, kind of looks like an old Republic novel, whatever. And you're not allowed to have these fucking books.
Why would you tell someone that they're
Oh, he's got the Plagueis novel, of course.
living an unhealthy lifestyle if you don't know what their lifestyle is? And how do
And we know for scientific fact that being overweight is bad for you. We can prove this with science. And as you always say, you gotta trust the science.
I know someone who's making videos online isn't more unhealthy. As we see with Olympic athletes, their body types sometimes do just look like that. Doesn't it seem strange to you that we're just accepting this? That we're just putting this out there in the world? That we're acting as passing moral judgment on the media we consume as though it somehow is reflective of the choices we make in real life, when in actuality, you don't know enough people who look like that to make an ethical judgment on what.
How do you know Endymion doesn't know a lot of fat people to make that judgment call? Huh, Ant? Anyway.
They do with their lives, how they live their lives. You don't know these people. So how?
Well, you don't know. Well, you don't know any either, from what I know. The only fat person I know is fucking Chloe's son Flora. So anyway,
give accurate understanding of their medical information when you know nothing about them.
You don't know anything about them either, and
granted, we're talking about characters, yes, but the comments for these fictional characters are reflected and reflect the behaviors and actions of real people.
Yeah, hang on. Yeah, Jorge. Yeah, they might all be sumo wrestlers, and that's just their lifestyle. It's fucking Yokozuna from WWE, apparently. Anyway.
This whole thing strikes me as very perverse in a way that I find kind of disturbing.
Oh, look
but again...
Oh, and please do not approach the camera like this again. Please, no, you creepy motherfucker.
We're falling back on something here. A few video essayists and commentary channels online. That's not reflective of great...
What, Briscoe?
I said, and definitely falling back on something.
Yeah.
Trends. But there is an argument to be made, one that is valid about all this forced diversity that we've been alluding to and discussing this whole time. The way capitalism influences the decisions of these businesses.
Of course, it's always the fault of capitalism, of course.
Companies aren't doing this out of the goodness of their hearts. They're doing it to make money.
Yeah, and because money makes the world go round. Oh my god.
AIP did not make blaxploitation films because they cared about black audiences. Disney didn't have their first gay character in their movie because they really cared about LGBTQA representation. I'd hope that my explanations of these themes so far have made that apparent. No, they did it to make money.
Yeah.
Case in point, the infamous Blizzard chart. When Blizzard was making Overwatch, a chart leaked online. An internal document designed to measure the value of various characters based on arbitrary diversity points. How many points would a gay character be? How many points would a Latino character be? How many points would a fat character be? A buff character? A black character? A South Indian character? A Chinese character? And they would use this to measure how diverse the characters were in order to assure that the game would appeal to every demographic on an international level.
Yep, that's what your ideology gets to.
Yes, and this is what your ideology produces. He says that they did to make money, like he just discovered something new. Exactly.
I mean, we've been on this for quite a while now.
Yes.
Gauge interest in the various characters.
Most of your
to measure their
things
value
were made to make money.
Yeah.
I hate to say that. I know you only want to use that when there's a bad thing, but guess what? It was used for a lot of your favorite things too.
Yeah, it was used to make things fall apart there, yeah. It was used to make the Earthsea books. Anyway.
value to the game's ultimate propositional worth to audiences. Forced diversity doesn't exist.
Yes, it does. And you literally just showed a chart of Blizzard trying to force diversity into Overwatch.
You had to argue that fatness doesn't make you less healthy, and that Japanese experts that I made up in my head are to be trusted to try and act like forced diversity doesn't exist.
Yeah.
We saw
what does exist.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, of course, the real enemy behind forced diversity is capitalism, because of course it is.
What does exist are companies that try to market you based on you looking like the character.
Hang on, yeah, Horror is your point. Nobody actually cares about any of this while playing Overwatch. They care more about the abilities, classes, and team comps. Exactly, Jorge. Yeah, they care more about the gameplay. Like professional Overwatch players, you know, the few that remain, they literally do not care what they look like. Like, it's like, I don't care. They're like, man, I don't care if Winston's a fucking gorilla. I just care about, like, that he can jump all over the place and has an electric gun. And, you know, he can put up a shield and shit, man.
You guys remember that there was a sequel to Overwatch?
There was, but it was really just Overwatch 1 all over again.
Yeah, nobody gave a shit. Like, It was like Overwatch won Game of the Year in 2016, and then like Overwatch 2 came out, and everybody's just like, "Fuck it."
Yes.
Representation does matter, and artists understand that.
Representation is a fucking useless ass fucking thing. Regardless, no one. If someone seriously watches something for their representation, they're fucking morons. I swear to God.
This is a great story. You know, I cried at the ending of it, but nobody looked like me, so fuck it.
Yeah, so fuck it. 0 out of 10.
Like, that's a shallow person that's never going to actually engage with media, and they're just like not even worth chasing.
Yeah.
And while an artist might work within the company's system to create meaningful art, at the end of the day, the company will take that and use it as an asset to make money. And when they stop thinking that will make them any money, they hide it. Look at Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. Disney signed off on an episode. They signed off on it being made. They read the script. They saw the storyboards. They say, go forward with it. And then the moment that the political climate started to shift slightly, they backed away. Because it was never about actually making...
Yeah, now they're back to doing more leftist stuff like months later after this video came out, yeah.
Making diverse media. It was only about appealing to a demographic. And they judged the demographic the show would appeal to was less valuable than any arbitrary response to it. So they hid like cowards. And likewise,
they weren't being cowards when they made it based on the political climate, only when they stopped making it.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be cowardice to just try to like cater to some arbitrary political climate? Like what originally got this show greenlit?
Yep.
Pushed an agenda. Not a political agenda, but a marketing agenda. And that's what it comes down to. That's what it's always been about. How much money can the company take from your pockets by giving you table scraps? By taking the hard work of artists and putting them on this chart.
The poor artists. All they want to do is make good art. Oh. Guess what, Ant? Oh my God. It's like, Ant, again, you can't just fucking fault corporations all the fucking time for this bullshit. Again, like I said, fucking, like we said earlier about the New Warriors bullshit, fucking Dan Kibblesmith, he didn't come up with the idea for a New Warriors book, but he did come up with the characters. He is the guy who came up with all that fucking bullshit, like fucking Snowflake and Safe Space, and Marvel signed off on it. It's like, he is the guy who made it. Like, Marvel didn't tell him to make them characters, he made it himself. It's like, seriously, stop fucking just blaming the suits and start blaming the actual creatives for this bullshit.
Rather, offering artists a chance, cynically, to make the thing that they want to make. You know, telling artists, you can make your character, you can make your superhero, you can make your all these things, and then just calculating, market valuing, studying, and equating putting a number to your art, to your creative genius. That's what it is.
Well, you know, and the rubber's got to hit the road eventually, and if your art proves out to not be profitable to them, and if anything, it's causing the company to lose money, and you know they're not getting a return on investment because of your show, then cut it. Like it's sad, but it's true. Like Evan and I want to make fucking shows and movies, but if our ideas turn out to not be worth investing in, then we just get cut. I'm sorry that not every idea can get fucking made, and I'm sorry, it's just not how business works. It's like as much as we joke about Disney having infinite money, they really don't have infinite money. Anyway.
I mean, hell, they were almost bought out by Netflix before they set it on Warner Bros.
Yes.
Look from it. Companies do this all the time. Again, Rebecca Sugar, Steven Universe.
Oh my God. Fucking Rebecca Sugar. What a piece of shit she is. I swear to God.
I mentioned it before. Rebecca Sugar was given an offer. You can either have several more seasons of your show, which is a hit and people love, Or
no, it was not. It's like, again, in that video that I mentioned, they were deliberately airing new episodes of Steven Universe on nights where nothing else would really give Cartoon Network competition, right? They were deliberately airing it on nights where it could succeed, and it was still failing. Exactly, Jorge. Steven Universe is trash. Oh my god. So if you're literally, and the only reason they didn't cancel it sooner is because it's like, hey, this is the first Cartoon Network show with a female showrunner. They knew that if they did that, it'd look really fucking bad on them. So they were pretty much obligated to keep the show, and when they couldn't stretch it out longer through the Steven Bomb shit, then it's like, okay, lady, wrap it up. It's like, we ain't doing this shit anymore. Oh my god.
you can have this wedding scene you want to make with Ruby and Sapphire, one of the first queer weddings in animation history. Rebecca Sugar chose the wedding.
One of the first queer weddings in animation history. You gotta always narrow the goalpost to make something a first.
Yeah.
Or one of the first. Somebody did this recently with this is the first female-led superhero. They were talking about the Supergirl trailer, the first female-led superhero movie that's not a flashback. It's not earlier in the timeline since 2004. And people were like, "Oh, what about Black Panther 2?" They're like, "Oh, they didn't put her in the title. It doesn't count." It's like you'll just keep narrowing. All right.
Oh my god. Anyway,
that was forced diversity because she was forcing art through the company system.
And it wasn't making the company a profit, so they wanted her to, and it was also getting them to hot water in foreign countries. They literally couldn't air this episode in foreign countries because of culture clash, the fucking Saudis are not going to tolerate this shit on their airwaves. So and they really wanted to break it, and they really wanted money from those markets, so of course they're not going to. It's like, why would you keep making shows that only appeal to a select few and aren't going to get any airtime in foreign countries, right? Fucking hell, Iran, of all fucking countries, doesn't allow Ben 10 over there, and Ben 10 literally has none of this gay crap in it. So if fucking Iran doesn't tolerate Ben 10, then what the fuck chance does Steven Universe have in Saudi Arabia? Fucking idiot.
Same with N.D. Stevenson.
The creator of the reboot She-Ra and the Princesses of Power on Netflix.
Oh god, fucking neuralities.
Had to resort to subterfuge on their own series in order to achieve the romantic ending between two of the main characters. My big fear was that I would show my hand too early and get told very definitively that I was not allowed to do this. I sort of had a plan, and it was like, if I can get them to this place where their relationship and that romance is central to the plot, and it can't be removed, can't be noted out, or it can't be something that's cut later, then they'll have to let me do it. Stevenson said she worked to plant seeds over the course of several seasons, weaving different threads that intertwined Adora and Catra's storylines to the point where it couldn't be anything else but romantic love. Once everything was in place and the crew had been informed, Stevenson told the executives her plan to end the series with Catra and Adora confirming their mutual feelings. The fight for positive LGBT representation is a constant, ongoing uphill battle.
And it's like Blade always says, some motherfuckers always trying to ice skate uphill. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Jorge, they gotta shove that gay in there somehow, indeed.
By manipulating the story in a certain way, the only way the story could end was if She-Ra and Catra confessed their love.
What happened to John?
What?
I'm right here.
Yeah, he's still here. He's just playing on his phone because this video is so boring now.
Frozen.
Am I?
Speaking of cameras, Briscoe, what's up with your camera? It's like it's trying to turn itself on.
It's black.
It's black. Yeah, every now and then you get the little spinning wheel. It's trying to turn itself on. Up right there, yeah. Anyway.
He did it very carefully. And in doing so, Andy Stevenson made a very good sapphic series.
No, she didn't. No one fucking likes it, you fucking idiot.
Because a series has lesbians, it's a sapphic series then?
Apparently. Oh my god, it's not even really good. It's not even good in the lesbian shit. I've seen a few of the lesbian romances, and man, my dick could not get hard during that shit. On one hand, I'm kind of happy it didn't, because, you know, it's like still like little kids in that show and shit. But my god, the lesbian shit is so underwhelming on that show. I have anyway.
But these exist only because artists and creatives forced.
Apparently, John's doing his best Anthony cosplay.
Their vision through the company system, through a cynical system that they knew would stop them and impede them if they made their ideas overt in the beginning. That is admirable. That is fighting the system.
No, it's not.
No, it isn't.
Deceptive.
A story of pure toxic romance.
Yeah, Shira and Catra should not be fucking romantically involved. Why the fuck is that viewed as a positive representation?
I have no idea.
They're literally trying to kill each other in their series.
Yes. It's like I keep saying to all the Raylos on fucking Twitter. It's like Ray and Kylo tried to kill each other the whole fucking trilogy. Why do you want them to hook up?
He's not trying to kill her, Backseater. He's just trying to thrust his blade into her. It was clearly symbolic.
Oh my god.
Whenever he told Han Solo, I know what I have to do. I just don't know if I have the strength to do it. He's talking about fucking her brains out. Like, I've been on a ship with her for 2 days. Trust me, she'll bypass her compressor.
Yeah.
Is meaningful
Why
to
the
you.
fuck did you just stab me? Fuck.
Yeah.
Is meaningful to the audience that loves it and cares about it. And yes, those are kids' stories. Yeah, they're kids' cartoons from a few years ago. But just because it was a few years ago does not mean it changed anything. The systems in place that kept those creatives from making their art are still in place. If anything,
yeah, boo-hoo, and
they've
What
gotten
about all
more
the
savvy
systems that
to
make them shove more of that shit in there, Ant.
Yeah, and the systems also allow them to shove that fucking lesbian shit in Lightyear, yeah. Playing Terminator not Fate is a good cleanser after hearing this ultra torture of a video, yeah.
making it not happen again. And it's very depressing. It's deeply disappointing to see this happen constantly again and again and again.
Boo!
We don't get an extra agenda for all of our shit for a few years. Therefore, it's deeply depressing.
Look at the show Velma, for example. Velma marketed itself as basically forced diversity, a very cynical marketing attempt to draw controversy. Even in their marketing promotion, as you see with this initial trailer for the show, they knew full well that they were trying to capitalize on online controversy to market the series.
If there is one thing the internet agrees on, it's that you should never change anything ever. I hope you die.
Yes.
Sincerely, Velma. Well, at least Judy's still white.
And the end result is a show that makes fun of a lot of South Asian people. It uses a lot of jokes at the expense
that
of racial
marketing
minorities.
was very clearly trying to make fun of the people you don't like, Ant.
Yes,
they were trying to say, oh, these people get mad at everything that changes, so let's go ahead and head off that criticism because we know we're going to get it by making, Velma diverse and all this shit.
Mm-hmm.
He did this in another video where he's trying to make Velma into like a right-wing thing.
Yes.
Based on the parents of the person who produced it or some shit. It's like, Ant, just take the fucking L.
Take
You
the
admitted it with
L.
the Cleopatra documentary. Just say this is a shit show that took it way too far.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, anyway.
This show isn't woke. It's a purely cynical marketing attempt using this controversy to drum up interest in the series. And people took the line and went with it. And it's so depressing to watch people act like this is somehow a positive thing, that they wanted this, that they were trying to be woke or something. No, it was marketing. It always is marketing. That's why stuff like Crunchyroll's High Guardian Spice struggled so much.
Oh. Is he still going?
What's going on?
Uh-oh. I think Backseater might have cut out because I saw Ant's video pause.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, Ant sabotaged the stream.
I knew it.
He created a time paradox. Backseater! Backseater! Dun 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 dun. Oh my gosh. I need him to leave a comment on this. Just be like, hey, you didn't provide any sources for your whole section on AC Shadows. Maybe try doing that next time.
Maybe Anthony discovered the reports that Backseater found on his videos and extracted revenge.
There you go. Uh-oh.
And
come on back in. And then we'll finish this shit.
Or Mom Cedar caught me out of the bowl again.
Uh-oh. Mom Cedar's gonna take over the channel. She'll be like, how you doing, our beautiful sons of bitches? It's your girl, Mom Cedar here.
Hey. I'm gonna teach you guys how to cook this proper meal, spaghetti with the barbecue sauce and
turns into a cooking channel.
And topped with the root beer. How about that, huh?
She's like, and after we're done cooking this pasta, we're gonna cook these shills alive.
You can do it live because I'm a real live wire.
Oh no, it's gonna be like Bill Cosby, or not Bill Cosby, fucking Bill O'Reilly, where he's like, "Fuck it, we'll do it live." I have an angry beaver on my sweater.
Oh, I was wondering what that was.
Yeah, it's a Duluth Trading Company. They always use the ink because they're one of their main products is their fire hose work pants, where they're like, it's tougher than an angry beaver. So then they always put the beaver on all their Christmas stuff. I got a couple compliments. I had my little one with the Santa hat on today. It was a blue sweater with the beaver. Yeah, a couple people were like, oh, I love your sweater today. Hit the fucking mall. I know. Backseater got on me for not being done with my Christmas shopping. I was like, well, I like being at the mall close to Christmas time. You get the crowds, you get all the cool stores and stuff, and everything's decked out, and the music's playing and all that. It's always fun. Now, I should see on Discord if he's like a DMing about this. It's like, Ant is attacking my home. My channel is under attack.
Then help.
Oh.
I'm not sure I've ever been to a mall during this Christmas season.
How dare you, sir?
I mean, probably for the best too. If I ever hear all I want for Christmas is you again, I go nuts.
You just need to hear
Well, Gary, you go back to the freezer sooner.
This for a 15 day. Yeah. Checking all my notifications on Discord to see if Backseater has it on there. Yeah, coming back on.
If you don't come back in the next
do not
69 seconds, Evan, John, and Briscoe will walk.
Yeah, man, I'm hangry. Mother of God. He'll take the L and not woke. Aunt Velma was shit. Ricker, I absolutely agree. Yeah, Velma was so bad, it would be such a stain on his whole movement. He cannot accept that it was part of it.
I heard some people believed in the conspiracy theory that Mindy Kaling was secretly based, and this whole show is meant to be a parody of all the leftist stereotypes that you see in teenagers.
Oh,
I've heard that.